Hi, this is Jay for SimplyMaya, and welcome to Volume 2 of the Character Modelling series. In this volume, what we can do is build a body for our Batman caricature that head that we did in Volume 1. And to start us off with, what we've got is this bodybuilder image, which is actually from a scan data that a friend of mine has, and he's kindly taken some screen grabs in front orthographic and also a side orthographic view for me to use in this particular tutorial, which is great. What it's also enabled me to do is also do like a color overlay of a very basic mesh that we're going to be creating for this particular episode. So with that said, let's crack on into Maya, and we'll get some image planes set up using that left and front view of the bodybuilder. So as you can see, we've got Maya open, and I'm just going to jump into the front view down here. So I'm just going to go to image plane, import an image. So I'm just going to go up to my work folder, and there we go, Batman, and then we want our reference, so we want our bodybuilder front. So I'm just going to load that in, and then go to image plane on the side view, and go to the same directory. You can of course set your directory when you begin a project. I don't usually do it with this sort of thing for these tutorials. I just sort of just carry on just normally, really. I have no use to really set projects because I know where everything is. I'm not really in a rush to get to directories and stuff, but anyway, that aside, so as you can see, we've got our two images loaded, and as they're crossed over, we want to move those apart just so we can get a sort of better look in the different views and stuff like that without sort of getting sort of twisted and messy in there. And also, as you can see, the front view isn't exactly lining up properly on the z-axis. So what we're going to do, we're going to move that along first. So let's jump over to the front view, and what I'm going to do with the image plane shape, if we just go down to the image center, and we're just going to adjust the X, so just going to sort of roughly align the center. I'm actually doing that with the control key and just hovering the mouse over and dragging, so you can get quite a good setting there in increments. Okay, and then what we're going to do is jump over to the side view, just double check that that's all good. Okay, and with the side view selected, we're just going to adjust that as well on the X, and again just click and drag with the control key down, and I'm just going to move that to the very edge of the front image plane. And then what we're going to do then is select the front image plane, and again just move that and drag that to the back of the X plane. Okay, so we've got that for the front and the side, and that leaves us the workspace in the middle. So one more thing, what we need to do is bring those up. So again, just going to click and drag, just snip over to a front view, and we'll just place his feet directly on the axis there. So I'll just lower that just a little bit more, that's about right. And then we'll select the value, so we'll just do Control C, jump over into the side view and hit Control V, and hopefully that should paste that value into there, and we're ready to go. Okay, so without further ado, let's get a polycube and throw that into the scene. There we go, that's all great. And I'm just going to go to a front view now, and we're just going to move that up to there. Okay, and I'm just going to scale it down just a little bit, like so, and just going to grab the verts. I've currently got the symmetry on. If you want to have a look at where that setting is for the move tool, you just need to go down to the double click on the tool itself and have a look at the symmetry settings, and we're on object X because we're across the X plane. So, and all I'm going to do is then just move a couple of bits about like so. Okay, and then I'm going to hit the faces let's just jump over here. So as you can see, it's still highlighted, and we're going to hit extrude and just pull that up like so. And again, let's just go to 4 so we can see what we're doing. And we're just going to sort of move things around a little bit. Okay, like so. And then we're going to go to face mode again. And I'm just going to push those out. These are for the shoulders this time. And again, just going to give these a kind of a rough placement of where they need to go. So I'm just going to pop those about there, I think. Okay. So again, we can refine all this, later on. Actually, we'll just pop those there just for now. Okay, we can do a lot more refinement, but this is just a blocking stage anyway, so that's all good. I'm not going to go into the specifics of muscle groups or anything in this stage whatsoever, because basically we just want to block out, the body, down to the arms, sort of an area for the hands, and all the way down to the legs and the feet. So we're all good there. Okay, so let's just jump over into our perspective view, just to make sure we're okay. Okay, and what we want to do is grab the base of that on the body, or the torso, the chest, and we're just going to do that. Okay. And then we're going to add a couple of edge loops. So I'm going to put in 2 for this, and just do that like so. Okay. And also we're going to do another 1 like so, just around the middle there. And then what we're going to do, we're going to start shaping it up. Okay. I don't really want to sort of do loads and loads of blocking out without shaping this thing up, because otherwise it can get a bit tedious. So we just move these around like so. And we'll just bring those in. So just trying to keep everything rounded out in an early stage, so we don't have to do as much later on. So it just gives us a nice blocking and stuff. So I'm just going to pull that front out like so. Okay. And what we'll do is just bring those across, and we'll just push that in towards the back. Okay. And we'll just start to round out this area too. So I should keep that all nice. I'm not too worried about the shoulders at the moment, because obviously we've got that Batman mask that's going to cover that area, which we'll put in right at the end, and then sort of shape that up a little bit as well. Although we may bring it in a bit earlier, just so we know that we're sort of heading in the right direction. So as you can see, I'm just blocking this out. So we just go to the side view, and I can just move this across and hit 4 on the keyboard, and we can now start to sort of exaggerate or use these image planes as our reference, but also we are going to exaggerate some of these features a bit later on when we go into ZBrush and just start pulling things around a bit, just make it a bit more fun. So let's do that one and that there like so, and then just level that, so that's better. So I'm just going to pull that up there like so. Okay, it's probably a little bit far, but again we can adjust everything, but this is a caricature anyway, so it's all going to be good fun. Okay, so let's just jump into our front view, hit the faces. Okay, and we'll just get rid of that selection there at the back, we don't want that. And what we're going to do now, once again, just extrude down Whoops. Like so. Actually, let's do there. And we'll do another one. Okay. Just straighten everything out a little bit. Just trying to keep the mesh tidy while we're blocking out. Okay, like so. Okay. So just push those around a little bit. So what I intend to do is give them this sort of big, sort of chested sort of look, and then you know, we can really exaggerate stuff. Got some good reference as well for later on down the line. Whoops, must concentrate. Yeah, so we've got some good reference for a bit later. Some really sort of extreme stuff to make this look a bit of fun. Okay, so let's just shape this up. Just going to grab some of these verts and edges, and we'll just move things around. So that's pretty good. It's not bad at all. So we'll just bring that forwards. So got that area there as well, and we'll just bring that there. There we go. Just bring that back. Bring that back as well. So as you can see, it's very, very quick to block out. Not too much fuss. And what we'll do as well, we're going to shape the underside of the arms. So I'm just going to bring those forward a bit as well. Like so. There we go. So that's going to be sort of like the armpit area. And we'll just round that off a little bit more. And same here. And we'll just grab these guys. That's better. Okay, so that's good. So that's all looking good. Okay, so let's just move on. So once again, I'm just going to move all the way down. Whoops, selected something I didn't want to. And let's extrude again. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And let's just level that out. Like so. And now we'll just grab these verts and just move those. I'm not too worried about it not being super symmetrical, because obviously the image plane that we're using isn't anyway. Okay, so let's grab these guys. In fact, let's use W. And then what we're going to do is just block these legs out just a little bit. Just sort of like the groin area. Whoops. Like so. So I just wanted to explain something. The method I'm using is actually the way I'm building this is quite an old way of doing it. But then, you know, you do with what's easy for you in any of your projects. This is a sort of a method that a guy called Bayrate, the guy that built one of the very first golems for the Lord of the Rings series. This is the sort of method that he was using at one point. That's sort of stuck in my workflow over the years, which I find it's very easy. It's very, you know, it's not too taxing while you're modelling stuff, and it's very easy to keep an eye on and keep in control of what your mesh is doing. And then, you know, once you've got the basic blocking out done, you can then, you know, start adding detail. And you know, all these things are here, you know, for a reason. You know, so we can add edge loops around certain areas, you know, change direction if we need to and stuff like that. But at this point, it's just made really, really easy, and you know, it's kind of user friendly, if you will. So it's just one of those things to sort of bear in mind when you're making this sort of stuff. You know, keep it simple. make life a lot easier for yourself. Okay, so let's extrude these guys down. And just do that. And what we'll do, just grab that edge, like so. And what we'll do with this is move these up, like so as well. So just go into our front view, so it's not too bad. And we'll just pull those up a little bit. And grab the faces, extrude that down. Okay. And move that down again. So as you can see, it's just basic blocking out. And then we'll move that down. And I'll just do that all the way down to there. And hit R and scale that guy down. And then what we can do, the leg is slightly twisted on the image. But what we'll do, we'll just bring it over ever so slightly, just to give us a little bit of, bit of shape as well. That's much better. And we'll add another edge loop. I'm just going to reset that on the options, okay, and then we'll just scale that in. Whoops. And let's just do that. That's better. There we go. Okay, so that's kind of a basic block out, like so. And we're going to do the same again for the arms, and then once we're done with that, we'll jump back in, add a couple more edge loops, shape that up, and yeah, we should be good. For the sort of like the initial blocking out phase of this second volume. Okay, so let's do another extrusion like so. Just going to grab the scale. Okay, and round these guys back out again. There we go, that's better. Okay, so what we're going to do is just jump into a front view, see what we need to do. So it just needs to sort of come across a little bit, like so. And then we'll grab those faces again, and we'll just flatten those out, like that. Go back to the front view, and what we're going to do is just rotate that slightly, okay, like that. And then I'm just going to move that, and we're just going to adjust the vert there, just to keep that away from the arm, just for now. But once we get down to it, we'll be moving that around anyway. Okay, so I'm just going to extrude this area down. Okay, like so. So we're at the elbow of our model. I'm just going to tweak that just there. Okay, like so. There we go. Back to faces, and then I'm just going to do another extrusion. And then we're going to shape that up just a little bit. So just going to bring that down. Like so. Obviously this guy has got his arms bent, so what we'll do, we'll get that length of the arm sort of in a roundabout sort of way correct, and then just manipulate that a little bit. And then what we can do is then take that back as well. So I'm just going to scale that, and then so we'll do this like so, and then we'll add another edge loop. Okay, and then let's just bring that down like so. Then we'll add another one. Just to give that a bit more shape. Okay, so that's where we're at the moment. So that's looking pretty good. Okay, so what we need to do is just shape these up a little bit now. Just get a bit more volume. And let's keep an eye on the shapes on our reference. But again, like I say, it's just blocking out. And then once we get to the nitty-gritty later on, then we'll start to you know, sort of study a bit more anatomy. I don't want to go too in depth because you know, I don't want to bore everybody with too much anatomy stuff. This is a modelling lesson, not just anatomy. Okay, so but obviously it all helps if you know where muscles are and stuff like that in order for you to build this type of thing. Because I do feel that, you know, good caricatures do, you know, people that do make good caricatures do take notice of anatomy, which is why things like The Incredibles, for example, one of Pixar's, you know, best movies in my opinion. That's why their characters work so well, because, you know, despite being caricature type characters, they do actually work very well in terms of proportion and everything. So even though we're following this kind of reference of a, you know, proper human being, we do want to start to exaggerate stuff a bit later on. So there we go, that's kind of cool. So that's looking good. So obviously this side doesn't match because it's asymmetrical, but I'm not too worried about that at the moment. Okay, so let's pop an edge loop in, and we'll get that back side modelled or blocked out. So like so, there we go. And then we'll just start to shift things around on the legs as well. There we go. Just keep the shape looking good, and get that nice sort of curve you get off the legs as well as we come down the back here. So we get that nice sort of arc that goes on. Okay, there we go. Okay, just pop that up there. There we go. And then what we'll do, we'll quickly block out the feet as well. Okay, nothing too detailed. Same with the hands, really, because we will basically for the feet they will be boots. We're not going to be doing toes and stuff because we're building this Batman character. So really, it's going to be, you know, boots and stuff. But the hands will have gloves on, so we'll still have to build the digits for that. So that's all good. So let's just pull that up. Just make this all look a little bit better. Okay. And just for good measure, just gonna throw in some more loops and just to fine tune stuff. Like so, that's alright. And there. So that's all pretty good. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll block out the feet. And we'll just jump into a side view. And all I'm going to do is just extrude down like so, and then we're just going to block. Again, it's all blocking out. What we can do later on, we can sort of extract the mesh and stuff like that, and you know, go into ZBrush and create some pretty cool boots. So if we just extrude these guys out, so okay, like so. So what I'm going to do is just bring these down like so, like there, and now we'll just jump over to faces again, level that out, and extrude once again, and grab the verts and just aim those down. Okay, and then what we do want to do is give a bit more shape as well. So one thing I do notice about a lot of CG feet is that people tend to forget the instep when it comes to footwear or just general, you know, foot anatomy. They always forget about the foot, the arch in the foot. You know, you can see it clearly there, you know. We just zoom in, you can see it there, there's the arch in the foot. And I do notice that a lot of people do miss this out with you know, with anatomy stuff. So it's just one thing to bear in mind, and it just makes the foot look so much better when you're doing that kind of thing. I mean, you know, by all means pull that out, but what you've got to remember, it does actually go in that sort of area. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is we're almost done with this first section, so we're just going to add a couple of little bits. So another edge loop there, another one there, okay, and then I'm going to grab the old cut tool, and all I'm going to do is just put in some ankles. Okay, so one that side and one this side, and I'm liking this new interactive cut. It's better than its predecessors, that's for sure. It's not giving anything funky in terms of results after you've made an initial poly cut. So I'm really very pleased with the way this is working, and it's just a lot lighter to use as well. So yeah, I do like that. And there we go. So again, you know, the topology at the moment, it's all just being blocked out, but we're just putting stuff into the right areas that we're going to need, and I'm just going to tweak all this stuff like so, and then we can grab that, give ourselves a bit of an ankle. Same with this side, and we'll just sort of pull that out just a little bit there, and then just round this off. Okay. And there we go. So that's pretty good. And I think what we'll need to do is, if we just jump onto our side view once again and just have a look where the elbow is, which is the sort of there, this sort of area. Let's just have a look. So just going to push that in just a little bit and just exaggerate that in that area. Let's have a look in the front view. So it's not too bad. We haven't got the geometry there to do everything. So what we'll do, we'll pop in 2 loops. So one there, and grab some verts just in that side there, and now we can pull that out, and then we'll put in another loop there. Whoops, and we'll do that one there. And then just shift that over there ever so slightly and just round off the arm. Okay, there we go. So that's a start. There's our blocking out. What we'll do with the arms and the hands, I beg your pardon, we'll do those separately. Because there's no real need for us to build onto this because we're doing a glove. So we'll do that as a separate entity. The boots, we could have done the same thing, but I think it's just going to be a lot easier to do the boots as part of the mesh here and just extract that from the actual figure. Let's just bring those out just a little bit more. So yeah, they're done. That's pretty good. So yeah, I think with the hands, because of the amount of geometry that that's going to be needed at this point for this character, is going to be a lot easier if we just do those separately. Whereas the boots we haven't got to worry about. So anyway, so there we go. That's our initial blocking out. In the next chapter, we'll just sort of carry on, just sort of adjusting and sort of putting the forms in, and then we'll have a look at some crazy sort of anatomy stuff. Start to put in the the chest areas and biceps and stuff like that, and the quadriceps and stuff on the legs and the calves. And yeah, we'll just carry on. So hope you enjoyed this first chapter. I shall see you in the next one. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 2. In the first episode, what we did is we blocked out the body. Just very rough at the moment, just with the proportions of our references that we have there. So what we're going to do, we're going to part the body. I thought in this particular chapter, seems like it's all pretty much there. And I thought what we'd do is we'd move on to a version of the hands. So I'm just going to pop the body onto a layer. Okay, so that's all good, and we'll just rename that. I'll just call it body underscore dis for display layer, just so we know, just by looking at it, we know we're on display. And all we're going to do is turn that off. And the other thing I'm going to do as well for now is just hide the image planes. So let's just hide those as well. Okay, so we don't need those in this particular chapter. So I'm going to create a polygon cube like so, and we're going to just scale this down. So this is going to be the palm of our hand. Okay, and what we're going to do, we're going to cut an edge loop straight through the middle there, or sort of around about towards the middle, and then we're going to create another loop, okay, about there for now. And I'm just going to select a face, okay, and we're going to detach that face from this particular part of the cube. So I'm just going to take that off straight like that, delete the history, okay, back to object mode, and all I'm going to do is center that up, and I'm just going to pull that forward ever so slightly, and again in face mode I'm just going to extrude this guy along. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Okay, so that's the beginning of our finger. So what I'm going to do now is just push this down ever so slightly, and what we're going to do is push that forward and bring that forward as well, and let's just bring that round, okay, like so. Okay, and I'm just going to move that there to about there. Okay, and let's just move that back just a little bit. Okay, so now I'm going to need an extra loop, so that's going to be the middle knuckle for the finger. Okay, and what we'll do, just to sort of mark that area, is we'll do that to it, and then so we've got to do a loop there, a loop there, and we'll do the same with this bit here. Okay, and what we'll do, let's just undo that, we don't want to do that one for the moment, and we're just going to push this one up, okay, like so. Now we're not going to cut in any details for the nail, even though I sort of created shape, if you will, for the nails themselves, sort of this area for the fingertip. So I'm not actually going to create a fingernail, but we'll just give that impression, you know, so it's sort of, the form is there for that, just to give it a bit more, not so much realism, but just to look correct, if you will, if you want to use that term excuse me, for the front of the finger there. So, and all I'm going to do is just going to angle that up and just push that back a little bit as well, so it's a bit more natural looking. Okay, so we've got our bends, okay, or our knuckle areas for the finger. So the next bit is really to just really block that out. So just going to cut in some more loops, and we're just going to shape this up, okay, as well. So we're just going to grab a lot of verts all in one go. Oops. So just going to right click, get rid of that, and we'll do the same with this as well. Okay, and I'm just going to push those down and scale those in, okay, like so. I'm not too concerned about the front here at the moment, but what we'll do, we will squash those inwards just to get a bit of form on those as well. So first of all, just going to round that up, bring those in like so. Oops, just missed one out there, and we'll shape that back very shortly. So there we go for that one. And then for the front of the finger, we'll just start to taper everything up, okay, like so, and then we need to adjust the shape a fair bit, okay. Again, this is one of those stages where, you know, if you can get, you know, a fair bit of the blocking out done, it's going to save you, you know, and getting the main shape, it's going to save you a lot of time later on down the line. Okay, so I'm just going to push this back, just widen it a little bit more, and we're going to run another edge loop just through there, and just going to round that out ever so slightly as well. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to grab these edges here, just going to pull those up just a tiny bit. Same on the back as well. Oops. Okay. There we go, and then we'll just tidy that guy up there that's gone a bit astray. Okay, and then we'll just fatten the finger. And I'm using sort of my fingers as reference as well. If you do look at your own fingers, you will find they are a very strange shape, sort of the index one or mine curves a little bit inwards, stuff like that. So you know, you don't really need to look up reference for Google. You know, you've got hands in front of you, so use them. So it's good reference. So if I'm looking at my fingers, I've got quite fat fingers, so I'm going to sort of just adjust this to the shape of my own, and we'll just bring that back ever so slightly, just pull that around there, a slight dink just coming out of that. There we go. And what we'll do is just bring that down. So I think that's a little bit too extreme on that upward sort of sloping area. Okay, so let's just pull that down, and that one as well. So that's looking pretty good. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is just decrease the length of that about there. Okay, and then we'll just bend that finger up there just to relax it ever so slightly. And what we'll do as well is we'll bring that one to there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just completely get rid of that front face on that, and we're just going to duplicate this finger across. Okay, now at the moment I know the scale isn't quite there, but we will adjust that like so. And just looking at, I'm using these as like a nail sort of guide. So the tip of my forefinger does sort of come to sort of like that line there, and then this one actually is a bit strange, it comes up a bit further up there, and then for the last one on the pinky, the finger comes all the way down past that joint. So it's very weird. Hands are a strange thing, but just by doing that you can see they do look quite natural, so that's pretty good. So what I'm going to do now is just scale down the pinky a little bit as well, and we'll just increase that in the length to about there, so that's better, it's much better. Okay, so that's all good, and then what we need to do is just bring that across like that for now. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to create the thumb, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to use this area here. Okay, and we're just going to block that out just a tiny bit. Okay, because if you look at your own thumb, it does, you know, basically it's coming out from this sort of area just here. So it's something to bear in mind. And before we do anything else, I'm just going to hit F11, and we're going to get rid of those faces on there because we don't need those. You could use the fingers as a starting point for the thumb, but because of the way the joints are on the thumb, they're sort of positioned a little bit differently. So it's just one of those things that you would have to adjust anyway. So you know, you might spend longer adjusting the thumb more so than you would if you were to create it from scratch. So with that said, let's extrude this like so. Okay, and I'm just going to get some shape on this guy. Okay, like so. And what we're going to do, we're going to build it straight down, and then we'll angle it up afterwards. Okay, and let's just bring that up. So you're looking at the sort of the palm area already for the thumb. Okay, sort of in this particular place here. Okay, I'm not too worried about the position of any of the loops at the moment because everything's going to change once we start to join this stuff up. You know, then we got that bit of skin that is between the forefinger and the thumb itself. So there's all these little things that, you know, we've got to adjust and everything. So with that said, let's just bring this out here. Okay, like so. So we've already got our middle sort of edge loop built into that. You know, this one here. So we've got the same amount of geometry as we do with the other fingers, which is great. So what we want to do now is basically grab these two faces and extrude those down. But first we're going to just scale them back just a tiny bit. Okay, and then we're just going to extrude that straight down. Okay, so like so, and I'm just going to flatten that. Okay, so here's where you need to work out where the joints are for the actual thumb. So this would be the sort of the upper bone area here, and then this one here would be the knuckle for the edge of the thumb, or the tip of the thumb. So, and on doing that, we will then extrude that down, and then we'll extrude it once again. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll shape that just like we did with the other fingers. So as you can see, the geometry is there. So I'm just going to bring that there, and we're just going to start to shape this up now, and then so you'll be able to see how it all works. So you can see there already, you know, even in that rough block shape, you know, the thumb has appeared. So it's relatively sort of straightforward in terms of how that comes about. So I'm just going to drop that down there just a little bit and just raise that ever so slightly as well. Okay, so that's not too bad. Proportion wise, we'll have to sort of adjust it as we go, because you do sort of spot things with the way that, you know, anatomy sits and everything, so we'll adjust that. So at the moment we're just blocking everything out, you know, ready for us to do some other bits too later on. Okay, so that's going to come out just a tiny bit there, and this one a little bit there, and what I'm going to do is just going to cut in some geometry there just to taper that back in here, because looking at my own thumb now as I'm doing this, there's a slight sort of curve just there, and there's sort of a tiny one around there as well. Okay, and then what we can do, we'll grab these like so, and again I'm not worried about the area for the nail. We're just going to keep shaping this up, you know, just so it gives us an impression that there is actually, you know, something there. And then we're going to cut in the knuckle loops. Okay, so we get that crease going on in there, and select the edges, and we'll just push that guy up in there, so that's all done. And then we'll do the same up here. Okay, and we'll just bring that out. So I'm just looking at the base of my thumb as well, just to get an idea of what's going on there. Okay, so I'm going to just put in another crease. I'm just going to put that little sort of bump there, and I'm going to flatten this bit off as well. Okay, like so, and then another loop, one there and one there, and this time they're a little bit more spaced out because we don't want sort of too much in terms of creasing, except for that sort of area there. Okay, so what we'll need to do is grab the verts, and I'm just going to push them upwards just a bit more, and these guys as well, and then we can concentrate on just picking those forms out now for these areas. Okay, and then all this other stuff we'll re-edge loop once we've done all the blocking for this particular episode, and then once we go into more detail, we'll put all the correct edge looping and stuff in, which can be a challenge in itself, because obviously you want to keep your mesh looking as clean as you can possibly manage it. But the good thing with the doing this in this particular way, we're only modelling a glove, so we haven't got to worry about which way, you know, the geometry would go up the arm and which way back around. We'd have to spin edge loops and stuff like that. We haven't got to worry about all that with this, so we can essentially build a more of a linear mesh, if you will, that just goes, you know, straight up, because obviously this is going to extend outwards, which we'll do now. Actually, now I'm talking about it, so we'll just grab that. Because we're doing the glove, you know, this stuff will just scale that up like so. And obviously all the loops from here are going to come back and help us with shape and stuff, and then we'll also optimize it so we're not, you know, there's not too much overkill in terms of mesh and geometry. Even though quite a few of the renderers these days can hack it, you know, we still want a half decent light and clean model. Okay, so I'm just going to shape this up anyway. There we go, so I'll just add that to there for now, and I'm not too fussed about the rest of the glove at the moment. Okay, there we go. So for the thumb now, what we can do is basically just start to push things around like so, and then we'll grab that, we'll just grow the selection. Okay, and then we're going to move the pivot and we're going to rotate that forward. Okay, so I'm just going to hit the rotate tool, and we're going to move the pivot point for that. I'm going to snap it to about there, and we're just going to move that up. In fact, we could probably bring that back down a little bit more. So if let's try that one, see how we get on. See, that's a bit better, and then we'll just move that forward. Okay, like so, and I'm just going to push that, and then I'm going to twist it ever so slightly as well, because your thumbnail does actually face away, and if you push your thumb out and keep it straight, you'll find that the nail is actually facing you. So it's just one of those little things to be aware of. Okay, like so. And then we'll hit E, and then we're just going to adjust the pivot once again. I'm going to stick it there on the palm, and we're just going to twist that round. There we go, like so. So that's going to give us a more of a sort of a natural feel on that thumb. Okay, there we go. And then all we need to do now is just drop everything down, and again just a little bit of shaping. Again, we're just blocking out as well, so it's not overly you know, taxing at this point. You know, I always emphasize getting the blocking done first, because that way it's just going to make your life so much more easier. If it's the shapes are right at this sort of resolution, and then you can just go in later on and you know, start adding all your other detail, or just smoothing it and stuff, just so it works for you. You know, obviously some of you will take things into ZBrush and res that up a lot more, so you want to keep as much sort of shape as you can really at this point. Yeah, we'll just push that there. Okay, so that's good. And there we go. So what we're going to do now is just grab those fingers, going to move those up ever so slightly. Okay, like so. And what we're going to do is going to cut a loop there, and I'm just going to start shaping this area as well. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll grab that pinky finger, and we're just going to give it a little bit of a position, just so it can help us as well, because we're going to add some polys and stuff in between. So I really just want to make everything, you know, a bit more relaxed and stuff for us to use. Probably lengthen the finger a little bit, probably make it a little bit fatter as well, because the thumb is quite fat. So I want to keep the proportions there really, so we'll do that. So there we go, just scale that out just a tiny bit, and we'll rotate this guy as well. And there you go. So that's pretty good. That's a lot better. So let's have a look, see where we are. Okay, so I'm looking at this just to join the fingers up now. I'm not worried about any sort of geometry disappearing off in funny directions and stuff, even though I do try and keep the mesh clean to a point. But we're going to be adding stuff anyway, so really I'm just sort of just making sure everything's tidy. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. So what we want to do is I'm going to actually, whoops, don't want to press caps lock. Let's get rid of some history on this. Okay, so that's all nice. Okay, and then what I want to do is we're going to join the fingers together. So if you look at your own fingers, there's skin between them, sort of like a small web, if you will, between there. We're going to create that kind of effect. First of all, what we're going to do is just merge the or combine the fingers together, and then we're going to bridge between each one. Okay. Hopefully, let's see if I can do this in one go. Sometimes you can do it in one go. Let's have a go, see if it looks okay without twisting. Yep, that's all good. I mean, you could use extrude as well, but I'm using the bridging tool, which is pretty quick in itself, which is great. Okay, and then what we're going to do is, let's have a look, see what we get, and let's just give this a little bit of shape in terms of that web I was on about that we will have sort of between our fingers, like so. Okay, so just sort of playing around with that at the moment, and in fact we could probably just sort of bring that forward as a matter of fact and push those ones back that we just did. So just trying to keep that looking good. Okay, so that's better already, so that's really cool. And then what we'll do is we'll bring these forward. Whoops, don't want that one, want that one. Okay, and we'll just push that forward, and that's much nicer. Okay, so we get that kind of effect there as well. I'm just going to bring that forward to there. Okay, that's good. Okay, so I'm going to now snap these particular verts into position, and what we'll do, we'll cut in some rough loops as well for now, just to give us a starting point as well. So, and again, what I was talking about with the mesh being pretty much linear, that's what I meant really, as everything sort of goes up there. I mean, we can add or remove any of the geometry as we feel necessary as we go, but for now I'm just going to let everything just sort of roll up, and go straight up the arm. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Okay, and we'll just grab that one and we'll just snap all of these. For now we're not going to merge anything at this moment. Again, this is all blocking, and in the next chapter we'll start to form it out and stuff, which hopefully should look quite good. So we're going to snap that one to there. Okay, and we'll probably have to reform that just a little bit on the base of that. So I'm not too concerned actually, even though we did pull that forward, I'm not overly worried about it at the moment. So again, we'll just cut in some loops. And that's the thing with modeling as well. It's kind of you know, you're making stuff, you're trying to get stuff to be clean, and you know, you're trying to get something that's going to have some function as well, especially if you're doing animation. So you want to keep your mesh in a tidy sort of way. So when they come to rig it, and then when they come to animate stuff as well, everything sort of works, you know, very nicely. So you know, as modelers, we are problem solvers as well. And usually what you find is if there is an issue anywhere down the pipeline on any sort of given production, it's guaranteed that the modelers are always the first to sort of get the blame, if you will, which is a little bit unfortunate. But you know, people do tend to ask the modelers first, you know, as to, you know, what the hell they've done to something. You know, when sometimes it's not actually the modeler, it's just the way the pipeline works. So just one of those things to be aware of. Okay, so here you can see we've kind of hit this junction. So what I'm going to do is redirect some loops. So we're just going to delete that one out. Okay, and I'm going to cut a couple in. So we're going to use the old knife tool. So one there, and we're just going to bring that all the way through. I'm just going to take that right up there. Okay, so that one's all done, and then this one to that one there. Okay, so we're going to go there to there. So that then keeps that clean, although we've got this 5-sider going on. I'm not too worried about that for the moment. But what we are looking for is to join the fingers up, and then we can deal with any stray verts, etc. Later on. So all good there. So what we can do actually is get rid of that. So where's me get rid of my verts? I've lost my icon. Where's my icon gone? Edit mesh. Okay, let's delete edge verts. Okay, cool. There we go. That's better. Okay, I thought it was going a bit crazy there. Okay, so we've got 4 there, and what we can do is join that one up there, and then get rid of that guy for now, and then we can run an edge loop across there. At some point we'll have to, so that's okay, and then that should work out quite well, because we're going to need the edge loop to come through there and come round, and then we'll probably just have to redirect any of these sort of edge loops or verts and edges in another way, which is fine. So that worked out quite well with that. At the moment I'm not going to worry about it. Let's just get this all put together, and so we can just see how this is going to look. Okay, so that's all good. I'm pleased with that. That's great. And as you can see, we've got a triangle, so best way to get rid of that is just basically snap that to that, and then just basically merge that point just there. So that's really cool. Okay, and now what we need to do is just merge these. Okay, and we'll just run border edges just so we can see which of our verts and edges are not aligned or joined together, and then we'll just do one global merge, and that should be fine. And then all we need to do is then just start to fine-tune any shapes that we may have. Come on, that's better. A bit of trouble selecting stuff today. Okay, and there, add all of this stuff as well. There we go. And we'll just round everything out. Okay, there we go. It's pretty good. And once again, we just need to round stuff out under the on the underside here. But again, it's just blocking, so nothing special really going on this part. But it's just to get the basic geometry in there, and then we can do all the cleanup and stuff afterwards, which is cool. So a few loops and stuff that will need adjusting. Okay, like so. And if we just do F8, delete some history. Okay. And we'll just line these verts up here. Okay. And really I'm not overly worried about any shape at the moment, because that's going to change once we sort of start to get that onto the body and stuff itself, so we can line everything up. But what we will do over the coming chapters is obviously tweak all this stuff so it all works. But for now, this is a blocking stage, as I keep repeating myself about. And so all we're going to do is just sort of put things into rough places. We still need to put that edge loop in for the center of the thumb to block that out. So what I will do actually while we're here is just start to cut in the geometry. And let's go all the way over there, that's fine. And then that's okay, and then all I want to do is run geometry through the middle here. Okay, like so, through here, around here, and then we need to bring it all the way through to here. So that all joins up, and we're just left really with this one, which we'll deal with accordingly. That one's always a bit of an area to deal with. You know, I've done quite a lot of hands and stuff over the years, so you do need to sort of have a look and jiggle stuff about, so to speak, just to make it work, which, you know, it's not a problem. It's all part of, like I say, we're all, you know, being a modeler is like about, you know, it's problem solving, so it's all good. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just looking at our time now on for this particular chapter, we will call it a day. Unfortunately we haven't been able to get onto the boot, but we do like to keep the chapters running at a certain time, so we will endeavour to get that done in the next chapter. So I'm just going to slide that back there, that one back there, and what we can do, I'm just going to use the scale tool and then just slide that along into there. So what we may end up doing is, you know, re-establishing some loops and stuff like that, and you know, we might have to sort of take things off and around and up, but for the most part that's all pretty much blocked in. So sometimes you can chase verts for a little while just to make them work for whatever reason, and you know, depend on the sort of thing that you're doing. So you know, it's all part and parcel of doing this type of stuff. Okay, so just going to hit 3 just to see how we're looking. It's probably going to look really flat at the moment, which it does essentially. We'll need to beef it up and stuff on the palms and, you know, things like that. But you know, you can see for the most part it does look like a rubber glove. but we'll bulk it all out and get it looking like a proper superhero glove and everything, and yeah, we'll go from there. So for now, that's just the blocking, the very first bit of blocking for the hand. What we can do just before we sign off is just add 3 loops along there just to get that started as well. So we'll call it a day there, and we shall see you in the next chapter. So ciao for now. Hi, welcome to chapter 3. This one's going to be a quite short chapter. It's just basically going to be sort of like small corrections, and we're going to extract an area for the boot and also for the body. But first, what I'd like to do is, if we just refer back to the last episode, we were left with this interesting edge loop that would run off to nothing. So what we're going to do, we're going to edit that and put everything right with that before we proceed with the rest of the model. I'm just going to turn the grid off because it does get in the way sometimes. Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're going to, if we look at this thumb itself, we can see, so if we follow this particular loop all the way around, and it actually ends up on this point here on the thumb, and not actually in the same place that it does if we count 1, 2, 3 edges across. There's our 3 edges there. We're actually 4 over. So what we need to do is edit this and put everything right. Okay, so let's get on with that and get on with the rest of it. Okay, so what I'm going to do first of all is just basically if we just select those, okay, like so, and in fact what I'm going to do is deselect those ones there, okay, and that one will get rid of as well, and all I'm going to do is just delete those, okay, from there. Okay, we've lost a little bit of form, but it's nothing to really sort of concern yourself about at this point in time. So all we're going to do is grab our good old knife tool, and we're just going to cut these back here, and then I'm going to select that edge loop. Whoops, let's get the correct edge. Okay, there we go. So you can see now that it goes all the way around to the point that we want. So I'm just going to deselect some of this, okay, like so. Let's just get rid of that move tool, and all we're going to do is do an edge slide. Okay, so just going to grab that and slide that edge just over to there. Alright, and we'll do the same with this one. Okay, we'll just deselect some of this as well because we don't want everything. There we go. Alright, so that's all looking pretty good, and then all we need to do is sort this area here out with the 5-sider that we've got going on there. Okay, so if we have a look at this, I think what we can do, if we grab a loop and just start it there and go straight through to this area. Okay, I'm not too worried about the triangle at the moment, and we just take it all the way to the back of the glove. Okay, and then essentially all we're doing is just recreating that square there, or that poly there, and all we're going to do is just merge that. Oops, wrong one. And all we're going to do is merge that area together, okay, like so, and it gives us the same loop and everything as we had before. This looks a little bit stretched, but it's nothing to worry about, because obviously this is still a blocked in piece of geometry, so it gives us the option to sort of jiggle the mesh around a little bit just to sort of tidy it up and stuff like that. Okay, so we'll just give this a bit of a tidy. As I said, this is only going to be a very, very sort of quick chapter, but I wanted to go over how to sort of fix that 5-sider on that, because I've made hands in the past and I've sort of chased my tail a little bit with geometry, trying to chase out five-siders and stuff like that. But the more you do, the more you sort of learn about these things, and it's just easy to do in the end. Well, reasonably easy. You just have to sort of sit there and sort of figure it out. And it's like I keep saying about us modelers, we are problem solvers as such. With the very beginning of a pipeline in a production or wherever it is you're involved in. And sometimes we do get the brunt of things come back to us from other departments, because they're always saying there's something wrong with the model, because we're always at the front of the chain. But a lot of the time I can tell you it's just other people not looking at what they're doing. So it gets a little bit frustrating, but it is one of those things that does happen. Nobody likes to be wrong, as is the case with anything in any industry that has teams working together. So everyone wants to be right in what they do, but nevertheless it all gets sorted out in the end. So we'll just carry on forming this guy up, okay, like so. I'm not going to do too much to this at the moment, because obviously there's areas that we want to sort out. I'm going to actually, when we get to it, I'm going to actually try and sort of mould or shape the glove to the actual hand on the scan template, so it's a little bit curled up, and just so everything is a bit more realistic looking for the time being, before we start exaggerating any sort of forms and stuff in ZBrush. Okay, so I'm just going to sort of give that more of a relaxed kind of look, which is better already actually. So let's just push this up. Okay, and then we can start to bring stuff down. I mean, you don't have to grab everything vert by vert all the time. If you want to speed things along, use the you can use the new artisan brushes with the move and the pull mesh brush and stuff like that. I mean, it was out in the last version of Maya, but there's lots of other stuff that you can do now with the advent of the these sculpting brushes and stuff that we have now in Maya. They're just here. I don't use them myself. I mean, it is a sort of a combination of Mudbox into Maya, but if you want to do proper sculpting and stuff, use Mudbox. But otherwise use ZBrush. I myself prefer ZBrush. So that's it's just got a better range of tools to do stuff with, whereas Mudbox has a better range of tools to do other stuff with. So it swings and roundabouts what you want to use stuff out of those pieces of software for. So as you can see, we're just sort of forming this up now. So let's just get the tools back there. That's better. It's all very psychological as well, how things work for us. Just that workflow. You just become accustomed to working a single way, despite the amount of plugins and scripts and things like that. It's all very well having those, but if you don't have an actual workflow, then it does tend to be a bit useless. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm just going to cut in some more loops. Let's grab that. Just going to pop that in there, and another one here, and another one here, and we're going to, oops, don't want that one. And what we're going to do is grab this, and we're going to squeeze this in just a little bit. Okay, probably a bit too much, so let's just pop that back that way. So I just want to give a little bit of shape to the hand there, and I'm just going to hit the B key just to use a soft mod and just start to sort of shape it just a little bit more. This obviously will go into ZBrush once we've got the final sort of position and mesh done, and there we'll go in and do a really nice job on the sort of shape and stuff like that. I recently did something for a digidouble, did most of the actual anatomy for it, and I did a lot of the stuff in ZBrush as well for the details and forming out of stuff, and it really does come into its own, ZBrush, when you start doing all that stuff. So we'll do the same with this, I'm sure. So we'll try and get it looking pretty good. But as is with everything, you really need a good base mesh and something clean as well to work from. Otherwise, everything you work just goes down the drain. So there's no point sort of trying to do ZBrush stuff with a half-assed mesh. So it's always best to get stuff clean and all that kind of stuff within Maya first, in my honest and humble opinion. So let's turn that off. Now let's use scale just to start to level things out a little bit. And that one there as well. That's all we want to do. There we go. What's that? We got too many? No, that's fine. And we'll just pop that one back as well. So it's all looking quite good. What we will do as well, we don't have to worry about the UVs at the moment for any of this, but I mean we can always go into ZBrush, do our sculpt, and then do the UVs after, which is the great thing about it. It's a non-linear workflow. But if you do want to do UVs first, that's great. Chances are I probably will. I mean, like I say, we don't have to. But there's some techniques that we can use instead of blend shapes and things like that, using the UVs of a model to update a model from ZBrush. So we'll take a look at that at some point once we get all the sculpting stuff done. So that's pretty good. What I'm going to do now is just have a look for the where are we? Edit mesh. Just want to look for the sculpting tools we've got. Yeah, I just out of habit always look for the artisan brush. I'll tell you what. Let's have a look for the let's have a look at these sculpting tools. This is going to be really the sort of like the first time I'm using these actually on screen. So I'm just going to have a look at the smooth tool and just see what we've got here. So it's quite a big brush by the look of it. So let's just scale that guy down. Let's just do the slider and hit F8. Oh, one. Where is that brush? So, there it is. Okay, cool. So I'm just smoothing this out. The strength on that is 100 at the moment. I just want to sort of smooth the mesh out just a little bit, just to give us a bit more of a balance on the quads and stuff there. So a little bit out. Okay, so that's a lot better. I know we straightened all that up and we've just destroyed all that now, but it's fine. I'm not overly worried. Okay, let's have a look at the. Let's have a look what we got. So we've got lift to surface, smooth. So we want something we can sort of grab. Grab tool. Oh, we've got a grab. Okay, so let's grab that, and then let's see how. Okay, that's pretty good. So we'll just give this some form back and stuff, I think. Okay, like so. That's pretty good. And we'll just bulk that thumb out. That's probably a bit too much. And if we just hold the shift key down, that will smooth out that area once again. And then let go of the shift key, and that will then, invoke the tool that you were previously using. So it's a little bit like ZBrush as well. If you hold the shift key down, you just invoke the smooth tool. So let's just drop that brush size. That's way too big for my liking, so that's much better. And we'll just smooth that out, and we'll just drop the strength down. Let's just use that slider instead of the control. And there we go. Okay, so that's a lot better. So we'll jump back onto the mesh. There we go. That's a lot nicer. And then let's just grab those verts, straighten those out again. Just turn off the smoothing. Okay, like so. So that's pretty good. And then we'll grab the move tool, hit B on the keyboard to bring the smoothing back, or soft mod, whatever you want to call it. And there we go. So that's all looking pretty cool. And I'm going to leave that flared open at the moment on those ends, because I'm not sure on the width of the final arms at the moment. So we'll just sort of leave everything as is there for the moment. But obviously we'll be looking at that because we want to, you know, check out proportions and stuff like that. So I'm not going to go too far down the road with that. So once we get there, then we will. But for the most part, for the moment, we're just going to leave all that stuff alone while we sort of fine-tune all this stuff at the lower end of, if you like, of the mesh before we jump into the high-res stuff later on. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to call it a day there on the hand for the moment. Okay, so I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable enough to keep that as is. Okay, now we'll just hit back to our object. There we go, that's okay. It's not looking so much like a wet rubber glove anymore. It's got a little bit more form and stuff, but although we've got a fair way to go. What we'll do as well is if we just add some more divisions to this, I just want to keep it as, you know, looking as uniform as possible in terms of mesh. So, you know, we can add some areas here just around these parts of the fingers. So I'm just going to start to bring everything looking a bit more reasonable, because we don't want stretching and all that sort of stuff either going on. So I'm going to try and just keep this as slick as possible. So, and with that said, let's drag those to there, and then so we can grab that whole loop. There we go, there. And there. There. Okay, there. And we need another one in there as well, so that's all cool. And let's drop one there as well. We'll just do two for good measure on these. Okay. Okay, so let's drop that through there. And if I choose the right tool, we might be able to work it. So, okay, oops. Double click that edge, otherwise it's not going anywhere. Same with that one. Some people like to use the pre-highlight selection. I personally cannot stand that. You know, if you know what you're doing, you don't need to tell yourself which set of edges you're on before you've even got there. So for me, if you know what you're doing, you don't need to pre-highlight it. It's just one of those little sort of niggles I can't stand in Maya, just unnecessary stuff, in my opinion. I don't see the point in, you know, pre-highlighting something if you're not going to, you know, it's, for me it's just silly. Anyway, I'll quit my complaining. There we go, so that's that thumb done. Let's just scale that out a little bit. There we go. And that one as well, just get that a little bit of a tickle, that's fine. And just a little area here, we do that, and I think we'll call it a day on that hand actually. So what we'll do, we'll now call up the body, and we will scale down the hand, I think, because I think it looks a little bit silly. And let's just hit R for the scale. There we go, that's pretty good. So I'm just going to leave that there for now. Let's just scale that a bit more. That's fine, and we'll just rotate that into a sort of rough sort of position before we start looking at scales and stuff on how that's actually going to be. So I'm just going to relay the rotation on that. Okay, like so. We'll just keep that all looking, you know, all looking usable and easy to edit. And so it's nothing worse than having something to edit at an angle. Okay, so let's get onto the boots. So I'm going to grab these. Okay, and what we're going to do is I'm going to detach these boots like so, and all I'm going to do is one for now, I think. Actually, let's do them both, so we can add a little bit of difference between the two when we come to sculpt, and delete the history on that. Okay, there we go. Let's get rid of some history, and then what I'm going to do on both these is just scale these out. Sorry, pull them up, beg your pardon, not scale them out. Just going to pull those up and then start giving these a little bit more sort of meat, if you will. In fact, let's get rid of one. We only need one for now, just like we've done with the hand, really, because that's all going to fit anyway. So we're going to do this, just going to, okay, start to edit this stuff around. And again, we will need some more subdivisions. Okay, so all I did there was use the detach or extract icon on top of the shelf here. So that's extract. So basically, you can just remove a mesh from a mesh, or you can do a duplicate face version. So you can select a face and duplicate that using that one. They're in the menu sets anyway, so all you got to do is find those and create a shortcut on your shelf as always. Okay, so let's get this guy done, and we're nearly there. And although we haven't had the instance on there, so the opposite side follows, what we'll do, we'll cut that through the middle anyway, and so we can work on one side also, and without worrying about the other one. Okay, so in fact let's undo that, just double click that and use the multiple edge loop, and then that will just center that straight away. Okay, and then all we need to do is just delete this guy on the one side. Okay, like so. So that's good. And then we'll create a new version. Okay, so we'll go edit and then duplicate special. Just do an instant. In fact, let's reset the settings on that. Go to instance, and we want -1 on scale, and then apply. So that'll then give us that. Yeah. So if we decide to edit this, this site's going to go with it, which is a lot nicer, I think, than worrying about the X transforms and stuff, or the symmetry settings, if you will, on the tools. I think it's just a lot easier to do an instance. Okay, so let's do a center pivot on the boot, and then we'll find a center point for this boot itself, and then we'll do the same. We'll just mirror that across. So let's bring up our grid, okay, and then hit DX, and then that will snap the tool and change the pivot area and snap that to the grid, and then we'll just hit apply, and then again we'll have another instance of our boots. So as you can see, all good. Okay, so we'll keep that like that until sort of like the very end, stuff like that. What I'm going to do now is just grab the faces on the base of the boot, or on the sole, and we're going to just create a bit more of a wedge on that sole, or the heel, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and hopefully it will start to sort of beef the boots out a bit more as well, and we will end up sort of taking the character upwards as well, so we get the feet exactly flat on the 0 axis. Okay, not in the crosshair itself, but exactly dead on the top, which is all good. Okay, and also we will be digging out some proper reference for the boots, just so we get those looking cool as well. I think we'll look at something like motorbike boots, and then sort of have a look at the sort of styles and stuff there are. But for now, again, this is just blocking, so I'm really not concerned too much about this point in time. Okay, so what we're going to do, same as we did with the hand, or the glove rather, is we'll start to give it a bit more extra divisions and stuff. Okay, so just start to sort of round things out, and less blocky and all that kind of stuff. And remember what I said about the left and right boot. I think it's a common mistake that people make, is not actually putting an instep in the heel, on the sole rather, and it does make things look a little bit odd. I mean, as you can see, I've got a very basic shape, but you can tell that this is the outside of the foot and this is the inside. It just needs that extra little bit of sort of geometry in there to just add that extra sort of curve that you get on your instep, on your on the sole of your foot. So by doing that, that does give us that kind of feel to it. And then all we need to do is just start to round the boot out a little bit more as well. And I'm going to just round this out a little bit more. Same one here. And again, you can see the other boot updating as we do this. And I'm just going to do that just around here and there. So we're doing quite good. I'm not going to do too much to the boots because again we're going to treat those like I say, like the glove, and we'll do most of the majority of the work in ZBrush before bringing the base mesh back, etc., and extracting out displacement maps, stuff like that. So we'll get a rough shape, we'll get something looking good, and then we'll bring it all back into Maya. I do apologise for the pause there. I was just trying to sort something out in my mind as to what direction to take this stuff. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I'm just going to do a little tiny bit more, and then what we'll do, I'll look at an area on the waist, and then we'll start to sort of get an idea as to how and where we want to place the Batman utility belt for the character. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just going to add a few more divisions, get rid of this squareness as well from the shape itself. So there we go. Okay, so we're going to leave that there with that one. I'm just going to just tickle that a little bit. So we'll have another one there and another one there, and we'll pop a loop there and there, and can we get one through there? I think we'll leave that one for now, and we'll drop one through there. Okay, so that's all nice and tidy for us. What we might do is just add where are we looking? So let's modify that mesh just to get rid of that awkwardness on that, so we can start to adjust bits and pieces. So what I'm going to do is basically take that one out and take that one out. We're just going to delete that, okay, like so. And then with our knife tool, I'm going to make a cut through there, and up there, okay. And then what we'll do is we'll just slide that guy, because he's in a very wrong place. We'll just slide that dude along, okay, like so. There you go, you can see what we're doing, where are we going. And then I'll grab that and we'll cut that through the mesh there as well, and then that should just take us back round to this one. There we go. And then all we need to do is just edit that vert on the base of there. Job's a good one. There we go. So it's all nice and clean. And the other thing as well, the loops for anim and and stuff like that, and weighting will be a lot easier now. We've got rid of that sort of strange angles and stuff going on. So it's essentially a very clean looking boot. What we'll do is now add that loop that let's look at that. Something's happened there. Yeah, so I'm just adding that other loop just through there. So what I'm going to do is grab the entirety of those edges there, so just come a little bit out of whack there. And whack is a technical term. So let's grab that and just flatten those out like so. So that's a bit cleaner for what we need. Okay, so we're going to leave that at that. So we're just going to move up to the body here. I'm not going to add too many sort of divisions and stuff to the body at the moment, because we still got this anatomy sort of area to go. So I thought I'd keep this this chapter short and sweet before we delve into the sort of the more heavier side of the anatomy. So what we'll do, I mean, as this is a caricature for our Batman series, I think what we'll do, we'll make a sort of a very high looking belt, almost like he's got a wedgie or something. So what we'll do, let's grab these verts and we'll just pull it up like so, and just going to push that in just a little bit, just so he's got a bit of a butt there. Okay, and then we'll just angle that across, and we'll grab that one as well. So that should be fine. So now what we can do is, using this one, I think we'll make it high so it looks like it's, you know, it's all a bit out of place and a bit uncomfortable. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll grab those faces, and this time we're going to do a duplicate face over the top so we don't actually delete any of the body underneath. So we're going to do that. I'm just going to delete history so I've got a bit more control over that mesh, and then just hit F8. Okay, and deselect that, and there's our belt. Or the belt template, should I say. So that's fine. What we'll do, we're going to cut that just in the center there, and then I'm going to go edit mesh and then edit edge flow, just so it pops that out and just takes it away from the body for the moment, because we've not got any form on that body. So I'm just going to be adding you know, just some loops, but I wanted that in that area, so it just saves me making a new mesh. Okay, and then edit mesh, edit edge flow, so I should just pop that out, and then same with this one. So edit mesh, edit edge flow, so that pops it out, makes it a bit rounder, and we'll do that last one just there on the edge as well. So we want to cut that guy. Where's my tool gone? There it is, and we'll do that one there, and then edit mesh, edit edge flow, and that pops back out. Okay, like so. I'm not too worried about the actual shape of the belt from the profile at the moment. Obviously it will be a concern a bit later on, but for now we just want to concentrate on just getting this belt right. I do apologise again for the pause, I'm just sort of thinking on the fly, so I'm just trying to think about that, what we're going to do with that area. But I think what we'll do is, if we sort of level it all out as best possible and then do the belt, and then we can go from there. So let's, whoops, too many points, so if I just do that, let's have a look. So that's too much now. So if we grab the belt like so, and we'll just push that one back as well, and then oops, we don't want both of those, not by a long shot. Okay, and then we'll go to face mode, we'll grab those faces, and we're going to extrude that out like so, just to give us the beginning of the famous Batman utility belt. Okay, so we're going to make it nice and bulky, because I mean, you know, he's going to be carrying you know, all sorts of stuff, incendiary devices and all those little gadgets that he has on him. So we're going to leave that like that for now. We'll make some pouches and stuff that will go around, but for now we'll just leave that as it is. And on that note, that will conclude this particular chapter. So we'll jump straight back in on the next one, and we'll start sort of looking at a bit more on here on the belt, and then following on from that, we'll make a start on the rest of the body. So I hope you enjoyed that chapter. It's sort of short and sweet, and we've got a fair bit done. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter, we covered a little bit more of the glove, the boots, and also we extracted sort of a blocking point really for the belt. So what I'm going to do for this particular chapter, we did say we were going to sort of jump onto the belt in the last one, but what I thought we'd do is do a bit more shaping on the body, the arms and the legs. And what I've got on my other screen here, I've got some images of Arnie, good old Arnold Schwarzenegger, from back in the day when he was Mr. Universe, stuff like that. So I thought I'd use some examples of him to use as a reference for our body of our Batman character. I'll just sort of, I've got a web page open, but what I will do, I will save some images off that I'm using here on the right hand side of the screen, and we can have another look at those in the next chapter when I've saved quite a few off. But for now, all I'm going to do is just carry on from where we left off, and just sort of use the Arnie pictures as a guide. But I will make sure to download those and show you on the next chapter. Okay, so what I'm looking at the moment is the sort of the chest area here. I'm not going to get too sort of convoluted with the specific names of the muscle groups and stuff like that, but all I'm going to be doing at the moment is just sort of getting the shapes looking a little bit better than what we already have. So I'm just sort of looking at the arms at the moment. We're going to probably need some loops and stuff in here, and so what we will do is add one in there straight away, and we'll sort of slide that to about here, I would say. In fact, let's leave that there, and what we will do is just start to pull things around, just sort of round stuff out, just to make them look a bit nicer. Okay. So all I'm doing, this is, you know, some of this might be a little bit boring for some of you. Some of you might have a bit more sort of experience doing this sort of stuff anyway. So if you want to whiz forward, by all means do. But the perils of that, you might miss something if I sort of throw in a quick tip or trick. So just be a bit wary of that one. But for the most part, all I'm going to be doing is just sort of shaping and stuff like that, so we're all good. Okay, so let's just keep this going. So I'm going to try and keep you as entertained as possible while I pull verts around. So it's just these little areas. We will need to add a few more loops and stuff, just to add to the density of the mesh. Because what we want to do is have a nice sort of linear looking mesh to take over into ZBrush for our sculpting a bit later on as the tutorial progresses. So I'm just going to pop that back up there, sort of in the sort of the clavicle sort of necky area, just up there. That's okay. Okay, let's have a look here. So what I'm going to do now is run a loop straight down here, if I can. Let's just grab the edge loop tool, and then we're going to edit that. Just going to edit the edge flow. and just pop that, just so it saves us having to go all the way around and move every single vert. So all it leaves us to do now really is just sort of tweak this stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to round it out as best possible. Okay. There'll be a few areas that we will need to add sort of, just sort of other edge loops sort of in here in this area, so we can bring some shape up, even though the mask is going to be sort of sitting on top of this area here. We will need to add to it. Okay, so, and the thing with this sort of point of blocking out that a lot of people tend to make the odd mistake on is that they don't push the mesh as far as they can, even at this lower resolution. It's always good to just push those forms just to see how far that you've got to go before you do add extra edge loops or extra polys or whatever it is that you intend to do. The point being is that you've got to treat it like a sketch, so you've got to build it up and build it up. You can't just create a 3 million polygon mesh and then expect to go in and manipulate it. You've got to start low and work up, so it just serves purpose really. I don't think in many modeling videos that I've seen they don't actually tell you that. I think a lot of tutors do sort of assume that you know that you've got to start at a lower res, but I've met people that have made the mistake of just jumping straight in with a higher sort of resolution of mesh. So just thought I'd throw that one out there because it just gives something for people to think about. A lot of people do start modeling in ZBrush, and therefore they will start to throw thousands and millions of polygons at the at the mesh or at the model, hoping that it'll come to life straight away, but it won't. You have to build it up. It's the best way to be. Right, so what we need to do now is add some more in here. Okay, and we'll add another one here, and on that one we'll add the edit edge flow command, and we'll do the same on this one. Let's grab that. We've lost the tool, so let's go and that's a bit better. Okay, so what we need to do now is I'm just going to grab these verts just here. Let's just deselect those. Whoops. Let's just grab these. Oops. All fingers and thumbs. Okay, there we go. That's pretty cool. Okay. Okay, so I just start to block that out a bit better now. There we go. Okay. And that one there, and that one there as well. Now I think I'll just add a couple on there, even though the glove is going to sort of fill that area up. I'm not too concerned, but even so, it's just going to help support it, especially for you may want to do some rigging, stuff like that. We'll not be doing any rigging at all in this particular tutorial, but if the demand sees it, then we'll go ahead and we'll do a tutorial with some rigging stuff in. So So anyway, I'm just sort of pushing these forms out, looking at all these images I've got here of Arnie and stuff. I do have a good particular one with his legs, the old quadriceps at the top outside here. They're looking absolutely insanely massive, just like Arnie used to be back in the day. Yeah, you could put a pin in those and they'd pop, I think, all the veins and stuff going on. But no, all looks good, all looks good. So let's just have a look at this, and what we will do, let's just jump back and let's show our image planes. There we go. So you can see, you know, what we're looking at. Let's just jump into a side view, so you can see the actual leg itself, even though we've exaggerated this area on the butt and the backs of the legs and stuff. What we can do now is sort of squeeze everything sort of back in. Okay, so this will give us the sort of, I suppose, better proportions really. And we'll just move stuff around as well. So here you can see the outer quadricep sort of area, and then as it gets lower on the inside there, and this here is the kneecap. So there's all these little things that, you know, we can sculpt this stuff in, but for now we want to try and get a really good clean mesh with some nice details, but not using edge loops, because we're going to be building this mesh in a more of a linear style, you know, across, as we've already started doing. So it's just one thing to be aware of. We're not going to be doing, you know, edge loops for muscles and, you know, going round and twisting round, because it doesn't help the mesh at the end of the day. It's one of those progressive things that I've picked up and learned over the years. So lots to look at. So let's just start to shape this stuff out a bit more, like so. And then we want to just start to sort of round these areas out. We can't keep those sort of blocky and flat and everything. Okay. And we can probably take those inside of those legs down just a little bit more. Okay, like so. And I'll just scale those back. There we go. And we can start to sort of move things around just a little bit better. And we'll just turn off the image planes again. That's better. Just push those back just a little bit. I think if we go back to the side view, yeah, so that, I think that's the middle of the leg there. Yeah, so I've actually pulled the wrong poly or point outwards there, so this is the one we want, and that one there can go back like so, and then we'll just start to move things around a bit better. There we go, that's much nicer. Okay, so that will start to sort of add that form, even though it's so rough at the moment. It will help us to, you know, sort of visualize what we're actually going for. So again, you know, I'm trying to keep you guys entertained during this part of the process. So let's have a look up the top here. So we've got a little bit of sort of work we still need to do up here. Lots of stuff, because we want to get this kind of feel sort of going on the rib cage sort of area. All this kind of stuff. We want to make this Batman look like a bit of a, I don't know, proper street fighter. He's not one of these lean, sort of lean, mean fighting machine types. He's a big, heavy brawler. So, that's what we're trying to aim for. The big chin, the big chest, and almost like the old-fashioned sort of circus strongman. But without the leopard skin pants. Okay, so let's pop that through there, and we'll just start to give this a little bit of shape as well. Okay. Just start to sort of drag stuff down just to start balancing it up. Okay, so that's pretty good. And again, we'll get a reasonable looking mesh before we do anything such as sculpting, that kind of stuff. We'll get it all looking really nice, and then or as nice as we can in the given time, and then we'll head off over to good old ZBrush and do some proper sculpting. Not just yet, so we've still got a little bit to do. But what we will be doing is we'll be updating the mesh from ZBrush as well. That comes, to and from Maya. Because I think what a lot of people don't do is actually update their base meshes once they've gone into ZBrush and worked up their sculpts. They just sort of take for granted the displacement map, and that's going to do all the work, when unfortunately that's not the case. You really need to basically, because you're altering the shape of the base mesh, even if you are subdividing the mesh itself into millions and millions of polys, at the end of the day you still have a base mesh at the bottom of that you've originally brought in, and you are therefore changing its shape. So you do need to update your Maya mesh with the new base mesh from ZBrush. So there's all these little things you need to remember as well, because it'll affect your displacement maps if you're not sort of vigilant on that sort of stuff. So just one thing to bear in mind. I think we did mention this particular thing in the head tutorial for this character. So I'm just sort of pulling these around still, just sort of trying to figure out some form whilst looking at the images that I've got here. I think what we need to do is just pull that out just a little bit more, and then we'll need to start adding more edge loops and stuff. So let's pop some in there, okay, like so, and we'll use the edit mesh and edit edge flow. There we go, just so that rounds it out, just gives us a kind of a rough starting point as well. And we'll do the same again, edit mesh, edit edge flow, so that sort of rounds that out just a little bit nicer. And then what that enables us to do is to double click that, and we'll slide that, just slide edge ring, okay. And we can do this one as well, just so we get a bit of a balance going on there on the mesh as well. And I'm not going to do it all the way with that one, just going to bring it forward ever so slightly, just there, so that works. Okay, and then we can just start to sort of drop various areas and start to just sort of give them a bit of a rough shape, or a bit of a better rough shape, let's put it that way. Okay, and then we can sort of start to put in areas that I think we will need. Especially the other thing as well, we will need to keep the sort of like the linear looking areas on the mesh all the time. Even if we have got, even if we do cut in the kneecaps and stuff, we still need to keep the loops, looking nice and stuff like that, and usable to be animated or rigged and stuff like that. So there's just all these little things you have to remember. So let's do that. I think that's okay for the leg for now. I think let's have a look there, so we can drop another loop just in. That just sort of zooms itself all the way around the arm as well. Let's have a look what we got. Let's go edit mesh, edit edge flow, so box that out just a little bit more. Okay, so it comes around and under there. What I might do is if we deselect this all the way up into here, and then let's just have a look under there. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good actually. In fact, what we'll do, we'll keep that, and what we will do is grab that one and then just slide that one back round. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so we'll just slide that around just so we get a bit more of an equidistant look on the polys and stuff like that. And then let's just have a look up here. There we go. So that's a lot better already. Okay. Okay, that's good. And what we will do, I'm just going to get rid of the polys on the end of there now. And I think we can start to slide these around a bit as well. Just looking at the Arnie pictures here, that is so bulky there. That is incredible. Some of this guy's anatomy is just insane. Not so much now probably, but back in the day. And then what we can do, we can squeeze that one in just a little bit. In fact, let's undo that and then just move that back, so it just gives us a little bit of a pinch as we go there. And then, oops, and just move that there, and we'll add another loop just to finish that bit there. So as you can see, the mesh is sort of taking place a bit better now. And let's get these dudes and slide those up like so. That's pretty good. And then just start to level this all out. Let's do the bat butt. There we go. Okay. That's better. Okay. And what we could do, just grab that loop and we'll slide that one up. So I still think that's not quite right there. It's okay at the back. It's just the front area. But then that part's not quite good there. Okay. That's better. Okay. So let's just have a look at our mesh. So it's all quite tidy so far. Just turn the wire off and let's just check out. All the normals are looking pretty good. So we've got some flatness going on in here on the mesh. So we'll need to sort of have a look. And we've got some of the elbow as well on here. And we'll just start to round this out. So this is just a sort of a small rounding out exercise for this chapter really, and sort of add in the the extra loops and stuff like that. obviously we've still got loads to do yet, so I'll try and keep it as interesting as possible, even at this kind of level of mesh, because I know it can for some be a little bit tedious just watching someone pull points about and add in edge loops and stuff, but you know, it's all worth it. Okay, so what we're going to do is just bulk this guy out at the back now. So we've got that sort of Arnie sort of look, that sort of V-shaped look. Okay. And we will be looking more at the anatomy a bit later on, but for the moment, like I said, I don't want to get a bit, I don't want to get too pretentious on it, even at this stage. We just want to block out a good character against our image planes, which is exactly what we've done. So, and then all this stuff can come up, and then just sort of start pushing it in and up and out, like so. And just push this round. Okay, like so. And what we'll do is add another edge loop just in there, just to balance that out, and same with that one there. And then what we'll do, we'll grab this guy and we'll slide him down, and there, and there. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. And let's just drop that just a tiny bit. And there as well. That's cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do is add another one into this arm, and then edit mesh. We'll do the edge flow. Okay, and that one. Whoops. Edit mesh, edit the edge flow, just bulk that out. And just redo that. Okay, we don't want that. Okay, so once again, just a lot of pulling of points. What I might actually do is between now and the next chapter is just go around and sort of just clean this up a little bit more, because I don't think it's worth doing another chapter watching me just pulling points around. So I think what we'll do that, and then yeah, we can have a look at the Arnie anatomy and stuff like that we've been looking at for this. Just to get the forms and stuff like that looking, pretty good. Okay, that's as good as can be for a cartoony sort of caricature type. Okay, so I think what we need is one more through there. Okay, like so. Edit the edge flow there, that's fine. And I think, let's have a look here, and that's okay as well. And edit edge flow, that's it. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just round this out just a little bit more, make it look a bit better. And then we can just start to grab these guys, put them on top. There we go. Okay, like so. Okay. And then we'll leave that as is at the moment for there. Because what we can do as well even though I did say about not doing edge loops and stuff, but what would be nice to do is actually get this sort of chest area looking much better than what we've already got at the moment. But I think we've got some good geometry there. In fact, I think we could probably run a couple of more loops just under these legs, just around here. So let's go edit mesh, edge flow on that one, and then on this one do the same thing there, and then we'll just double click and slide these dudes just down like so. There we go. Okay, as you can see, we've got a ton of history built up on this, so I'm just going to delete that, so that is nice and light now. So we've got something pretty good that we can use to get us going a bit more. So we'll have another look at the anatomy. What I'm going to do is clean it up a bit more, and then we'll have a look at the anatomy in the next chapter, and we'll have a look at those Arnie pictures that I promised. So I think we'll call it a day there before you get pulling vertice blindness. So we'll call it a day there, and I shall see you in the next chapter where we'll look at, like I say, we'll look at the anatomy in a sort of a bigger, sort of broader strokes and stuff like that, and then we'll start working the mesh up a bit more and all the shapes and stuff. So yeah, I'll see you in the next chapter. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 5. As promised, in the last section I was going to do a kind of mood board, if you will, of Arnie, just to sort of give us an idea of the sort of the muscle volumes and stuff that we're going to be going for this character. And Arnie is probably the best proportioned bodybuilder, muscles, etc. I think personally for this particular part of the tutorial. I mean, just looks brilliant. Backs of the legs, everything, chest, biceps, deltoids, everything. So this is the kind of thing that we're going to be aiming for, but obviously on a more caricature level. We're not going to be going super realistic and stuff, but we'll add stuff what I feel think will make a difference to the character itself. But we're going to be going off of this mood board, and also I do have another type of mood board with the correct names and stuff, with all the muscle groups and everything, but I don't want to get too sort of scientific and techie on it, because I want you to enjoy the tutorial and not worry about how the biceps or the palmaris longus sort of defines the lower forearm, etc., and so on. So otherwise it's just going to get really tedious. The main thing is I want you to enjoy the tutorial, and basically what we're going to be doing is going by the shapes of Arnold and stuff like that. So first of all, I'm just going to shove this one out of the way, and this is where we left off. And what we need to do first excuse me, is basically duplicate this part of the body and weld that together. So what we're going to do is Control D, and then we're going to do -1 on the X in the channel box, like so. Do history freeze. Okay, grab both parts and we're going to combine those like so. And then what we need to do is grab those verts down the center and just deselect any that we don't need, like so. So that's all looking pretty good, I think. Okay, so it looks okay. And all we're going to do now is just merge these guys together, because obviously we need to get it over into ZBrush, and yeah, we don't want any splits and stuff like that. So let's just merge that up. Okay, there we go. So everything looks pretty good. I've got no overlapping merge verts and stuff, so that's all good. So just going to hit W and just going to tidy this back side up ever so slightly, so I don't like what's going on there with the verts themselves. And we'll just do this one as well and just bring that down like so. So that's all pretty good. Okay, like so, and we're ready to go. So what we need to do is export on OBJ. So if we go File, Export Selection, and if we go up a level to our Batman and if you go to the scenes, volume, let's do body 01, we'll replace that. Okay, it's just one I did for a test, so we'll do that, so that should be good. And what we'll do now is head on over to ZBrush, so I'm just going to pause the video and we'll open ZBrush up and off we go. Okay, so here we are back in ZBrush, and what we're going to do is just draw the object to the canvas like so. There we go, so there's the body all ready for us to go. So what we're going to do first is just really sort of adjust the proportions and stuff like that, because I think the legs are too big, and you know, especially looking from the back here, and whoops, let's just undo that. Just looking from the back, you know, if we grab our mood board of Arnie and just bring it back, I mean, you can see that the tops of the legs are just too much, you know, in comparison. So we're just gonna, you know, we're gonna just move things around, just sort of do a bit more block out in ZBrush, and hopefully let's just do T, Control N, and then we'll just go and grab the body, okay, and bring that in, hit T, so just draw that down, so that's all good to go again. Okay, so first of all I'm just going to change the colour of the shader. Okay, I'm not too keen on the red wax, everybody else seems to be, but I'm probably one of the few that isn't. And we'll just make sure everything is okay. Right, and off we go. So I'm just going to hit the polyframe or wireframe on shaded, and we're going to start to move stuff around. So I'm just going to grab the move tool, and I'm going to hit X for the mirror option across the X-axis, and yeah, just going to start putting stuff around. Arnie's got a fantastic back. Let's just have a look. You know, if we just look at this, I mean, it's just huge. It's just like massive. So we're going to sort of try and implement that into this. Obviously the shoulders are completely different and everything, and you know, the deltoids, the trapezius, and all that sort of stuff. But as I said, I don't want to get too boring with the technicalities. Let's just get it to look good for now. Okay, so let's get cracking on that. So just going to start with the lower, or the back really, and just sort of build up just by dragging the mesh around and stuff. Again, this is going to be more of a sort of a block out exercise, and maybe a little bit more refinement as we go. So but hopefully we'll keep it exciting and not too like I keep saying, not too technical, because I know a lot of people are artists, you know, and sometimes artists don't want to listen to the technical stuff. They just want to get on with it, you know, get in there and create. So that's what we intend to do. Okay, so let's just pull this around. So I'm just going to make the upper arms a little bit sort of smaller as they are on the photo reference here. Just going to pull that back. There we go. So that's bulking that out nicely. And we'll just, that's better. I'll supply the mood board obviously with this video. We do like to supply as much as we can just to keep you guys happy and keep you and get you started. Okay, so let's just take that in there just a bit more. This guy's just huge. The size of this back just makes me laugh. Okay, so just looking at the arms there. So let's just round those out just a little bit more. Okay, like so. And I think what we need to do is actually flatten the upper arm, or this deltoid. Yeah, just flatten that back a little bit so it looks like it's, even though it's all joined to this arm, you know, this part of it, it does look a bit sort of strange. Just need to bring this in as well. Okay, like so. There we go. That looks better already. And if we just bring that up just on the back there, I think what we'll do at some point is actually bring in the Batman head that we made in the previous volume. and hopefully we'll get it all to fit and look pretty cool with a bit of luck. So just looking at the biceps here, like so. Okay. Okay, so it's pretty cool. So I just want to push this back in just a little bit. I know the butt might stick out a little bit more, but we don't want that either. So just looking at Arnie's glutes, let's just push this area in here and then push that back into there. And what I want to do is let's just make sure we get some sort of volume and also some half decent edge flow on there as well. And just looking at those forearms, just want to bring that sort of back just a little bit. I know we use the bodybuilder scan images for reference, but now we're in this point of sort of tuning the mesh up. We're going to go with the Arnie look. I just feel it's a lot better. Anyway, okay, so the tops of the legs, let's have a look. Let's just go from the back view. So if we just grab that mood board and just bring that over, so you can see here, it's quite, here's too extreme on our one. I know we went by the scan, but Arnie's is a lot more, these are sort of nearly as wide as his, the width of his back, whereas on the image here, if you look at the width of the back and the edge there, there's a couple of inches difference, whereas these are the same. So we're going to move those back. So let's get a bigger brush and just start to push things back in. And of course, if you don't want to use the move tool, you can always press shift down and just smooth them back, but for the sake of this, I'm just going to use the move tool because I just feel a bit more comfortable just moving this stuff around at the moment. That's a lot better. We could probably make the back a bit wider actually as well, just out to the deltoids there. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That's much nicer. Okay, like so. And then we'll just bring this across. There we go. And then just looking at the front of the legs here. So I think we'll just get the crotch area and we'll just bring that down just a little bit there, and then just move the tops of these legs just over a little bit. I think they're just too much, just way too big. So let's give them some nice proportions. Again, obviously we've used the reference of the scan bodybuilder. Let's just look at that curve. There's a nice curve that's going on there on Arnie's legs, so we're just going to sort of bring that stuff in like so. There we go. And just define the glutes a bit more, even though we're not really going to see them on our Batman character. I think it's just good to get the mesh looking half decent anyway. We will be subdividing this very shortly. Okay, so I'm just trying to keep it all sort of interesting for you guys, you know, without getting too technically boring. Yeah, it's just good to keep it fun, otherwise there's no point. There we go. So that's the initial block out. I think let's just have a quick look at that back again, because it's very shallow there, whereas on Arnie's it's quite deep. If we get into the pit of the back, that's better. And then he's got these muscles sort of going on here on the lower part. It's almost like a bulgy bit there, and this bit goes in. So we'll get those in as well, just to help it along. There we go, that's better. It's looking a bit more sensible. Okay, so just going to grab this bit as well. And just to push that forward. And that looks pretty good. Okay, so I'm just going to have a look at the mood board, just see what we've got. Okay, so what we need to do, I'm going to start on the chest area, I think now. Let's just have a look. So let's just get these polys over here, just move these verts and stuff. And I think noticing, just looking at the pecs on here, you know, and then the center of the chest, you know, this does go in quite a bit just there, and then these do come in as well. So let's just grab the whole lot and just push these in. Now we'll define it a bit more, obviously, once we've up-resed it a bit more as well, which would be good. And then we just want to take this back a little bit as well. So I'm just going to push those back. Just downsizing that brush, too big. Okay, there we go, that's much nicer. Okay, and then let's just start to bring these areas down as well. Okay, that's looking good. And then let's just have a look, just pull that area out just on here. Let's just have a quick look on the mood board. Okay, so let's have a look here. We'll just pull this up as well. Just want to get a good balance on the mesh, really. Like so. And then just looking at these areas here, let's just try and push that in. And then there's a lot going on in there. We'll have to have a proper look. That's better there. If you look at that one on Arnie there, just want to grab the back of that area there, just pull that out. So there's a bit more volume there to the back. Okay, like so. That's better. So that's more like it. But again, still got loads to do. But thank goodness for ZBrush, because it helps us get there a lot quicker. So let's have a look here on the front of the leg. So sort of the muscle just above the knee. And also just in here, we're just going to move stuff across. like so. It's a bit better. Okay, so let's just bring that in a bit more. And just moving this stuff up as well. Okay, like so. And there as well. Okay. And let's just move this up. Just round that out under the ribs. It's got so much muscle going on under here as well. It's quite scary. But he's a bit of a beast. Okay, there we go. Like so. There we go, and that's looking pretty good. Just want to put some shape back in there as well. Just noticing on this board, you know, where he's really tensing himself up. You can really see the dents and stuff going on the abs and everything. So that's pretty cool. Wow. Okay. Right, so what I think we'll do, let's just hit F and just zoom out. Let's have a look. Just straighten it up and we'll hit Control D. And let's just turn off the wireframe for a moment just to see how we're looking. It's not too bad. Lost a little bit of volume there on the arms. Again, it's not anything that can't be fixed. Oops, a bit trigger happy there with the brush. So what I'm going to do is just scale that up. Just go to the standard brush and we're just going to scale that back in just a little. Just push that back like so, just to smooth that out. And the same with that one there. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. That's not bad at all. So let's just drop the intensity on there. So what we're going to do is just going to have another look at the mood board, and we'll go from there. Okay, so just looking at the chest area, we need to bring out just a little bit more. So I'm just going to use the standard brush for the moment, and then just going to start to sort of sculpt some of this area as well. Okay, so let's just turn off on the stroke, lazy mouse. Don't want lazy mouse on at this point. Also, I'm just going to start to just smooth out a few little areas, and then also just sort of bulk out a couple of areas as well. You know, I don't want to get too in depth on this particular chapter because it was just basically for more of a blocking out, if anything. And then what we've got going on there is some severe ab stuff going on there. So again, this is all just blocking, and then let's just start to sculpt this area as well, and then so again, all just blocking this stuff out, nothing too taxing. I was thinking of another way that we could actually do this as well. Let's just block that a bit more. What you could do is use masking and draw it out and then inflate those areas, which I think might be very useful. So if I just show you what I mean. So let's just say, for example, we want to enhance the area here on the arm, or even on the legs. Legs would probably be a good one as well, but let's use the arm as an example. So if just scale the brush down, and then we just sort of mask in. I'm using the control key here to invoke the masking In fact, there's not enough resolution there. So let's use the leg as a good example. So we just sort of sculpt this area back ever so slightly, like so. So let's just say we want to make, oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Yeah, you want to make this area a bit more prominent, even though I think we do need a bit more resolution. So let's do Control D, and I'm just going to smooth out some of this. Okay, so if we just bring out some of this area here, like so, and then what we'd like to do is, so if we just draw on here, I think it'll be more useful once we have a bit more resolution again. But if we go to deformation, and actually before we do that, let's go back down to masking and invert that mask. Okay, so it's just that area. And then if we go to deformation, and we can inflate that. So if we go 1, or maybe inflate balloon, let's do 2. So you can see that it'll inflate that area. Okay, so these will be sort of good sort of pointers to do later on, maybe, you know, just to draw on the muscle groups and then just inflate them and then sort of fine tune them and stuff after. So again, you know, it's just a way of doing it. Oops, and Shift D, Shift down, that's it. Okay, there we go. So let's sort this area out here, because we do need to bring the belt in as well at some point, just to get an idea of the how things are going to sit over the top of the belt. You know, we want that kind of contact sort of area where the volume has sort of been pushed out. Okay. Right, so let's have a look at the backs of these legs. So we're not going to see too much down here on the calves, because obviously he's going to have boots on, but what we'll do, we'll just bolt them out just a bit more, like so. That's a bit more like it. And also we'll do the kneecaps. So again, just sort of a bit of final blocking out and stuff. Let's just bulge that back. And let's just have a look at the sort of the upper arms and stuff. So this guy's got huge arms. So I think that's good enough there for now. And then what we need to do is just start to sort of shape this in a bit more. And we'll just hit D just to sculpt that up, or to go up to the next res level or subdiv level, like so. Obviously it's just a little bit square at the moment, a little bit flat in areas, but we'll get there, especially here. And we'll just smooth that back. Okay, like so. And then this area, what we'll do, we'll probably mask that off. We'll do it a bit later on, not right now, otherwise we're just going to start being a bit facetious with you know, areas that we're trying to improve all the time. So I just want to get the rest of this bulk sort of done on here, and just flatten that back, and then just bring that up just a little bit more there, and flatten that back again, and we'll just push that in as well, and just smooth it back a bit more. So it's a lot backwards and forwards just to try and get those volumes to look correct, but we will get there, I can tell you. Okay, and what we'll do as well, I think we'll just sort of start breaking areas down now once we get sort of happy with our main sort of blocking. So you know, we'll concentrate on arms and then legs and so on. We'll do it that way, which I think obviously is going to be a lot better, so it just breaks it down. We get more of an understanding what's going on. And let's just get our move tool and just push everything just a little bit over, and just bring that back out a bit more. That's better, because he's got this huge sort of nodule going on in there as well. So what's happening is there's the mass on the back here, you know, it's just insane, and then this part comes over as well. So you know, there's all these bits and pieces that we're going to have to put in just to make it look right, but yeah, we'll get there. So we're nearly at half an hour, I think, on this for this part of the blocking. So what we'll do, we'll call it a day there. We've done a fair old bit directly from Maya to this point, and let's just smooth that back out for now so we don't get too confused as to where and what we're doing. So I think what we'll do, we'll call it a day there, as we're on half an hour now, and what we'll do, we'll come back and then we'll start to sort of we'll break everything down into sections now, and yeah, we'll go from there. What we might do as well is chuck in a UV section as well for this for the body as well, in between that as well, and we'll show you how to sort of get things transferred to and from Maya and ZBrush, updating the mesh all the time as well as we go. So on this point, we'll leave it here, and we will see you in part 6. Cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. As we discussed in the end of the last chapter, we'll start to break down the areas of our character to start sort of sculpting and everything. First of all, what I want to do is delete the higher level of subdivision, which was subdivision level 4. I didn't actually mean to subdivide it that high in the last episode, so what we'll do is drop down a level and just delete higher. Okay, so we're now just sort of running at sort of 14,080 polygons, which is still pretty low as far as ZBrush model goes. So looking at this, I think what we'll do is start to work on the sort of the chest area for this particular episode, and if we get time, we'll start to move down into the sort of the stomach area, the ab area, and all that sort of stuff, the love handles, if you will. And like I said, I'm not going to get too science and techie on the muscle groups and all that sort of stuff. The aim is to just copy the reference of, well, or use the reference of Arnie that we have to go forth with our Batman character. So we're just going to jump straight in, and what I'm going to do is just basically once again going to be you know, sculpting out these areas and just adhering as much as possible as we can at this resolution to the reference that we have. So it's just looking over at this stuff now. You know, you can see these areas of the pectoralis major, as they say, and also the actual you know, all the sort of the edge of the deltoids and stuff like that. So we'll be sort of adding this bit as well, because it's all you know, it's all connected at the end of the day. So let's slide that on back onto the other screen, and yeah, we'll just get cracking. So we've got our mirror symmetry on there for the transform. As you can see, some of the areas are still looking quite flat on our character, but as I said, we're going to break everything down into to groups, and just concentrate on those areas one at a time. What we will do, I think, I did mention also in the last chapter, is we will put some UVs on this guy, because it'll enable us to also work on use the UV groups as separate elements, and we can hide stuff and show stuff that we don't want as well in ZBrush. I mean, we can do it with masking. You can do that. You can create masks and then separate the geometry that way. So you're using like polygroups and stuff like that in ZBrush. But for now, what we'll do, we'll get the chest area done using our reference, and then next chapter we'll head on back to Maya for a bit of a session on the UVs. So let's get cracking. So I'm just going to really just start to, it might be a little bit harsh on the intensity there, but let's see how we go. So I'm just going to block this out. Well, I say block it out, sort of add more form, a bit more detailed form, if you will, as opposed to what we've been doing over the last couple of chapters. So we're just going to get some volume in there. And at the same time, what we'll do, we'll put the volume in, we'll smooth it out, just to get stuff, working. And again, it's like a sketch, you work from the ground up, and you just fill it all in as and when you can. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. And also bear in mind that, we are doing a caricature, so, I know we added some nice detail and stuff to the well, I say wasn't a lot of detail, but we added some detail to the caricature on the Batman head that we did. So we want to keep it all sort of fitting together, stuff like that. So we don't want to go over the top, but we want to keep it all tied up so it all works properly. So Arnold would have nipples and stuff on here. We're not going to be doing nipples. Batman doesn't have nipples. So unless it's a Joel Schumacher film of Batman, then he'd be adding them, but not for our character itself. So what I'm going to try and do as well, even though we're sculpting the body, so to speak, we do want to treat it as part of the suit as well. So once we get into a higher resolution mesh, we will be adding those sort of little patterns and things like that of the material. But for now, what I want to do is just make sure we get a half decent mesh and half decent sculpt of our character. So I'm just trying to bulk this out up here now, like so. And just going to smooth it just back a little bit. Let's just take the intensity of the smooth down. So you can do that if you invoke the smooth by holding down shift. You do get a different set of controls appear in the ZBrush menu for it. So as you can see, if I go back, it's on now standard. You can see the intensity that we have for the standard brush. But if I hit shift, and it's already different again. So if we go back down to 7, actually let's just go up to about 10. Okay, that's 10 on smooth. Yeah, and if I undo that, that's 10 as well on in fact it's keeping it the same. Oh no, there we go, that's better, it's because it was highlighted. Okay, so 10 on smooth, and the intensity on the sculpt itself is 21, but I'm just going to take that down a bit more. Let's go to about 15. There we go, just to keep it. In fact, that's too high. Let's just drop that right back. Okay, that's better. So I'm just going to sort of smooth that out. I think it's better if we, do this in these types of areas and stuff like that. So just to get it to look get it to look good. So let's just have a look up here. In fact, let's change the shader. Let's get some specular on this, and let's jump over to the modifier. So let's just increase the spec. There we go. So we can see what we're doing, and just increase the diffuse. Standard diffuse really should be 0.8, so that's with any shader. So I don't know why they drop these things down and stuff. They should really just play with the color. So in order to get a good shade on anything, do put your diffuse to 0.8. That is actually correct with real world shading as well. So there we go, that's much nicer. The chest is looking good already, so I'm pleased with that. So we just want to look just a little bit under here. Like so. Again, this is all part of blocking out. So if we just, while we're talking about the blocking out, if we just drop down to the lower division, so you can see the chest is a much nicer shape now, now that we've gone up through the levels of subdivision, and settling on this particular level I think has worked quite nicely, and I think it's given us a good starting point as well. So let's just carry on. So I'm just trying to make everything look half decent in here, and if we just push that back a little bit in there like so, because obviously at some point we're going to want to put a bat logo across there. We will obviously transfer higher resolution mesh back to Maya, so we can lay the sort of the bat logo across there as well, just so it fits nicely. So I'm just going to start to sculpt in this area as well, and then just up around this arm area too. So this is coming from almost from the top of the bicep area, you know, from here. So it's just coming from round the edge and just off the top. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to be a bit bolder, increase the intensity. It's always best to have too much, and then you can always dial it back afterwards. So we're just going to push that right out, just so we get a bit of definition on there. And just bring that round like so. There we go. I know the shape's not quite there yet, but you'll get there. So let's see how much we've pulled that out. So just going to pull that a little bit more, and just a bit more on the outside there. There we go. And a bit more. Okay. So it probably looks a little bit weird at the moment, but I can assure you it is there on our reference. So I just want to make sure it all sort of ties in with the pecs at the front, just so we know that we're sort of working in the right sort of direction of everything. So this is all here as well, and I'm using the really tensed up shot of Arnie here, and then what we'll do is just bring that right out, get some groove on there. Okay, and then it's just a slight rise of one there, and then we'll just start to pull the rest of this out, just to get the forms going on. And I think that's looking pretty good. So what I'm going to do now is just scale the brush up, and just going to start to smooth everything back. I know it sounds crazy because we just pulled it all out, but what it's doing is it's deforming the mesh for us, even at this sort of resolution, and it's given us, an inclination or an idea of the detail that's going on. So you can see it there, it's happening, and there as well. So if we just zoom back, so you can see, because we've added the specular highlight and everything, and more of a specular shader, it's going to give us more of an idea of what we're actually sort of aiming for and looking at. So what we're going to do as well is I'm just going to bring that over ever so slightly, like so. So it's got a bit more of a curve on it, and just smooth that back out. Okay, like so. There we go. So let's get in there. Now we've got that sort of dent going across there as well. And what I'm going to do is just going to push that back ever so slightly, and then just increase the smoothness on that. Oops, undo that. And back to our standard brush, just for a bit more of a sculpt. Whoops, that's way too much. And just decrease that intensity, and a smaller brush. So let's do a bit of, almost like a bit of a sketch sort of across there. The other one to use as well is the clay brush. It's it's very good at getting form very quickly as well. But I mean, it's up to you depending on your workflow and how you like to do things. But the clay brush is a good one as well to use. Okay, so I just thought I'd throw that one out there to you, and just do that there. I don't want to get too carried away with the biceps at the moment. Just sort of looking at this area here that's coming into the chest. So that's a bit better there. And just smooth that back. And what that needs to do is actually push up a bit more, just in there. And let's just bring the form down just a little bit more there as well. That's looking a lot better. And what we'll do is just smooth that off like so. Okay, so we've got some subtle stuff going on, which is really good, because obviously we're at a resolution where we really can't get too much detail onto this. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the board. Okay, so let's have a look at just the area just under here. Let's just have a look under here. It does seem to sort of go back in just ever so slightly. So what I'm going to do is just smooth that back. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so if we just smooth that back completely, because it's got the ribs and everything that are under there. So what I'm going to do is just zoom in, and there's a slight sort of, whoops, let's get the standard tool. So there's a slight sort of area here I think we need to sort of define just a little bit more, just underneath and just into here, and then just pushing that back a little bit, and let's just push this back a bit more as well. Okay, and then there's a slight sort of, I mean, I don't think we're going to get much of it done at this resolution, but there's a slight sort of nodule of skin there that I think we'll have to add in the sort of next resolution when we come to actually do the detail there. But for now, at least we've got a sort of a semi placeholder. So then what we can do is now add more form for this part here. So although we're following anatomy, we do want it to start to be part of the suit for the Batman. So, but for now we'll still continue on the anatomy route, but we can't sort of go off, like I was saying before, you know, we can't do too much detail in terms of the anatomy stuff. So we just want to make it look like there's something under there. That's starting to take shape very nicely, and we'll just tail that off into there because this one is going to come round. Let's just take that back a bit. And then that one will come into there. Let's just take the brush size down as well. And there's a slight, a little bit asymmetrical on the one on Arnie on this. Well, obviously it will be. This side's a little bit higher than this side, so let's just, for now, let's just take that like that. And what we'll do, we'll push this in as well. So I've got the Alt key pressed down for the moment. Okay, like so. And then we'll bring that back up. Hit X again. And just sculpt across. And then just push that back into there. And let's just see where that's going. So let's just pull that area down. That's better. So that's starting to sort of take shape. Just trying to find that. I think that's too much there. I think what we need to do is just smooth that out. There we go, that's better. And then this area here we'll just smooth back a little bit. And then we'll start to bulk this bit out here. It's like there's no massive six-pack here, it's just more like a four-pack. So and we'll just push that and then push that one in like so. And just zoom out. Okay, it looks a bit weird at the moment, but once we smooth it out, it should start to add to everything. So this area here, as well, we'll start to add that. Like I said, I'm not going to get too technical with names of things and everything. But what I will do is make sure that we do have this photo reference and stuff. So just looking at one of the mid pictures of Arnie here, this bit really does stick out here. And now we've got the belly button right in the center of that, but the rest of this is just mass, solid mass. But for now we're just gonna bring all this out. Okay. Okay, so let's have a look here. Just round to the back because that's then gonna go up into here as well. It's just massive. But I don't want to veer away from what we're doing. So let's just get back on track. I'm happy with the way the chest is up here. So like I said, because we've got time, we can actually look at this area here on the lower body. And what I'm going to do now is start to just smooth it all back. Because at the moment it's very, very rough, very untidy. But I think once we establish a bit more of the anatomy at a higher resolution, it'll all sort of come together. Especially as we want to make a suit out of this and not, not just a bare body with muscles all defined all over the place. So, yeah, by smoothing it back, it just makes sense anyway. And we do need to import the belt at some point as well. So let's just, because I want the belt to sort of fit around this area. We want a big belt. We don't want the sort of fancy, sexy one that Christian Bale had in the Dark Knight series. I want something a bit more sort of Frank Miller, Dark Knight Returns sort of style. So let's keep on track with the style of the character. That's better. There we go. So we're around, we must be about 25 minutes in, and I think that's I think this is a good place to start to wind down now with this. So I'm just sort of going over some of the areas of this, and let's just push that back up into there, smooth that back out as well. I'm not too bothered about any detail under the arms at the moment, but just to get it all to look half decent and sort of relevant. And what we can do is turn off the symmetry, and what I'm going to do is just try and give us the sort of shape that Arnie has in there, like so. So that's all working. Let's just undo that and hit X, so that's better on there, and we'll just start to get the shapes going a bit better. There we go. And then just bring that one up there just a little bit more. Like so. There we go. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just smooth that a little bit more, just take that back a bit, and then we'll call it a day on this chapter. And then what I think we'll do, we'll jump back into Maya and we'll get some UVs done. We'll drop down to the base resolution for this obviously, and we will export this across as well, because the mesh is now updated. So we'll drop down and use this mesh instead of the old one, because if we bring that back we'll lose all the form that would have been distorted from the ground up. So I'll just show you that as well, so you can see what's changed on the upper body, even at the low resolution at this point. So if we export that back out back to Maya, it will serve more purpose when we bring it back with UVs on it. Okay, so just gonna smooth these out just a little bit more. that should do it. So that's nearly sort of half an hour just on that area. That's not too bad at all, I don't think. We've got, for the most part, what we need for that area. And I think what we'll do, the next chapter, we'll do some UVs. Just having a bit of a tinker around the back here, even though I shouldn't really be because it's not the section that we're doing. Just can't help myself. But yeah, so we'll do some UVs on the next chapter, and then we'll get that mesh back over as well, and we'll go from there. So a bit of smoothing to go on still, just a little bit more here. Don't want it too defined at this level, it'll look silly, but it should go quite well with the character. Okay, so let's just do all this, and there we go. Okay, so we'll call it a day there on that chapter, and yeah, we'll jump into Maya for some UVs and stuff. So I shall see you then. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter we sculpted up the chest and the abdomen. So what I suggested that we do before we proceed any further was to put some UVs on this guy, and in order to do so we're going to update the mesh, the base mesh that we started building over in Maya, because obviously the forms have changed slightly and this will affect anything that we do. So therefore it's actually pointless us going back to the base mesh in Maya, because if we re-import that, it's going to change the forms of everything that we've changed, especially things like the back and all that sort of stuff, and the protrusion of the chest, the lowering of the width of the quadriceps and stuff on the legs. So it's best to just basically drop the mesh down to subdivision level 1 and re-export this back to Maya. Out of force of habit, I usually turn group off even though we've got no UVs on this, but it's just a habit I have, and it's something that you should get into, because if this model did have UVs and we re-exported it back into Maya, all the UVs would break. So it's just one of those things it's worth getting into the habit of doing, and then you won't run into trouble a bit later on down the line. So we're going to export this guy out, and we're going to call it body 2, and we're going to save over the one that's already there, and what we'll do, we're just going to quickly pause and jump back into Maya. Okay, so here we are back in Maya, and here's the old mesh that we had. Let's just take off these image planes. Okay, so here's the old mesh. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll re-import a new one. So there you go, you can see the differences already between both meshes, and let's just hide, take off the shader, so you can see where we've taken, the size of everything really has just changed quite extensively, and although we're following the photo reference of Arnie, we will be changing the proportions probably a bit more to give it that more of a caricature kind of feel a bit later on anyway. But for now we've got, we're trying to just get everything into place. So what I'm going to do, go back to shaded mode, I'm going to select the old mesh and just basically blow that away, so we can get on with putting some UVs on our model. So first of all I'm going to do is create a basic planar map. Okay, and we're going to shoot that down the z-axis, and it will give us the sort of silhouetted outline of our character, like so. Okay, so that's all good, and what I'm going to do is just hit F8 and delete history on that one. Let's just go back to my modeling, where my tool's gone. They're here somewhere, JTools, there we go. There we go, so we'll just get rid of the history on that. So we've got a rough set of UVs on this guy already. So what I want to do now is just go to edge mode, and basically what we're going to do is cut these UVs away. So let's just grab Yeah, that's correct. I thought I was on the wrong one there for a minute. Let's just grab everything and just go do the old-fashioned way. I'm still trying to get used to this new UV editor on here. It does work the same. It's just a case of getting back into everything and learning the new tools properly. They are really kind of robust. I'm just trying to get back into those as well. So bear with me while I do that. Some nice new features going on. So we're going to where are we going? So we want to cut UV edges, so hopefully that's all done. Just need to show the border edges as well. Let's just grab these UVs to shell. There we go. That's good. So that's that one cut and out of the way, and we'll do the same with this one. Whoops. UV to shell. Okay, that one's done. So that's the arms. We only need to make another cut just directly at the center of those. And let's just go to shell just to move things out of the way. That's fine. Okay. It's just a couple of things I need to change on this UV editor at some point, because I don't like to have all these extra grid lines and stuff. Okay, so let's head on over to the legs. So just going to grab UV edges. Like so. Same thing, cut UV edges, done. Go to UV to shell. Just going to move those out of the way, and then all we're going to do is just cut in one direction on the body itself, and we will cut, in fact, I think possibly let's just have a quick look, because I think I may want to just cut the entire shell there. So let's just cut the entire thing in half. Okay, and just deselect those again, polygons, cut UV edges, and that's all done. So we just need to select one bunch of the shell. Oh, I didn't cut it. Why not? Why not? Why not? Okay, let's try again. Okay, let's have a look. Why didn't it cut? And across there, and that should have cut all of that with a bit of luck. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Okay, so have I missed the seam out somewhere? Let's just undo that. Edges, that's fine, that's fine. Let's select one there. Interesting, okay. Let's go to faces, and I'm just going to paint a selection of faces on this, which is very strange while this is doing this. Okay. Okay, so this again, you know, not everything does run according to plan with everything that we do. So this is another way out of doing this, which is fine by us here at SimplyMaya. like I say, I've been trying to get used to these new UV tools, so I am actually caught on the hop here, but as always, there's always a way out of it. So we'll just get our selection all done, and then hopefully that should take care of that on that area. Ah, that was why I didn't do underneath. I just twigged. It was just the seam between the legs, so that would have been it. So I've caught myself out there. Never mind, that's all good. So all I'm going to do is just do another UV planar map straight through there, and that one's done. So I just missed out the seam between the legs. That's just so, what a noob. So never mind anyway. So we're just going to flip that there, and then just check our, okay, and just going to scale this down, okay, like so, and going to scale that down as well. So what I've done, I've flipped the back so everything is working nicely for us as well, and just scale that up. Okay, so I just want to unfold all of this. So the brush, I do like using this, it's very cool. Okay, and we can just rotate that into place like so, and then we'll do the same with the front of the torso. Okay, just give that a bit of a tickle. Let's just scale that brush up, just do it in one go. There we go, that's better. So hopefully we should have some nice UVs. For that we will throw a shader on it towards the end, but for now we'll just get everything unwrapped and ready to go. Okay, so the arms and the legs, so we want to cut some seams just to split everything like so. We don't want to do the legs that way. We want to keep the seams on the inside. Okay, so we'll just get rid of that there, and on the legs we'll just get rid of those, don't want that, and just get rid of that seam, and no, we want to keep those, so that's all good. Okay, and then again polygons, and we're just going to cut the UV edges, and hopefully to shell, and we should be able to just unfold that entire lot in one go. There we go. So that's the legs, well, one of the legs, and then we'll do this next one. So as you can see, it's a pretty painless experience doing this in 2016. I do like these new tools, and let's just scale this guy up so we've got everything the same size as best possible, and then to shell, and again just unwrap that arm. See, it's as quick as that. And just grab that, just give that one last tickle, and also this one. So this is nearly done. And there we go. So let's just deal with that. Okay. So what we're going to do is going to push that over to this side. Push this over to this side, scale them down. Right, let's do them both at the same time. Okay, just center those up. Now we've got this set of UVs on, we can now go in and adjust them at any time we want. Once we sort of start dealing with the mesh on a higher level, we may want to sort of move UV shells into different spaces and stuff like that. So I still need to adjust my grids and everything on this because I don't like the way that's set out. So let me just have a quick look while I'm here. So 0 to 1, so I think it's 10 across, yeah, and then 1. There we go, that's what I like. So we've got 0 to 1, then 1 to 2, and 2 to 3, etc. and so on. That for me is a far cleaner way to do a layout on some UVs. It saves all the hassle of the smaller increments and grids that you do get on the inside. So that's all done. So what we need to do is assign a shader to this. What we'll do is put a blend on there, and I'm just going to delete some history off that. So there we go there, and I'm just going to apply a file of a grid. So I'm just going to go to my documents, my textures, and we should have a grid. We'll go with the C4. These are the ones that come with ZBrush many moons ago. Okay, so there we go. And then all we want to do is just, if we go to the UV chords and just put the repeats to 10, just so we can check for stretching, and also we can make sure that the size of the UVs are all looking pretty good, which they are. They're not too bad at all. Minimal stretching as well, so that's great. That's all looking very, very nice in there. And also let's just take the specular down, because we don't need specular at this point. So there we go. So there's the UV for the body is all done. We've still got to do them for the boots and stuff, but for the time being we're going to leave those. They shouldn't be too bad to do anyway. So these are all set to go. As I said, what we can do now, because we've got these UV shells, we can now you know, play around with those if we want bigger detail on the arms and stuff like that. So you know, it's all good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to export this selection, and we're going to call this body02 underscore UV. Export that. So I'm just going to pause, and we're going to head back over to ZBrush. Okay, so here we are back in ZBrush, and what we want to do now is basically just re-import the body mesh. And so if we go import body02 UV, so we're going to open that up. Okay, so that would have come in. There we go, you can see there, body2 OV, 02 UV. So that's all done. Our subdivision levels have been kept. Okay, there we go. And if you want to check your UVs, just go down to UV map and go morph UV, and there's the UV set that we've just done over in Maya, so you know that that set is now working on the actual model itself here in ZBrush. So that was a very quick chapter for you for this point. We're going to carry on with the model in the next section, so I shall see you then. Okay, so continuing on, what we're going to do is look at the back area, because obviously we've already done the abdomen and the chest area. So I think just by continuing with that area, then we can sort that. Then that's all finished, basically. But before we do carry on, let's just jump down to polygroups, and I'll explain what we were doing. What we can do, beg your pardon, now we have UVs, because before we didn't have any UVs on the actual model, but now we do. What we can do is do auto groups with UV. So if I hit that button, we now get a different color per UV shell as they are laid out in the UV editor. So we've got the front and back shells both arms and both legs, and that enables us to sort of work on areas a bit at a time, if you want to, and it's especially useful if you have a mesh that's very heavy. So you're able to sort of hide pieces, and bring them back, and whatever you need to do. So that I'm just doing that by using the Control and Shift and selecting on the shell and bringing it back, just clicking in the in the workspace here. So just click, Control Shift click, and then Control Shift click back, and that's all pretty straightforward. So that it's a very useful technique, and once you've set it all up, it's all good, and you can sculpt away to your heart's content. So okay. You can also hide stuff if you double click on it as well. Okay, so we just got that back area, and that's going to actually be the same as so we can use that same as the Arnold Schwarzenegger reference that we have on our mood board. So that's all good. So let me just bring that across just so we can see. So I'll just bring that in so you can see the back area, which is the part that we're going to be working on next, which is great. So I'm looking forward to doing this. So let's get cracking. Okay, so if we just look, I'm just looking at the mood board now, and I think what we need to do is just basically concentrate on sort of these areas here and just bulk up this area here, because I think if we go any further, I mean, we can probably do a little bit of the deltoids on the back here, but for the most part it's just going to be sort of the back of the trapezius and stuff, and all around the shoulder blades and everything else. So I'm going to turn off polyframe, and we can get cracking. So this area here is actually quite a bulk, just in terms of the form itself. There's quite a lot here on Arnie's back, so I'm just going to sort of really try and exaggerate it, because it's just insane what's going on here on his back. It's just massive. I'm just going to bolt this right out, especially here as well. There's some real form going on there. Okay, so, and we will have to just sort of put a rough sort of spot in just there as well, but for the most part it's just, I don't know, this guy's like a rhinoceros or something, but it just looks so cool. And we'll just bulk all this out as well. And just sort of flatten that in. So let's get on with this in this area. So I just want to just try and bring that form out just a little bit on here as well. Just going to scale the brush up just ever so slightly. And again, we're not going to go over the top at the moment, but we're just trying to get enough I suppose low-end detail and form so everything sort of starts to work for the rest of it, especially down here as well. I can't do too much in that area. We don't have enough resolution, and I don't want to subdivide anymore at this point. So I'm just trying to get the bulk of everything just fixed up, and especially as we get to this part here, It's just huge. It also reminds me of a black and white image I saw many years ago. I can't remember the photographer's name, but he'd taken like a studio picture of Mike Tyson's neck. Absolutely huge. I mean, it was just like solid. You know, again, he was like just an animal. Absolutely fantastic photograph of his neck, and yeah, something to behold. I'll see if I can dig it out for the next sort of chapter. It's worth having a look at, because we've done our Batman with a huge neck, so it might be worth using as a reference point as well for modelling at some stage, or even for your own sort of reference purposes. But it is something to see in itself. I'm only thinking about it because we're doing the anatomy stuff at the moment, and if I remember to dig it out, I'll have a look for it. But so I just want to smooth this area out here. So I think this is going to be a fairly sort of routine, sort of short chapter, because there's not really much to do on the back here. It's just trying to get stuff to look half decent, so just smoothing stuff out as well on here. There we go. So let's just increase the intensity on the smooth. There we go, that's better. So we just end up with more sort of I suppose silhouettes on this stuff, and I'm just going to increase that on here as well, just to, but we'll deal with the arms properly probably in the next chapter. We'll start to do those, because I think we'll probably need to do them in two sections for the biceps and the deltoids, and then we've got the lower, the forearms and stuff as well. So it may be worth us doing that over a course of 2 chapters. That's how I sort of see it at the moment, but we may not need to. We'll see. So I'm just bulking this out. Let's just give that a bit more form just there. Once we get to the arms and stuff as well, we'll do a bit of masking and everything, so we don't sort of get any issues with the and intersecting between the back and the arms. Okay, so let's just see how that's affecting that in there. It doesn't look too bad. So I'm just referring to one of the front view shots of Arnie, and that actually, it seems to have come together quite well. I think that just needs to be formed out just ever so slightly just in there, which it does, and that works quite nicely there. So just going to smooth that off. We'll just increase the size of the back there. And just bring that round. So that increases in size just there, and there's a bit of a bulk just on that part there. We haven't got enough res to define everything, but if we just place in the main sort of building blocks for that, we should be okay. And just bring that down a little bit more. There we go, that's better. So its back is just huge. Just bulk that out. It just really needs a little bit more work on this. And just to bring all that up as well. There we go. That's looking pretty good. So I'm just going to have a quick check on the board itself. We'll just increase that in there, just decrease the brush size as well. And just bring that round. And we'll tighten all that up once we get to this area as well. So it's looking a little bit too bulky. So I just want to take that back a little bit. That's better. I don't want it to look fat. That's the last thing I need on this. So let's just, I may have to look for a little bit more reference on the back from the side, just so I can get a bit more idea on the form there. So I'll see if I can dig some out before the next chapter. So I'm just really sort of going with one angle at the moment. So I need to see how much needs to be put into that bit there. So, and let's just dent that back. Okay, that's better. And just smooth it off. There we go. So I think that's pretty good. And we'll just start to increase this area. And just bring that out there. I think we will need to, before we do any more to the sort of back of the neck and the shoulders, we will need to bring in the head, I think, just so we can get a sort of scale going on as well. Okay, so I think that's as far as we can really sort of push that at the moment. So as you can see, the mesh is really starting to sort of, you know, distort, and so we want to keep it quite comfortable. But for now, I think that works quite well. And I think what we'll do, we'll call that a day on this particular chapter, until we can get some extra pieces in there. And what we'll do, the next chapter, we'll work on the arms, on the upper arms. But I think that for the time being matches what I've got quite well in the scene. I think we just need to round that out just a tiny bit more. Just there. There we go. So that's good. So that's a good start anyway. Probably not going to see much of it on the back here, because obviously Batman does have a cape. So we'll go from there. So we'll call this one a day, and I'll see you in the next chapter where we'll begin on the arms. Okay, so welcome back. So we're going to make a start on the upper arms, so mainly the sort of the deltoids and the biceps sort of area. And we'll just get that underway, and then for the next chapter we'll get on with the forearms, although we don't really need to do a great deal because this character is going to have some gloves and stuff on. So we'll just crack on with the arms at the moment. I did promise a photograph of the neck of Mike Tyson from the last chapter. I do have one, but we'll see how we do before we sort of start looking at that kind of anatomy, although you know it's kind of irrelevant really for what we need, but because we're on the subject of anatomy, I thought it might be useful for people to see. So anyway, what we're going to do, we're going to crack on with the arms. So we're going to just start looking at, I've got some reference open as always on the mood board, so I'm going to start to look at these areas first, and we're just going to sculpt in sort of the main. It's only going to be very rough sort of look on this bicep here. So I'm just going to bulk that out a bit more. I don't want to go over the top with it because, you know, we're supposed to be doing a superhero and not a bodybuilder, but I just want to get those proportions looking, you know, looking good, you know. So let's just start to bring this area out and round as well. So that's pretty good. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the reference as well, because got several angles where it all sort of goes off and round. Just depends on the position of his arms and stuff in the actual image. Some are more relaxed than others, so it's some of it's a little bit difficult to sort of tell what's going on. But we'll get there. So just trying to block this out, just trying to make it all look half decent. So let's just start to do this here. We'll probably end up smoothing some of this out as well, but what I'm going to do is just try and block out some of this, not so much detail, but just the form of the bicep and the deltoids of what's going on up here. Let's just start to get that in there. Just bringing this round. So I'm just looking at a more of a relaxed shot of Arnie at the moment. I mean, his arms are just huge anyway. But this bit here is quite prominent, and let's just bring that round just a bit more. So I think the area that we did earlier on in the previous chapters, I think it was a bit much on that because of the way his arm is. So I'm just going to smooth this out just a bit more around here. Okay, like so. And then what we can do is just dent that in there, but try and get a smooth transition between the muscle groups. That's looking pretty good. We'll just bring that round. Like so. So just looking at that, there's a bit more. Just push that in a bit, just to push that away, and then we'll just bulk that out a bit more. So that's not too bad. And again, you know, we're doing a superhero, not a bodybuilder, so we do need to sort of keep an eye on that. But obviously, using this fantastic reference of Arnold that we've got, so let's just work on sort of the tricep area at the back here. And then just a few little bits and pieces going on in here. We'll just bulk that out. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm just going to switch to the mood board a minute, just have a move around of the reference. Okay, so there's a bit going on here. I think we need to just pull that out just a bit more. Let's just increase the brush size. And then for the inside of here, just going to start to just sort of push that back just a little bit, and that in there as well. And we're just going to push that up into there now. Now we've got a reasonable amount of form and stuff in there. There we go. There, just smooth that back. And we'll just bring all this back as well. Also reminds me of, some of you may have heard of Simon Bisley, who was a renowned comic book artist. He did some graphic novels with Batman and Judge Dredd and Judge Death, and all his characters have this bodybuilder kind of look to it. You know, he's got a Batman that sort of, even his muscles have muscles on them and veins on top of veins, and it's funny, but it looks fantastic, the artwork. It's worth a look if you can have a look online and see his stuff. It's impressive work, but it's just funny the way these characters are just so muscly. I mean, the artist himself is a bodybuilder, does a lot of working out, or he used to anyway. So right, let's just cross back over to the mood board. Let's have a quick look. So I'm just on the back again, just looking at the deltoids and stuff. We do need to still bring in the head, so we'll do that at some point, I think, for the next outing. So let's just get a little bit more sort of shape going on here as well. And I'm just going to round that out on top here, so it's very weird at the moment. And I'm just going to bring that out as well. There we go. And just bring that up. And with this area here, we've got this going on. It's quite high up. So what I might do is grab the move tool and just push that up ever so slightly, just a little bit more. There we go. That's a lot better, I think. And then just push that area down and in, like so. And what we need to do is just bring that back a bit, and then all I'm going to do is just smooth this area, because again, you know, we don't have enough resolution to put enough detail in, but what we do have is enough to use for blocking out. Just bring that out. I'm just trying to bulk that up there a little bit as well. And we'll just smooth that out. Same with this as well. So the back of Arnie's, you know, the triceps, they're quite, the image that I've got at the moment is just very, very relaxed. So, which isn't a bad thing. It means we don't have to worry about getting that exact at this moment in time. What I am going to do is just push that back just a little bit. Again, I think we did it before in the last chapter. Just want to bring that up there, which is better now. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to zoom out just to see how we're doing. Okay, so what we're going to do is now just bring that out just a little bit more, and this one as well. Just coming round to the front, we'll do that there as well. It's probably a little bit bulky. I do need to sort of adjust the form a little bit as well. Now we'll just tweak this stuff as well while we're here. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. And what we will do, just for a bit of gratuitous modelling, I think we'll add like a flesh sort of colour to this. I'm just going to bulk that out. I'm not happy with the way that is up there at the moment at all. So let's just bulk that, just get a bit of form on it before we do anything else. Just trying to look at the reference. Very difficult because a lot of this is all sort of tensed up and got like one image of it completely relaxed, but it's from an odd angle. So what I'm going to do is just cut that in for a moment, just to give me a little bit of leeway on this. That's better. Okay, that's much better. Now we'll just bulk that out a bit more. Just looking at the reference. Yeah, that one comes up and there. There we go. And there. Okay, so that's a bit more of what I want on that, so that's great. And then what we can do is start to add sort of a point really for the elbows, which we do need, of course. And I'm just trying to have a look at this and just get some form on there as well. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then we'll just knock that back in that area. Let's just close that up. And just push that around. Like so. So just bulking this out a bit more. Okay, so let's stick another shader on it for a moment. That's looking quite good, I quite like that. This is slightly exaggerated, but it's getting there. So let's stick another shader on. Let's have a look. So it's not bad. And then what else have we got? Just to have a look at this and see how it's looking. So it's not too bad. Okay. And that just flattens it out. So we'll just go back to our basic material. So it's always good to have a look at another material just in case. It gives you another sort of insight of how things are looking. So let's just rounding this out nicely, like so, and just along here as well. So let's see if we can get that in there. Okay, so I think it'll be worth doing that like so. Let's just dent that in there because there are a couple of nice dents going on in there. And just pull that area out there as well. And just in here. So I think that's quite ideal for sort of creasing as well for the suit, because I mean overall we're aiming to do a suit, not a full bodybuilder. So I just want to emulate, you know, everything, but as long as we can get the proportions looking good and everything else that goes with it, then we should be rocking. Okay, so just gonna have a look around on this area again. So I'm just gonna pull up a little bit more mesh, like so. There we go, and then just bulk that out. There we go. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. And for the back again, let's just get this area. There's a tiny little muscle in that area as well. Okay, let's just bring that out. And then just bulk that out a bit more. Let's just increase the brush size. And what we'll do is that there, smooth that there just ever so slightly, just bring that back out, and then just increase all of this again. And just give it a little bit of that kind of muscle look. And then we'll just dent that back in there, like so. There we go. So that's starting to really take shape now. That's looking good. We're just going to run a quick smooth on that, like so. There we go. So that's pretty good. So I think we'll call that a day on that. So it's just, you know, probably just under 20 minutes just to get that kind of look. I think we could probably tinker with it a little bit more, but let's get the rest of it all blocked out and stuff. And I think next what we'll do is we'll do a little bit to the forearms. Obviously not a great deal because we're going to have gloves on, so the gloves we're going to will wrinkle up and everything once we get to those, once they're all UV'd and everything else. But we'll be getting there very, very shortly. So what I think we'll do, we'll head on over to the legs and stuff on the next chapter. Just give these a little bit of a tinker with, and then yeah, we'll head on over to the legs and the knees and stuff as well. Alright, so we'll leave that one there, and we'll see you soon. Okay, so welcome back. In the previous chapter we looked at the arms and just sort of started to give a little bit of a tickle to the back and stuff like that. In this particular episode, what we're going to do is start concentrate on the legs and the backs of the legs as well. Obviously we haven't got a great deal of geometry for the calves, mainly because the character is going to be wearing boots, so we don't want to be going sort of too over the top. And it's the same with the forearms really. We will just be sort of smoothing these out a little bit. So you can see there's quite a sort of bit, well, sort of a sharper edge there. You can see that on the specular highlight. So if we zoom in and just look at that, so if we just take that down, and we'll just smooth these out now while we're on the subject, and then we can just move on straight onto the legs. But what we'll do, we'll save all this stuff for later on when we've got the gloves and everything, because we'll still need to go back to Maya with this particular modified mesh and see how everything's going to start fitting. Obviously we've sculpted around the midsection as well, so we've got to adjust all the belt area and all that kind of stuff, so loads to do, but obviously we'll get through it as quick as we can. And just going to smooth off the backs of the calves as well, like so. So excuse me. So we've got a mood board, as I keep pointing out, and during the interim from the last episode I did go through some more Arnie images. As you can see here, this is our mood board. So I found some other stuff. Obviously this is on the board, so just sort of some more random images, some nice shots of the muscles here and stuff around the midsections of the arms. And again, that's on the mood board. So is this one. That's the full version. We'll probably use this for the backs of the legs. As you can see, not a lot of detail going on in there, which is fine for our purposes, because obviously our character is going to be wearing a cape and stuff, so that's all fine. Again, same image that we had before. You can see all the fantastic detail. Another one, and there's the anatomy chart that we've got as well, so we can refer to that, just so we can see how everything is actually working. Okay, Mike Tyson's neck, which is absolutely monstrous. So I thought I'd leave that one in there anyway, because it's quite useful. But it's an absolute beast. So some more of Arnie here with the legs. This is useful because we can we can sort of sculpt this sort of stuff in, just under here as well. And this one I thought would be ideal. You can see the arch on the back there, and this muscle just sort of coming around. So I think we can put that in at some point as well. This is very useful for the legs. It's one of the ones I picked out, although he's tensing these up, really extreme tensing of the legs. It's good. It just it shows off everything, so it's good for reference as well. And this one as well, the classic pose. So we'll be sort of using this as well. Another one at the back, which is useful, so you can see everything going on there. Around this area, and then up and over as we head up towards the neck, and the way the deltoids sort of come in across over towards the scapular area. So that's all cool. Just a good proportion one for the forearms and the biceps and stuff. The deltoids, you can see that just huge as they come across there. And obviously a posing one that's on the board, and another one for the back of the legs, which is very, very useful as well. So back to our mood board. So let's just get on with that. I'm just going to flick back to one of the leg ones, and we'll use the big one that he's tensing with. So let's move in and get on with that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll start around this area here, although that's a bit intense on the brush, but it should give us a good starting point anyway. There we go. We can always smooth it back, it's not a problem. Okay, and we'll just run that all the way up to there, which is how it looks on the reference. I'm looking at the tensing up reference as well, of course, and let's just smooth that back a little bit more. There we go. So we just let's just drop the intensity of that. There we go, that's better. So now that looks much more like what we're after. And again, we're not going for the complete anatomy here, because obviously this is supposed to be a superhero in a suit, or a superhero suit. So we're not going to go for overkill, but we do want to define some of these areas just to make it look a bit more impressive and stuff. So let's just sculpt these sort of knee areas a bit more. That's more like it. And then what we can do is just take the scale of the brush down, and I'm just going to do a Z sub on that, even though this is set to Z add. As you can see, I've got the Alt key down, so that's overriding the Z add command on that button, so it's just pushing the mesh in instead of bringing it out. Okay, so let's start to, so back to Z add, taking my finger off of the Alt key. So I'm just going to start to sculpt this area here. Okay, and what we'll do is push that back a bit. I'm just looking at the kneecap here, and what we'll do is start to sort of define this as well on the knee areas, and we'll start to bring this area out as well. There we go. So it all starts to come into play where everything sort of joins up, and we'll just smooth that off. Like so. There we go. So it's all starting to look a bit better now, and what we'll do, we'll just sort of bulk that a little bit there as well. So that's much nicer. So let's just grab that kneecap, just bring that over just a little bit more. I don't want it to look too knobbly, obviously. And let's just bring the top out on there. And then let's just do that there, just to get a bit of definition on the side. And we'll just push that back there, just smooth that round. As you notice, I'm not making the mesh exactly super perfect, because it doesn't need to be, it doesn't have to be, otherwise it will just look too CG. So by leaving a few lumps and bumps, as long as it's not obvious that they're lumps and bumps, it's almost like a noise, if you will, that we're adding to the surface. It's one of the things that I've learned whilst doing digidoubles. Leave those imperfections in there, especially if you're going from a scan, stuff like that. Things will get picked up from the scan when it's been done of an actor on set, and it will pick up the slightest pore, depending on how good the scan is. You get pores and spots and things like that all picked up by the scanner. So if you can leave those in, by all means just go for it. Okay, so we're going to bring this down just a little bit more, and just going to increase that. There we go, like so, and that just brings that out. So it's probably a bit too prominent on that area, so all we can do is just smooth that back. That's okay, like so. I'm just going to push this area in, take the brush down, and just push that back just a tiny bit more, and just round that out on here. There we go. So I'll just increase the intensity to 15, and we'll just start to push that in there, give it a little bit of a dink, just straighten that out a bit more, so that all makes a bit more sense. So what I'm going to do now is just try and adjust the angle so it looks like the image, and then what we're going to do is just flick back over to the mood board and have a look at some other reference for the legs. So I'm just going to go and grab that, just pull that across. So at the moment we were just sort of going by this. I'm not too concerned about this area for the moment. So let's just look at this. This is quite nice. So we've got this going on, you know, these little areas, stuff like that. So you can see the definition around by the knee here. So that's really nice. Let's go and find, see if we've got another one. I'm sure we have. Maybe not. Nope. So we've got this going on here, although the leg is tense. So let's just go back, sorry, to this one. So what we'll do, we'll scale that up. We'll increase the scale anyway. There we go. So we'll just switch that back to the other screen. And then what I think we can do is then start to work on the inside here. So just start to push that back in there and then bring that out more there. So let's do that. I think that's pretty good, and then we just want to bulk that a little bit more. There we go. Now I'm just going to smooth that into there, and just going to do the same on this. So I'm just looking at the leg there, so let's just smooth that back in, and then this bit will just increase as well. That's goodness, that's quite intense, that bit. Okay, so let's bring that up and round like so. I'm just going to soften that as well. Okay, and then let's just have a look, and then what we'll do, we'll smooth this area just a little bit, not too much, and then I'm just going to move it down just a tiny bit as well. So you can see the reason for updating the mesh over in Maya, because you know everything moves around, and you know, especially when you come to creating displacement maps and stuff for this type of work, you know, it's just going to knock things out of sync if you don't update the mesh in the process. So it's always worth noting that one. Oops, let's just undo that. Because I've come across people that don't update the meshes, and it can cause all sorts of trouble with bits and pieces. So just do be aware of that. Every time you make an adjustment, update the mesh in your render package. So that's better. Okay, so let's get this knee defined just on the front here. And again, I'm not going to try and go too low down because obviously we're not going to see too much. Okay, and just going to smooth that back as well. I'm just going to pop that back in and just smooth that. And again, you know, we haven't got the massive amounts of resolution to go in and detail this, but at least we can get the forms put in. And we're just going to run that one right up there, because that's quite a big muscle there. And we'll just apply a little bit of form onto there as well, and smooth that top bit back like so. So as you can see, we're already starting to get sort of areas for free You know, you can see that line, even though I just brushed a bit more back in, you know, but because of the way we've just done that, you know, you can see that the other muscle groups are sort of starting to appear almost automatically from that, which is great. So hopefully that means we're sort of on the right track, you know, just from doing the form of everything. So we just push that back in as well, like so, and then we can push one ever so slightly there. So as you can see, that's working quite well. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll increase our brush size. And just smooth that back ever so slightly. Being careful not to destroy too much of what we've already done. And then what we need to do is the inner thigh. So this is going to be a little bit more tricky, because there we go. Because obviously we don't want everything to intersect. So just trying to keep it as best possible without interfering too much. Okay, so let's just do that there. That's better. And then we'll just smooth it a little bit. Okay, like so. And we'll just bring that in just there. It's probably a little bit too much there, so we'll just smooth that back, and here as well. And just move that. There we go. So it's not too bad. And just smooth that just a little bit more. And back here. Okay, so what we'll do is just go back to our board and see where we're at with the legs. Knees aren't too bad either. Pretty good. Just going to soften those a bit. We don't have the resolution for much more detail there, so that's working really well. Okay, so let's have a look at the mood board again. So we're just going to have a look through this. So we've got this going on. So what I'm going to do is, I thought I'd be able to flip it, but I can't with that. So we'll just have to use this side for it. So let's have a look. What have we got? So we've got a bit of the backside coming down there, and then we've got this happening here. So let's just start to, and then this all starts to bulk out as well. So let's start to pressure that, and then we've got that sort of little nodule just on the back there. Okay, let's just increase the brush size. So again, it's all a bit over the top at the moment, a bit lumpy, a bit messy, but what we'll do, as soon as we've got something tangible, then we'll smooth it back like now. So that's a lot better. And then for here, just start to smooth this out as well. Like so, and just need to push that back so you can see it's a bit of a nasty lump going on there. So just going to push that butt in just a little bit there, and then just keeping an eye on the cheeks here as well. Okay, and we'll just round that out so it's not too square, and then we'll just push this back and in, and that up as well, just inside. Okay. Okay, so what we want to do now is start to work on this bit, just on the upper leg, and then just round that out up there. That's better. And we'll just smooth that out. And we'll just increase the volume just there as well. I know we said we're doing the legs, but you know, this is all connected, so let's just round that out. That's fine for now in that area. So what I'm going to do now is just looking at some of that area there, just going to make a broad sort of stroke just on there, smoothing it back out as well, just so we've got a bit of something going on. So you can see there now that's worked. So just looking at that reference, and I'm just going to increase the bulk just here, just ever so slightly, just so it kind of matches what we did around the front as well, you know, because it's all connected. So just trying to smooth all that as well. There we go. And just bring that in and around. I think I just need to find some more reference for that area, just under there, because at the moment all I've got is really that definition of that muscle. Sort of like so. You know, just sort of doing that, and then around into there, and then what we can do is actually push that up like so. Let's just push it a bit more. Okay, that looks to make a bit more sense, and then scale that back, or smooth it back rather, and just round that out, and that works a lot better already without too much disappearing from view. And then what I'll do is bring that back there, and then what we can do is then push that into there. And we've got that one, just a bit of a dent just sitting on there as well. But this is the main one, and then what we can do is then start to adjust all this, and then smooth that out on the way back. Okay, and what we will do, just for good measure, we're going to pinch that as well, so we get just a little bit of definition going on there, and then just smooth that back out, but we still retain that kind of form, keeping that subtle And then what we'll do, just looking at the reference again, and he's really sort of tensing his legs up on that, so I'm just going to pull that out just a tiny bit. And just smooth it back. That's much better. And just take that down, take the intensity back a bit. So for something that's so simple on the back here, where there's hardly any detail, this has probably taken us longer to achieve because it's very, very subtle. So just one thing to bear in mind. And just take that back a bit as well. So I'm just going to push this in as well now, just to flatten that back. There we go, that's much better. And then just keep pushing that in a bit more, because it is quite flat in that area. And then we've got this part as well, and then that can come back around like so. So that's pretty good. And there we go. Then I think we just need to work on this area, really, just to get it looking half decent. But we'll get some more reference actually, because I think we do need it for that area. So let's have a look, see how we're doing. Okay, so just looking at this area here, so you can see the line, the definition from the quad just sitting in there, and these other bits and pieces. So we're going to just sort of try and subtly put those in. We'll try and not to do too much here, because obviously we want to, I think personally, we want to get that sort of trunks, so to speak, you know, the traditional Batman pants, if you will. So we're going to try and get those in. So yeah, just looking at that reference, so let's see if we can etch that into there. Okay, like so. So let's that's better, like that. I think that works much better, and then we can just start to round this out. Like so. And there we go. And then all we need to do with this is to smooth that out. And just bring that out ever so slightly. There we go. So that's given it a bit more subtle kind of look to it. And I'm just going to bring this out as well. Just going to apply that, so we do still kind of get that kind of shape. It is a very subtle thing to do, but I'd rather get the form right at this stage than fiddle around on a very, very high res mesh when we're trying to do all the detail later on. So it's always, again, it's like I said before, it's like a sketch, so you just have to build it up. Okay. we go. So let's just bring this part of the leg in as well. And we'll just bring that round like so, and just sort of increase the volume just towards the groin area there, just a little bit more, and we'll just smooth that back. And then all we need to do is this back bit here, and we're just going to increase the volume of this as well. And then also what I'm going to do is actually, even though we haven't got much to do on this base of the calf muscles, I'm just going to give those a bit more shape as well. I mean, what are we doing? We must be coming up for about half an hour now doing this. So, you know, I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible. But as you can see, sometimes it does require a little bit more time just to get things to look right. And let's just get the outside of that looking. That's much better. Much better. There we go. So all we need to do now is smooth that. There we go. That's better. And I think what we need to do is just actually flatten and pull that bit out as well. So I'm just going to push that back ever so slightly. Just bring that out. Okay, we don't have much resolution on the mesh. There we go. Just take that brush size down, and then we're just going to push that right back as far as it will go. And then that's done. Just a little bit more. Okay, so it's a little bit noisy on the image that we have, but I'll just do my best to grab that as best possible. There we go. So let's just zoom out, see how it's all looking, and I don't think it's looking too bad for the moment. And what I will do is just take back a little bit of that triceps. I think it's a bit too prominent on there, just looking at that at the moment. But apart from that, I think the rest is okay. Zoom back out, there we go. So I think what we have there is a fairly reasonable result at this time. And let's just there we go, and we'll just increase that just a little bit more there, and just smooth that back, the smaller the back out a little bit, even though I think what we do need to do is just have a quick look at that back. So it must be coming up for about 35 minutes or so. So let's just increase this bit here until that sort of smooths out almost. Just want to bring up the form there, and then there's a bit of sort of flesh just towards the base there. It's just a smaller brush actually, and let's just push that out. Just going to push that back in just a little bit more, and also just bring out the top here. And that should, just looking at the reference we have, that should just about cover this chapter. Okay, so it might be a little bit too high there, even though this doesn't look quite right on the front here, which we can adjust. But I think that for the most part that's looking pretty good. I just do want to increase the size of that just there ever so slightly. That's probably a bit too much. In fact, it's got a little bit more sort of meat just on the side there. So let's just take that back a bit and just smooth that back a bit as well. And there we go. So that's pretty good. I'm just going to swing this around the front area just a little bit. Just want to tweak this just a little bit. I think that's too much of a line there. And let's just smooth that off just for now. Although we could do the extra piece there. And then let's just leave that as is at the moment, I think. Okay, and let's just smooth that out. And there we go. So what I'm going to do is going to leave that there for now, and we'll come back and we'll start to sort of look at this, the sort of the mid area around the hips and the pelvis and stuff. And let's just cut that in there. But I think we don't need to do a great deal, because, you know, we're going to put the belt there and he's going to have these, you know, the Batman funky trunks and stuff on. So we'll go from there really. So we'll leave this chapter here. That's pretty much the sort of the block out really, and a bit of definition on those legs. So yeah, we'll come back and have a look at stuff, and we'll bring in the gloves and stuff in as well, and the belt we'll sort out in Maya. So we shall see you in the next chapter. Okay, so welcome back. From the last episode, I've brought in the mesh, the body mesh, created a blend shape and blended that all back in to the original body mesh that we have. If we open up the UV editor, you'll see that the UVs are also still intact because they've just been left as they were when we did all the initial UV stuff and sent that over to ZBrush. So now we have the most up-to-date mesh for our character. So for this particular episode, what we're going to do is we're going to modify this belt. So what I thought we'd do first, I think since all the adjustments and modifications that we've done to this mesh, I think it's just going to be best if we get rid of this one now, like so, and if we just switch the wireframe, what I fancy doing is actually creating one from scratch using the body mesh that we have here. So I'm just going to right click to face mode, grab my selection tool, and we're just going to select a handful. In fact, let's use that row there. I'm just going to select a handful of polys for our belt, and we're going to adjust that so it looks a bit more natural as it goes around here. So what we're going to do is do a duplicate face command like so, and I'm just going to grab the whole lot, just switch into object mode and delete the history on that, and then what we're going to do is now adjust this particular mesh so it's a bit more evened out and also fits just across the top of the surface of our body mesh. I'm not going to make it fit perfectly because it's supposed to be sort of like a solid belt, so you wouldn't have that you wouldn't have it fitting flush against the body because it's going to be quite solid. So what we're going to do is just bring it all out and get it to look a bit more natural. So let's just pull these around, and these ones at the back will need to go up like so, and we'll do this just so we follow it around. It looks quite neat, it looks quite tidy. Okay, like so, there we go. So let's just bring that forward. Okay, and this one back a bit. There we go, and now we'll just bring that one up. So what we'll do once we've done this is we're going to create some pouches for this to sit on the front of this, and then what we'll do is create some thickness on the belt afterwards. We do need to do the buckle as well. Let's just new selection on that, and yeah, we do need to create the buckle as well, which isn't going to be too labour intensive, but it's just these little things that we need to build while we're doing this. Okay, so that's looking okay for now. Let's just push these up a little bit, and what we could actually do while I'm looking at it is actually we select that edge like so and just delete that. Okay, and then we'll grab the edge loop tool and we'll set that to more of an equal distance, and there we go. And then what we'll do is just deselect that and then push this forward just a tiny bit as well. Okay, like so. So it gives it more of a solid look for now anyway. Okay, so actually while we're here, let's just extrude it. So like so, don't want to do it too much, and then what we'll do, get rid of the faces there, and we'll get rid of the faces on the back here as well. So that bit is done in rough, it's just blocked out now, so that's nice and new and it fits a lot better. And what we'll do, if we add a new material, we'll just grab a quick blend, let's delete some history off that, go to our shader, and we're going to choose a sort of a cheesy yellow colour like the old Batman Adam West sort of colours. So we'll leave that there for now just so we know that that's there and ready to go. Okay, so onto the pouches. So what we do need to do is create a polyplane Okay, like so. And then if we just go to the channel box and we want to do a division of 3, that's on U and V, or for the width and the height. Okay, that's there. So what we need to do is just scale these so we get that sort of edge loop kind of feel on the edges of these, but we're doing this for a reason, so you'll find out why in a second. So if we then go to face mode, as you can see, you know, we've got this sort of border, which is absolutely useful for what we need to do next. So we're going to extrude this up to about there. At the moment, obviously, the scale is completely out, but not to worry. So what we're going to do is going to extrude that back down, like so, and then we're just simply going to delete that face, and that's all done. So now what we need to do is shape this front edge. So I'm just going to pull that down, and then I'm just going to rotate it forward ever so slightly. We're going to add some more divisions to this as well very shortly. But first of all, what we need to do is create the pouch flap that's going to sort of come over the top, and is going to be sealed shut with a sort of a rivet popper button. So we'll do that very shortly. So let's extrude this upwards, and we're just going to rotate this as well, just to rotate that around. Hit the G on the keyboard and just repeat the same command, like so, and then I'm going to hit G again, and then just going to push that down, and I'm going to rotate that forward a bit more. Okay, and then we're just going to move that back, like so. So it's all pretty straightforward, and then one more extrusion all the way down to about there for now. Now we'll just use the scale on the manipulator tool just to make sure everything's fitting, and then what we do need to do is add a division in the center here, because what we're going to do, we're going to round it out a little bit, like so. Okay, and then in the side view, what we'll do, we'll edit this so everything fits nicely. I don't want to fit it all too flush because it will look a bit odd. We're trying to go for a sort of a natural feel on this. As you can see, we're losing a bit of volume on the back there, so all we need to do is just pull that up, okay, like so, and then same with this one, just pull this down, push this back to about there, just pull it forward, and we'll just grab this verts here as well. See, I don't want everything fitting perfectly because these are supposed to be like leather pouches, not super rock solid things. And we'll just bring that forward and come to about there. And just pop that on there, like so. And I'm just going to push that all the way down to the bottom there, and then that's the sort of rough sort of look already for the pouch, so it's almost blocked out. And then all we're going to do is just squeeze this inwards like so, and we'll just have a quick look, see how it looks on the 3 smooth. Not great at the moment, so what we need to do is add some edge loops just to strengthen this stuff up. So if we go and put some in, let's just reset that. Okay, so we've got one around the middle, that's fine. In fact, we can do the ones in the middle here, another one there, another one there, another one on this one, and again, and again. That's all looking good. And then what we'll do, we'll put a strengthening one in there, and let's just see how it's looking. So it's getting there, almost there. And then we need to add one there, one there, and then for here, whoops, just undo that, reset the tool, and we'll just move that one up to the back here, and we'll put one here as well, and we'll do one there. Okay, and then to a side view, what we can do, we can shape this all up again. So just going to right click, select the verts, and just push this up like so. And we'll just hit 3 just to see how the smoothing is going. It's a bit of a display issue, I think, as well. So it's not too bad. What I think we need to do is add something in there, just on this one. So we'll just pop one in there, and we'll add one there, and then hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. There we go. So that's quite sort of leathery looking, and then all we need is one down the bottom here. And that's all done. And not forgetting an edge loop on the bottom here as well. Okay, so that's all good. So what we need to do now is just put some equidistant loops on, so from there, and then what we're going to do is create a rivet now to sit in this area, and we'll put in some loops to give it some sort of depth as well. So let's have a quick look at that. So it's not too bad at all. So if we go to create, polygon primitive, and sphere, and then rotate that. Go to the channel box. I think 6 should suffice with that, and I think just a little bit more, whoops, a bit more depth on the subdivision height as well there, that's fine. And what we'll do, if you go to the second to last row, and we can just delete that, and then grab the edge, scale that in, like so, okay. And we'll reset this tool. And then if you go back to edge mode and delete every other edge on the front facing circle. Okay, so we end up with 4 sides like that, and then if you hit 3, that's all sensible, that's fine. Okay, so if we go back to 1, just want to scale that back a little bit. Okay, just to flatten it off, to give it that kind of look like a rivet. And then we're going to snap that to there, and just bring it forward slightly, and then scale this down. Okay, and that's all ready to go. And just hit 1 on there, and what we're going to do as well is just add in 2 more loops here, and then using the knife tool, what we can do is start to cut this stuff in, and just to join that up like that. So that's all good, and then just join the corners up. We've still got 4 sides in between those, so it's keeping it all very clean at the same time. Okay, there we go. And then what we need to do is just move those verts just so they're sort of in the right position, like so. Okay, and that one, and that one. Okay, so that's all done. And then what we'll do is we'll create another one. Oops, let's just pick the tool. That's it. So one there, one there. Whoops, what's going on there? Bit of an issue there. Okay. Let's just hide that. Okay. Okay, and we'll just drop that down. And bring that across. And there should be fine. And show last hidden. Let's do all. Okay. Like so. That one there. So that's good. So as I was saying, what we want to do is create another set of loops just on the outside. In fact, I think we could probably use this one for that. There we go. And then right click on the vertex. Just tidy that up. Just so it all looks good. And then what we can do is another one just on the, actually let's slide that one just out just a tiny bit, and then we can add another one just in there, and I think we should be able to sort of raise that, so then when we come to look at it without the wireframe, and we'll just hit 3 on the keyboard for that guy. So you should have sort of like a little dink where that sits. So what we'll do, just take it back ever so slightly. And just gonna so if we do that one and then this one, we'll slide that one back a bit as well. And then that's not sticking out as far, but we still get the effect that it is there. And let's just pull that forward just a tiny bit more. And again, this is stuff we can tweak a bit later on when we go back into ZBrush or something, just to add that bit more realism. Okay, there we go. So that's really the pouch done. What we can do is just add a little bit of warp to it. And I think what we'll do is if we divide that up there, let's just add some extra strength loops in there and there as well, so that's all good, and in there, and there, and there as well, so that's great. Okay, so what we can do is if we right click, go to verts, we can just grab those on the front there, and what we're going to do is just add a slight curl to it, as if that's been pulled out quite a lot, so it's just sort of worn out, and then just push these around a little bit, just so there's like a little bit of wear and tear, and that's good to go. Okay, so that one's good. So we just hit 3 on the keyboard, just have a look, so you can see that's working. Again, we can add a load more to this once we get to ZBrush and stuff. So I'm just going to assign a new material. Okay. And there we go. Actually, I could have used the blend 2 and then optimize the scene and just check. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, so we're using blend 2 again, which is fine. Then what I'm going to do is group this together like so, center the pivot, scale this guy back, and we should be good. So if we just get up to about waist high, so. And I think we just make it just a tiny bit bigger. And then what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate that off. Okay, like so. Gonna hide that and go back to okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to edit this. Okay, just going to get rid of those and those as well, like so. And then we're going to grab hold of the middle one. Whoops. Let's just get rid of those again. So we're going to grab the middle one, delete those, delete the edges out of that. Okay. And then we want to make a bigger pouch. Okay, like so. And then what we can do is I'm going to start to add some other divisions as well, like so. Okay. And what we could do is, I think we can add another rivet. Let's go to the commands, show all. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, I'm just going to slide him along, like so. And we're going to make another one, just along here as well. And hopefully you should be able to grab this. And just going to pull that down, like so. That's that one. And we're just going to shape those in. That should be good. And then we'll do the same with this one. Extrude that. Just move that down. There we go. Okay, so same again. Just move this guy across. Same with this one. Move that down. And that one there as well. And then we'll create another edge loop just around here. And then we'll just select that, scale that back. Okay, like so, and then we'll just grab the verts, place those a bit better, and then okay, and then all we need to do is just add a loop in there. And then space that out, I think, a bit more. There we go, about there. not looking too bad. So if we come back to this one, another edge loop, another edge loop, and we'll just bring that down. Okay, and there we go. So that's all ready to really get off into sculpting and stuff like that. What we'll do, we'll call it a day on this particular chapter. The next one we'll come back and we'll do the belt buckle. But as you can see, there's not really much to do in terms of creating these pouches. Probably the only issue is going to be doing UVs because of the strange sort of flap and everything that we've got on this. So yeah, but other than that, it's all looking good. So we've got two different pouches that we can now spread around onto the belt. And yeah, all we need to do now is join that belt up and create the buckle, and then we can proceed onwards to the next step of the character. So we'll do the belt buckle in the next chapter, followed by the actual belt itself, and then if we get a chance we'll get onto UVs for this area. And then after that we'll probably be getting on with the glove and probably a few more tweaks on the body. So I shall see you in the next section, so cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. The last episode we did these two pouches plus the beginnings of the actual belt itself. We're just going to carry on. We're going to jump straight in and create a polyplane because what we're going to do is the belt buckle itself. So just going to bring that forward like so, and let's have a look. Let's try 4 divisions on this one. Let's just have a look, see where we're at. I think, yeah, we can do that. That's good. So I'm just going to select these edges here like so, and what we're going to do is create a bevel on those like so. Then I'm just going to offset that on the fraction and just bring it right back, so it's about 0.1. I think we can go down to about 0.08, maybe a little bit more. Actually that's pretty good. Okay, let's stick with that, and what we'll do as well, we'll straighten all this stuff out. So really quick and easy way to do that is basically select those verts and use the scale tool to bring those in like so. Usually it straightens them out quite well, and same with this one. Okay, and we seem to be missing a little bit of order on that one there, so let's just bring that back in. That's better. And let's see if we can snap that one across. No, it's not going to work that way, so we'll have to do the same on that one. Okay, so just use the scale tool just to bring that across, and same with this one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to close this down a little bit here, just so we get a more sort of a sensible sort of look for the buckle itself. Okay, so I'm just going to select those, just move those in a little bit closer. That one there as well, so that's all good. And I'm just going to squeeze that. Whoops, forgot the ends. Otherwise I have to be starting all over again. And let's just do it to about there. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to rotate this guy forward like so. Okay, and then we're going to extrude that back. Well, actually, let's bring it forward, otherwise the faces will be out the wrong way. It doesn't really matter what way you do it, as long as you get it the right way around for the last bit. Okay, by reversing your normals. Okay, so what we're going to do is jump into edge mode, and I'm going to select these edges here like so. I'm not overly concerned about the back ones, but we will have to deal with those, and all we're going to do is do an extrusion like this. Okay, so that extrudes those faces all the way around and gives us a kind of an indent just to break up that sort of monotonous look on the buckle itself. I was going to do a sort of I did fancy going for a sort of a very flat, curved, shiny surface, but I thought we'd add in something a little bit different. So if we hit 3 on the keyboard, you can see what that's going to look like if we don't add any edge loops. So we're going to do that now. And there we go. So we're just going to let's just reset that. There we go. And then we're just going to pop one in on the edge there. And on here as well. And we're going to hit 3 just to see how it's looking. So it's sharpening those edges up quite nicely. And then what we'll do is we'll add one there and one around here and one at the top there and one down here. Whoops, wrong side. There we go. So that's starting to take shape. So we just need to add a couple more just to strengthen these out. To stop the roundness, unless you want this to be absolutely round, then that's fine. The design choice is yours at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do is pop another one here. I'm just going to use the scale tool just to level those out. Same with that one as well. Okay, so there we go, and then we'll add one more here and one more on that side, and then one just down here. So it's all pretty straightforward. I mean, we could go in and start to be kind of optimize the mesh itself, but because of time, what we're doing is just getting the job done. And I think what we'll do, we'll put that there and that one there. Okay. And one through there, one across the top there, one across here, and one just here. Now you could, again, as I was saying, you could go in and optimize everything. You could close these down and everything else and get everything to sort of become flush in this sort of direction. But for the sake of this particular episode, we're not going to do that. We're just going to look for something quite straightforward. But if you want to go around and reduce all your geometry, that's absolutely fair enough. But we're not looking to do that for the time being. So we're just sort of looking at something general shape, sort of like this. And then what we'll do, we'll assign our shader to it, and that's all ready to go. So very, very basic, very quick. And we'll just bring that down and we'll just squeeze that in just a little bit as well. So what we'll eventually do is this is going to couple onto the front here, and we'll put a bend deformer in that just to round that off, and then we'll slowly add these pieces of the belt to it as well. So what we'll do is just keep that off of there for now. And what's this one? This is the first pouch. So we'll just name this group pouch single. Oops, I forgot the underscore GRP for group. And we'll call this pouch double. And GRP as well. Let's just take out that underscore, don't need that. So just to keep everything organized. So, and then the same with this one. So belt, buckle. As you can see, I'm using camel casing. So for the first word, it'll be lowercase, and then uppercase for the second word. And then for this one, we're going to call it GP, which is basically just polygon geometry at the moment. It's just to give it a label, just so we know what it is. But later on, when you come to do a smooth subdivision on it, we'll change it to GES, so the geometry smooth. So that'd be okay. Right, so there's just a few sort of label tags and stuff that we do in the industry just to keep everything in a certain order. So the GP would be, for sort of more hard surface sort of stuff, whereas the GES tag would be for the subdivision smoothing. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to just move the center pivot for the belt buckle, for the belt itself, and then all we're going to do is go Control A, Control D, and then -1 across the X, and there we go, that's all done. And then what we'll need to do now is join these two guys up, and we'll just combine those like so. And what we'll do, we'll grab those verts there, the verts on the front are also selected, and then if you just come up here to the status bar or the status menu, what we want to do is go to absolute transform, and in the X channel just type in 0, and if I've got that one correct, whoops, hit 0, and it should snap everything to 0 on those verts. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is display the border edges, okay, just so we can see where it isn't joined up on those edges, and then we're just going to do a very simple merge verts command, and as you can see the border edges then disappear, and it's the same for the front as well. So it's pretty straightforward. So what we're going to do now is just tweak this belt a little bit, okay, and we're just going to pull this one out, okay, like so. And just move that back in onto that body mesh. We may need to tweak it a bit later on once this guy gets smoothed out a lot more, because we're probably going to be looking at like a subdivision level 2 or 3 for the final output mesh before applying a displacement map to it. It's just so it looks nice, and yeah, it just helps the displacement map along as well, because sometimes with this, because it's low resolution, you're not going to get a very good output, so it's always good to have a smooth version if you're doing a high res character, and then add your displacement maps or your normal maps on top of that after, and it will look a lot better. So gone are the days of very low res modelling, because the render engines available are actually a lot more powerful. Things like Arnold and V-Ray can handle a lot more polys and stuff nowadays, especially Arnold. It just seems to sort of grind everything up that you throw at it. So yeah, it does a damn good job. Okay, so that's that done. So what we want to do is if we just hide unselected objects, just go up to here, to this menu here. Okay, so go to the to my tools layout shelf again, and just going to add some edge loops in, top and bottom on the inside, top and bottom on the outside as well, and also on the top of the actual belt itself, so that's all nice and strong when we come to do a 3 smooth on it, or keyboard 3, and there you go. So it might need a little bit more tweaking, but we'll leave it as it is for now, because I think the best thing for us to do, I think we'll actually, let's just have a look at this guy. So that's what he looks like, smooth at the moment, so it doesn't look too great. Still a little bit of work to do on that in ZBrush, but what I think we should do for now is we'll leave it there for this chapter. It's very quick, and then what we'll do, we'll come back and we'll do the UVs in one whole chapter for these 4 yellow objects, and then what we can do is get on over to ZBrush with the glove and start looking at that, and also some UVs as well for that. Okay, so we'll call it a day there. That's around 15 minutes for that. It's very short, but very sweet. So yeah, we'll catch you in the next chapter. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. In the last episode, we looked at the belt and the buckle. So what we need to do now is get onto some UVs. So first of all, what we're going to do is just going to hit 1 on the keyboard and then hide our main body. And what I'm going to do as well is actually I'm going to smooth this mesh by 1 division. Okay, so I'm going to do that linear all the way across, 1 division, and just going to smooth that as well, just to give us a bit more resolution for the UVs, because basically because it's such a low resolution object, there could be problems with stretching and stuff wherever we decide to cut it. And it's usually sort of areas like this where there aren't any sort of necessary edge loops to support edges that may get smoothed and sort of creased and stuff like that, and especially where you cut them for the UVs. For the UVs, excuse me. So yeah, so that's all done. So what we need to do is just delete some history there, and then we're going to select these guys, go to UV. Actually, we need to do it one at a time. Go to UV and just do automatic. I'm just going to call up my layouts. Okay, so there's our automatically mapped UVs, and we'll do the same with the belt buckle. So we go UV automatic, so that's now laid that out, and we'll do the same with the other 2 pieces as well. So what we'll do, we'll do this, this, and this. There's no point doing this one as well because it's the same thing. So basically it's just going to be the same method but just on a bigger version. So that's all done. So these pieces for this pouch are actually quite nice. So we'll probably be able to use those straight off the bat. I think there probably will be a little bit of editing because of the lid or the flap. So we'll need to sort that out. But for the most part that's very, very clean. So it gives us a good head start. And this isn't so bad either on the buckle, but again we'll have to go in and manually adjust some bits and pieces. And this one, it's not too bad as well, but what I'd like to do is keep these top rings attached to their relative parts. So with that said, what we're going to do, we're going to go to UV, we're going to go to unitize, if that's going to work. Yep, that's done that, good. And we'll just delete some history. So what unitize has done is taken every UV shell. Oh, it's freezing up a little bit here. What's going on? Maya's going a bit funky. That's better. Is it going to recover? Okay, so let's just turn that off for a moment. Okay, so basically what unitize is going to do, it's going to take every UV shell and basically just cut it all up and stack them on top of each other in a square. And doesn't matter which one you choose edgewise, it's just going to, you can see it highlighting there in the UV editor, so that you can see they're all stacked. So now the idea is we select all the edges, and now we cut it where we want the seams to be for our object. So we're going to have one at the back there, okay, and we're going to have one here, okay, so that's cut all the way around, and we're going to do one at the base. Okay, so that's all done. So you can see where the seams are going to get cut, and then all you want to do is go to polygon, move and sew UV edges, and that's all done. So you can now see our pieces like so. Okay, and we'll just rotate that round. Okay, so that's the inside and this is the outside, and it all looks really nice, but unfortunately if we apply a UV map to that, it's not going to be much use. So what we'll need to do is scale these right back down and pop them back in the 0 to 1 UV space. Okay, like so. Okay, that's all done, and then what we want to do is just delete some history, go to our blin, go to our texture file, and I'm just going to go and pick up a UV map, which is the UV master here. Open that up, go down to the UV chords, and chords being coordinates, and we're just going to repeat the tiling on that at 15, and if we press 6 you can now see the UVs or the UV texture map appear, and you can see the stretching and stuff that we have to check out. Okay, so the first thing, I'm going to grab the top shell, which is going to be the inside, and what we need to do first is rotate that round the correct way. Okay, and we'll do the same with the bottom shell, I believe. Oh no, that's okay, that one's good. Okay, so then we want to go to Unfold, and I'm going to choose Legacy on this occasion. Okay, and then we're going to do Horizontal and Apply. Okay, so there's our belt. That's the first section on the outside. As you can see, it's not great at this moment, but what we'll do, we'll sort that out in a moment, and then we'll just do the same with the interior of the belt, and we'll close that off. So as you can see, it's all a bit funky and wrong. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just delete some history on this, okay, just to make sure everything's okay, and then we're going to grab the exterior shell like so, and we're going to run the relaxed unfold brush across it. Okay, so this really sort of relaxes it like so, and we should have something quite decent. Okay, there we go. So that's the back of the belt. You can see there it's twisted. It's not a problem to overcome, so we'll leave that for a moment, and we'll do the same with the inner shell for the belt. Okay, and there we go. So it's done the same thing as you can see there, so it's no big deal. So the next thing to do is to grab our UVs and move them around. Okay, so I'm just trying to grab them and just using the smear tool just to move things about. Let's have a look. What have we got here? Okay, that's cool. And we'll do the same with that one. So this is just optimizing all the UVs. Just going to choose a bigger, going to need a bigger brush. So that will get that done. Okay. And then we've got the grab UV tool, which we don't really need right now. See, these are all the different ones that we've got here. Okay. These are all the move, that's the lattice. I believe that's the lattice. Yeah, that is actually. What we can do with that is actually increase the resolution on that, and all I'm going to do is just move things around a little bit, okay, just to give us a bit more of a head start in this middle section, and then we can just do that all over again, just there. So that now tidies that up. It's a bit straighter as well. And notice with adding the extra resolution to the mesh, there's no stretching per se on this section here. So all we need to do is just make sure that the mesh itself is actually pretty good. So I'm probably going to need to adjust that once again. Yep. So we just grab that lattice, and all we're going to do is just bend things around. And the other thing to remember is the UVs don't have to be exactly square. All we're doing is getting a representation of a 3D object in 2D space. So as long as everything isn't too stretched, I mean it is a bit stretched here at the moment, but what we can do is deselect that, create another lattice. I'm just going to stretch that down like so, so these square up a bit more, and like that as well, just so we get an even resolution or an even coverage of the texture. Okay, going through there. So, and the other thing, you can grab these edges and we can just make these a little bit squarer. We'll do the same this end and just pull these around. Okay, so you can grab the edges of those as well. I'm just going to reselect that. So you can either pull them from the point there or do it on a more global selection and just pull things around. Okay, So let's get that sorted out just in there, like so. Okay, and then all we're going to do is just see if I can double. Okay, let's just optimize that. Oh no, don't want to do that. And we'll just do that very gently. Just decrease the pressure. And it's taking it back. It keeps taking it back because that's the shape of the actual mesh. But what we want to do is keep it square. So for the moment, I think we'll just leave it as it is and just move things around. Oops. Just equal. Balance these bits out a bit. So I can just grab them like so. So that's all a lot better. There we go. So that one's pretty good. So we just zoom in and grab the scale. That's okay. It probably seems a little bit finicky for just to do the inside of the belt that we're not going to see, but it's just good practice to make sure that your UVs are looking pretty good. So let's do this one as well, and what we'll do, we'll scale that up, put a lattice on that, just bend that down, bend that end down, pull that one forward. Let's just grab that point there and that point there, and then hopefully the middle section isn't too bad. And then let's just check the front, and that's all looking good. So that's good for now. Okay, so what we can do is we can move on to this piece now, the buckle, and let's just reassign our shader. I think that's blend 1. No, assign, I think it's blend 2 then. There we go. So with this one, we can assign new material. Actually, no, we won't. We'll assign it an existing. So I do blend 1. There we go. So you can see the UVs are attached to that. So let's have a look at this. So the first thing we want to do is just grab some UVs and start to sort out which is which. Let's just move that across. So it looks like we've got the front already on that, and let's just double check which way round those are. So let's move those forward like so. Okay, now what we're going to get is these inside pieces as well. So what we want to do is check to see which ones belong to which. So those ones there. Okay, so we'll grab the UVs for those, and what we'll do is move and sew the edges there, and let's just check our borders. Whoops, wrong one. Okay. Okay. I can't remember which one of the borders now. Interesting. There we go. Still trying to get used to all these new icons. Anyway, that's okay. So what we need to do on these edges is just sew those up. Okay. So, okay, that's all done. Let's just sew that up there and drop the scale there. So that's all done. And then what we need to do is grab these UVs here and just move these down so everything's nice and tidy on this occasion. There's always an exception to the rule. Okay, so that one's good, and if we just zoom back in to that area, that's all looking pretty good. And then what we'll do is go to the edge here and do the same thing. So polys, move and so. And what we can do, we can use the scale tool on this one, just so it's near enough right. There we go. And then what do we want to do? So this is going to be the inside of here. So let's just have a look. Okay, under there. So we won't really need to join anything into that for the time being. So let's just grab this. And that's going to be the other side, which is that one. And we need to rotate that a little bit. Okay, like so. And then just do the same as we have done on those. And what we can do, polys, move and so. Whoops, and we don't want those ones. Let's do that again. Okay. And that one belongs to that one there. And let's just get this one put together. Okay. And let's just see what we can get out of that one. We can't. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so what I think we should do is grab the front of that, find the corresponding UV for that, which is that one there. Okay, like so. And that should get to the front there, which is fine. Let's just bring that across. Okay, so we'll do the other side instead. That's better. And I'll just grab those, which is going to be that one up there. Straighten these out. Okay, like so. And then what have we got here? So let's grab that to shell, rotate that back. In fact, that's got to go the other way. Okay, and then grab the edges on that one, and then hopefully we should have, whoops, okay, like so. And then what we want is that one there and that one there. Okay, and then let's just go in and stitch those up. And that one and then we'll do the same for the lower one as well. So literally sew in those UVs, so that's good and that's good. Just trying to refamiliarize myself with these new icons on this UV editor because I haven't used them a great deal as yet, but this is a good learning experience for me, even though I'm showing you how to do a tutorial. Okay, so let's have a look. Everything's looking pretty clean, so I'm pleased with that. So let's see where these guys go. So that goes in there and that goes along there. Okay, so I think, let's have a look, where's that one going? So I think we need to just grab that one and move and sew that one. Same with that one. And we'll just sew those edges in there. Always make sure you get these little ones as well, because sometimes, especially if you are looking at heading into the industry, there are a lot of UV checkers in certain pipelines for modelers to make sure that their UVs are correct, and if you don't have all the little ones done per se, it will pick up and you have to do the whole lot again, which is great. You have to go around and pick out all the UVs that are wrong. So just advising you there on that one, for those of you who want to embark on a mission into the games, or well, actually probably more so the film industry. I'm not sure about games because I've never worked in games, but we do have model sanity checkers, which checks every vertex, every UV, every triangle that possible could be in the scene. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of things you have to make sure that are correct before you send the model on for texturing, rigging, lighting, all that sort of stuff, because one small mistake can sort of grind a pipeline to a halt on even a render farm. So just a little bit of advice there. Okay, so let's find out where these two belong. And that one belongs in there, and that one belongs on there. Okay, so is that the border edges? Yep, that's cool. So have we got another one? No, so what we'll do, we'll keep those separate. I just need to find out where these two go. And that one belongs in there. Okay, so we'll move and sew that one and just show our edges again. Sew those up. Whoops, so those are going to the wrong area. And what we can do is just undo those and select that one and move that one to there, which is much better, and that one to there. Whoops, let's see where that one can go. So those are both going on the outside. Okay, so let's select that. Where's my move and sew? There we go. That's okay. And yeah, that's looking pretty good. So I think what we need to do now is see where the outside of this one belongs. So that belongs there. So we can move that there. That's okay. And does the other one belong on that side? No. Okay, so need to find out where that one goes. That one will go up on there. Okay. And we'll just grab the UVs. We'll just shift these back off of there ever so slightly. And we'll just do that with this one, just to give them a bit of room. And then we'll stitch those back in on that. And we don't want that one. Bang. There we go. So that one's there like that. And these two fellas can go. Now I'm not sure That is the whole thing, so I'm going to leave those. There we go, there's the ends. So we can put one on there and put the other one on there. Okay, all done. And that's that piece done. So that's all unravelled. So what we'll do, we'll keep that in a separate shell or tile for the time being. Okay, and that's all done. So we've now got the belt itself and the buckle. So last but not least, what we're going to do, we'll stick a yellow one on that again. Last but not least, we've got this one left, and I don't think this one should be as bad on that one. So what we can do is just jump straight on to the edges of this and all the way down. That one there, that one there. Okay, like so. And then what we can do here is actually select that, and I think let's select my border edges. That's good. Let's cut that one. And will the interactive one work for me today? Yay, it does. That's good. Okay. So we'll just cut that one and that one. Display the borders. There we go, like so. And we can grab these edges, also these UVs. Just go to shell, that should be fine. And we'll just move these edges up out of the way, or this part of the shell. So let's just get those up there and out of the way. That's done for now. And then what we want to do is grab the edges here and pop that one on. So that's what's going to attach to that side. So if we do this, you'll be able to see the edges are highlighted there. And then we need to grab the base of this, and then hopefully that will all fit nicely there. And then what have we got here? Let's have a look. That's probably the inside. Yeah, that's that. That belongs to that. So what have we got here? That's going to be the inside of everything on there. So that's going to connect with that one. That one's going to connect with that one. Okay, like so. And then let's have a look what we got on this one. That'll be that as well. That's going to be the back of this flap as it goes on the inside. Okay, like so. And let's just select that one. That's going to connect on the back of that. Let's have a look. So something connected that I didn't want to connect at the moment. Okay, so we'll just move those into position. Let's just grab a shell. Move and sew that one. That's okay. And then this guy, I'm not sure where this one is part of. Let's have a look. Oh, he goes there. So that's going to be that one. And what about that one? Okay, let's do the back of that. And that's going to fit on to the back of that, which we don't want, and jump that onto there. There we go. So that's all good, nice and clean. And let's just check the position of that one. Oops. So that's going to belong to something around here. Okay, so let's see where we can join this guy up. So let's do that one there. Oops. Okay, let's try that one again. That's okay, we can relax that very shortly. And that one, and that one. And move those into position. And then what we'll do, if we grab the unfold brush, hopefully we should be able to get something a bit tidier out of that. There we go. Just scale that up. And there we go. Just have a quick zoom in here. As you can see, it's a bit off kilter on that one, so that's just going to be a little bit of manual work. Let's get the move tool for that. That's fine. And just going to push that back up and out just a tiny bit. It's not going to matter too much on this particular edge. There we go. And we'll just straighten those out just a tiny bit as well. And let's just move that. So we're coming up for half an hour on this, which is good because this is nearly done now. All we need to do is really to do the double pouch, but we're not going to do that in this episode because basically it's the same as the single pouch, so there's no point repeating the process over and over, but it will be done for the next section. So that's all good. Let's just straighten the edges out just a small bit. I know I said not to make them exactly square, but it's just to get everything a little bit tidy as well. But this won't affect, or shouldn't have too much effect on the outcome of the UVs. And let's just pop those there as well, and we're good. And there it is. So the only thing left now really is the little rivet in the center. So again, that's just going to be this. In fact, no, it isn't. That's going to be that one to there, to there, and let's just get all these into place. And that one. And then that one can just jump onto the back of there, which is great. And we'll select the UVs on that, and we'll just unfold everything on that one. So please do excuse my groggy voice. There we go. So that's all done as well. So everything's now becoming brush based, as you can see, and that's done. So that's that part of the article exercise there. What you can do is you can make this a little bit bigger on the rivet, quite simply because it's a different material as opposed to the leather pouches or the pouches that we've got. But also, if you make it too small, you'll just be painting on literally a per pixel level, which you don't really want to do. So the advice is with smaller pieces that could have a separate material is to basically put them on another tile. In this case it's not so bad, you know, if you've got other metal pieces such as the buckle, we can stick this rivet and the other two rivets on the same UV tile as those. So just sort of bear stuff like that in mind as well. And let's just pick that up, and let's just move this one out of the way, like so, and just move that into there. There's enough room for that one for now. And there we go. So we can probably shrink that back just a little bit. And there we go, that's all done. And let's just select all three of those. And we will pop that rivet into the same shell as the other metal pieces. And just scale those up just to make the most of the UV space. And there we go. And that's all done as well. So we've got the leather pouches there, or the single leather pouch. We've also got the belt itself, which incidentally you could cut in half again and scale the UVs up if you wanted a better resolution on that. And we've also got the the belt buckle itself. So what we'll do, we'll move these along like so, and we'll pop the buckle in that one there. And there you go. So that's those done. So I'm not going to go through that because it's exactly the same as this one. It's just a little bit bigger. So all we need to do is just do some auto maps and produce it that way. And yeah, so hopefully that's all good. So we're going to stop there on this particular chapter. I hope my sore throat hasn't put you off the UV process. Let's just go to commands and do all, so we can see how the body again, and you can see the layout of the so far UV'd objects. So this one will be done for the next chapter. Whoops, let's just undo that. So this one will be done for the next chapter, and in which case that'll enable us to crack on with the glove, which will take over into ZBrush and stuff. But also we'll do some of the spikes off the side of the gauntlet as well. So hopefully I should have a better throat by the next chapter. We'll see you then. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter we covered the belt, the buckle and the pouch, and also the larger pouch, all of which have had their UVs now done. I have actually done the UVs on the large pouch as well, as promised, and they're based off the UVs of the smaller pouch. And what we do need to do is delete some history, and what I'll do, I'll take you over to the UVs layout so you can see everything is actually done on those objects. And there you go. So there's the belt, there's the buckle, small pouch, and the larger pouch, and the rivets as well. So that's all good. So what we need to cover now is the glove. So it's going to be quite a short chapter. First of all, what I think we need to do, a quick bit of modelling, and then some UVs. So what we're going to do is we're going to extrude the back of the glove in just to give it some thickness, and we can do that twice like so. Okay, so that's all done. And then what we need to do then is add an extra edge loop in here, and we're just going to pull that out as well, just to give a bit of roundness on the back of that. So if we hit smooth, you know, it looks like a little bit of a rubber glove at the moment, but nothing too drastic. And also we need to give this a little bit more shape. I think the shape's being let down a little bit there on the edge, so we'll just pull those down like so. There we go, there. And let's run this one as well. But all this stuff can be smoothed out a bit better once we go over to ZBrush anyway, so I'm not too concerned, but it's just nice to get that mesh looking sort of half decent anyway. So let's do that, and then grab those, oh, wrong ones. So grab that, that's all good to go. So just a little bit of rounding out there and a bit more there. Fantastic. Okay, so let's just bring that up there. And that one there. And there. Okay, cool. So I think with that there, and that one there, we'll just move these around a little bit. And we'll add 2 more edge loops. And we'll grab this one, whoops, and just pull that up just a little bit. Grab this guy, and we'll just slide this round as well. Okay, about there, and same with that one. And this one as well. Okay, and then what we want to do is grab some faces. So we'll grab 4 faces there, 4 faces here, like so. And all we're going to do is extrude those out globally instead of locally. And just going to push these back ever so slightly there as well. So we're not going to leave those like that, otherwise it'd be a bit pointless. What we're going to do is just scale these inwards like so. Inwards, there we go. Okay, and I think what we can do with the top section, oops, let's just get those verts and those ones as well, and we'll just push those back like so. Grab the middle one and pull that one out, and just bring everything, actually let's rotate that instead. So grab that vert, pull that out, grab that and rotate. Let's just scale that tool up a bit. Okay, so that's all good, and all we need to do is just make sure we've got that one, and we'll pull that forwards as well. There we go, so that's all good. And then same with this one. Oops, grab that and that. Grab the vert, pull that forward. In fact, just grab all of those. Oops. So let's just grab those ones in the middle, pull those forward, rotate those round like so. There we go. Okay, so that's all good. And then these 2 guys here, just going to scale those in. Same on the bottom. And just bring those, whoops, yep, that's okay, good. Okay, and that's done. So what we need to do now is delete some history, add 2 edge loops to the front and the back, but what we're going to do here is just, whoops, why is that selecting that? We don't want that. And we're just going to pull that forward like so, okay, and we're going to pull this one forward as well, just so they've got a bit of a curve in them, like a proper gauntlet type. And just going to pull that round, and let's just pull this one up as well. So that's all good. If we hit 3 on the keyboard, that's what we get. So that's fine for what we require at this moment in time. So we're going to hit 1 again, and I'm just going to jump into layouts, go to UV layout. As you can see, UV is a complete mess. We're going to go to our UV menu set, go to planar, make sure you're on Y, and apply. Okay, and that cuts that, sorry, I beg your pardon, projects UV straight down. And what we need to do now is actually cut the 2 halves. So we'll have 2 shells, top and bottom. I'm not going to merge them together because basically we want this sort of crease around the middle of this. not so much with the gauntlet spikes themselves, but mainly for the actual glove itself. But we'll do something with this in ZBrush anyway. And with that said, let's cut the UV edges. So, to shell, like so, and we'll just move that one across. Then we'll go to shaded, which is there, wrong one, and we want to grab the UVs on this guy, and we just want to flip those, like so. Okay, and then we want the unfold brush. Just going to scale that right up and just unfold that completely. There we go. Just going to move that across. Let's do the same with this one. There we go. And what we'll do, we'll just get rid of some history on that, like so. And we're going to put a shader on that. Blend 1, okay. Just going to hit 6 on the keyboard so it displays the texture. And what we want to do now is just quickly jump out of the relax tool, go to scale and scale that down just so we can see the actual UVs are okay in there. So that's all fine. A bit of clip in there. So what we'll do, we'll get these into place. We'll just put them in this tile here for now, and I'll just scale these up. Actually, it's doing both, and then we can just move those around. Okay, like so. Base of the glove looks slightly different, but we can sort that out. And let's just grab both of these to shell. Whoops. Scale that down, grab that lot to shell, and that one as well. To shell. Okay. Then what we need to do is just quickly scale that down. Let's go back to UV. Keep forgetting to change the tool over, otherwise it won't work. And then just give that a bit of a smidge, and then same with this guy. And just hit 3 on the keyboard, and it's all looking pretty good. Okay, so for now, what we'll do, just scale that one up ever so slightly on the width, which is going to be better. And then that's all done. And then just going to move those nearer to each other. Grab both UV shells and just scale those up. So we're going to leave that glove like that for now. It's now going to go over to ZBrush in the next chapter. And what we'll do is start sculpting it up a little bit, making it look a bit better, getting it to fit onto the body a bit better as well. And also we're going to update the body a bit more, and then what we're going to do with that is bring that into Maya again with another subdivision on it. So we're going to actually get rid of this base mesh at this level. So we've got a few more polys to play with here in Maya as well. So with that said, let's assign the standard Lambert, and what we'll do, we're going to get rid of some history, freeze some transforms, and then let's export the selection. So we want an OBJ, which is fine. I've already got a glove object in there, so I'm just going to overwrite that, and that's all done. So we're going to call it a day on this chapter. Very short again, but just trying to keep it all organised. So the next chapter will be over in ZBrush and looking at getting this body, a few tweaks on this body, and also the glove itself. We're going to start to sort of get into place as well, and we'll start to sculpt that up, make it look a bit beefier. So yeah, so okay, so for now that's all good. So I shall see you in the next section. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter we covered the glove and also just a quick recap on the UVs on the pouch. So that's all done and everything's exported except for this belt, which we'll give a name as well while we're in the outliner. So that's all done, and body, we won't have to worry about that because what we're going to do, we're going to update this now with a higher res version. So we're going to jump over into ZBrush, do a few tweaks on that, and bring that back over. So let's just delete the history off that anyway. So we've got all these scenes saved, so we've always got this one as a base mesh over in ZBrush anyway, so that's all good. Let's export this guy. So export selection, so we'll stick that with the glove OBJ, so we'll call that belt. Okay, so that's all gone, and what we need to do now is just jump back on over to ZBrush. So here was our body mesh where we last left it, so let's just open the geometry tab and just have a look at level 3 there. A few little things to tweak, but not a lot. We need to sort out this sort of codpiece area, you know, where the Batman pants would have been and stuff, and these lower sort of regions as well, just around the waist. We just need to sort out, but we'll need to bring the belt in for that anyway. But first of all, we're going to drop down to level 2. Going to just jump down to export, just make sure group is off, okay, and then export a version of that out. So I'm just going to overwrite a copy that's in there already. And you'll hear that a little alarm go off as it warns me that I'm just about to overwrite a file. And then what we'll do, straight back into Maya, we're going to grab this guy and just get rid of him now, and then import in. Let's just go up to scenes and grab our body 8. There we go, that's the new version, so that's all good. So this will now be our base mesh that we'll keep updating, and because of the higher resolution, this is going to stand us in good stead for the displacement maps and stuff like that later on. So what I'm going to do first is just give that a Lambert, and I'm just going to call that BT body in there, and we'll just call it a GP, which is geometry polygon, and then stick that back into the group up there. So that's all good. Okay, so that's that mesh now updated, and what we'll do, we'll save the scene as, we'll do a new scene and we'll just overwrite 11. Okay, there we go, that's all done. So that mesh is now up to date. Okay, and hopefully if we go to window, UV editor, okay, just select that, there's our UVs, so that's all good and everything is intact. So what we can do now is jump back over to ZBrush. There we go. So what we need to do, a few little tweaks on this mesh, like I said, around these regions, sort of the mid-rift and stuff like that. And again, as ever, got reference here as well. And also for our glove, I managed to Google a Batman glove. This one I was quite happy with because of the these nice sort of ribbon and stuff these have got on. I'm not too keen on these sort of gauntlet spikes. I mean, we've only got 2 on ours, but these look a bit stupid and bulky anyway on there. They don't seem to quite go, but I think ours are better, even though we're doing a caricature anyway. But I think this ribbon stuff and sort of the general surface of the glove is ideal for what we need. But firstly, we're going to tweak the body mesh on our character, and then we'll move on to the glove and stuff like that afterwards. So we'll see how we go for time for this chapter. So what I'm going to do as well is just to go to the subtool palette and hit append. I'm just going to choose a polymesh 3D, anyone will do that's in there. Select that particular layer and then go to import, and I'm just going to go and find our glove in my menu. There it is, and that's going to replace that star and come in the correct position that we require at the moment. So as you can see, it's white, That's because the layer itself is highlighted in the subtool palette. If I select the body, you can see now that the glove is dulled out and the body is a bit brighter. So just show you that backwards and forwards very briefly so that you can see, and that's all good to go. And again, if you want to bring the belt in, it's the same thing, just append and bring that in. But for now we're just going to concentrate on a few bits in this particular chapter. So I think what we'll do first is get onto the body and just sort that out. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump down to the geometry palette, stick up the subdivision levels, and do a little bit of sculpting. So I think we need to sort of tidy this area up here first of all. So I'm just going to get the standard brush and scale that down, and just take the intensity down just a little bit. As you can see, there's another cursor just flashing on the opposite side. That means that you've got the symmetry on. In this case it's X symmetry, so if you press X on and off, you'll see the other sort of cursor appear and reappear. So I'm just going to sculpt this area up a little bit more. And away we go. So that's a bit better, and all I'm going to do is just sort of smooth it off just a little bit as well, just to and I'm using the Arnie reference to my right on my other monitor as well. Just get rid of all this sort of pinching and stuff, just make it flow a bit better. That's better, that's much nicer now. Okay, so that's all done, and then what we can do is I want to just move this midsection up ever so slightly. We'll probably have to tweak it again once we bring the belt in itself, but I'm not too worried. Okay, so what we can do is I'm just going to use the move brush to just push this in around here, and the same up here as well. I'm just going to pull that area out there, okay, like so. And just take that brush size down and then just pull that area in just a little bit. And what we've got to remember is this is going to be body armor, it's not actual muscle or anything, it's just representative of the anatomy of the human body for our purposes. So let's just bring that around. So, but what we will do once we get a bit further along, we'll start to give this a proper sort of surface texture and everything, so it all stands out really well and stuff. But it's just going to be a sort of like a one-piece body armor, as they do in the movies, but a bit more caricatured, if you will, because of the extremity that we've gone to, even though we're using Arnie's body as reference. So that's all good, and we're just going to bring this out just a little bit more. I'm just using the move tool here just to move that out, and again what we can do, let's just smooth that. There we go, that's much better. And what we can do once we're sort of satisfied with what we got here, again this time we can jump over to Maya and use this as a blend shape now, because we're at a point where we're able to just sort of jump backwards and forwards, which is great. If you do have any point issues, vertices being renumbered and stuff like that, there are other ways that we can get around that. By using the transfer attributes, you can sort of transfer one poly mesh shape to the other, which is quite easily. If I get a chance, I'll show you how we do that as well. But for now we're just going to tweak the back, or the butt. Again, I'm using the reference here that we have of Arnie, so let's just pull that over. See, as you can see there, so it's quite sort of straight really, and I suppose you could say firm and everything else. So we want to sort of get that, because this character is supposed to be quite bulky and sort of muscly. So we'll make sure everything is sort of tight, I guess is probably the word you could use. But yeah, all good. Okay, so that's good. I'm just going to bring this area here sort of like, that's better, that's actually better like that, and then just going to soften that out just a bit more. That's all good for us, and then just move it a little bit more there and there. So that's all good. Okay, so we'll just come around to the front area, sort of like the cod piece, if you will. So what we want to do is just make that look a bit more sort of manly, if you will. Just bring that out just a little bit. I don't want to do too much towards the sort of this area here. I guess where the belly button area would be, because obviously the belt is going to come across here, so we want to keep it kind of looking slick, if you will, but at the same time, you know, as it should look. So let's just do that there. We're just going to bring the groinal sort of area in as well, so that looks a bit better. And then just going to grab these areas, just pull those out as well. And just there. And push that back a bit. Whoops. Push that back a bit there. That's all fine. And that's all good to go there as well. Okay, so that's looking a bit more suitable for what we need. And the other thing we do need to do is just quickly give these arms a bit of a sorting out, because the shape is a bit strange. The other thing I will do excuse me, is turn on the sort of double-sided. I always feel a bit sort of uneasy about seeing meshes sort of disappear like that. I think it's just through years of working in Maya with double-sided switched on as a default. So I'm just going to hit double on there just so we can see what's going on the inside of this hand, or sorry, the lower arm or the wrist as well. So that makes me a bit happier while working with that. So what I'm going to do is just going to go and grab our reference, just pull that over, and just going to have a look here. So you can see Arnie's arms are just insanely huge, especially this one here. But we want something looking a little bit more sort of relaxed and normal. This isn't too bad. I mean, in terms of position, not the fact that he's, you know, tensing his arms up. I'm just sort of looking at a more relaxed sort of position for the arm to match what we've done here. Let's just have a look. This is pretty good generally, I think. Even though the arms are sort of twisted inwards ever so slightly. I mean, we do have a slight twist inwards there. Let's just grab that back. So what we'll do, we'll try and do something with this as well in these areas. And you can see the wrists there. Okay, so we'll just grab our reference and I'll just slide that over to the other monitor. Okay, so we'll do something with this now. So what I'm going to do is actually move the biceps over just slightly, because everything else is pretty good in terms of going alongside that reference. So all I'm going to do is just start to just pull these out just a little bit more, and on the inside, and I'm just sort of eyeballing our reference at the same time, which is all good. And just bring that down just a bit more. And just going to bring this bit forward as well. I'm not overly concerned about this area really, because it's going to get covered with the glove, and anything that sort of penetrates through the glove itself we can always edit, and we can tidy up a bit later on over in Maya anyway. We can always cut the ends off of that that we don't need, and then just re-import the mesh, and we should be okay. But for the moment, I think we're good. So I'm just going to bulk that up just a tiny bit more. Just looking at the reference again. So just do the backs here. Just going to quickly switch to a back view on the reference actually while I'm here. And let's just move our model over. Okay, like so. Let's have a look, see what we've got. So here's one rear view of Arnie. What else have we got? So we're probably, yeah, we're not too bad there. So I'm just going to slide this one across and see how we're getting on with that one. It's in a little bit in the dark, but it's, you know, if you sort of squint and look at the silhouettes, it's actually pretty good. It's quite straight there, actually, on the back. And we've got this huge sort of tricep area. It's absolutely enormous. So I don't think we've done too badly actually there from that. So I think yeah, we're pretty good to go. And all of this back area of Arnie's is just all sort of, you know, just lying on top of each other. And I think what we will do actually while I'm here is if we scale our brush down and just jump back up to our geometry, and we are on level 3, that's fine. So I'm just holding the control key down, just drawing a mask on here, and then the intention will be to move all of this volume across. So if I just grab the move brush and just move it all across, and because we've drawn a mask, whoops, we just need to grow that mask I think a little bit more in there. So hang on, what we can do, I do believe, let's just deselect the mask. Let's have a look at polyframe, and we do have polygroups, so that's great. So what I can do is hide that arm, and now if I just turn that off, is now draw a proper mask all the way around in that area, and when we move it, none of that mesh will be affected now. Okay, I do believe we created those polygroups before in a previous chapter. But if you're watching this video and you can't find it, do let us know at SimplyMaya, and I can do a quick video or a quick explanation for you on the forum of how to create a polygroup for your ZBrush model. There you go. So just by holding down the Control and Shift and clicking in the 0 area, it brings the actual limb back into view. So all I'm going to do, again, using the Move tool, is I'm just going to grab that mesh and just pull it across, okay, like so. And if you want, what we can do, in fact, that's actually masked an area that I didn't want, so let's just clear that mask completely, actually, and undo it, okay, and clear the mask. And we'll hide both arms, which is great, and then now we'll draw the mask back in. Okay, like so. That's all good. So polygroups save the day once again. Okay, so turn that off. Control Shift in the window, and now we've got our Move tool, and now the mask has gone from this side, and all we need to do now is just scale it up a little bit and just move everything to where we want. If you press Shift down, usually you can blur the mask. Let's just blur it just a little bit, there we go. And then with the Move tool still, just move that stuff, move all the volume across, and that's all good. So just round that little bit out, just on the back there. Okay, we're good to go. Clear the mask, and there we go. So that's looking pretty good. So we've got a bit more sort of intersection. Well, not so much intersection, but we've got more sort of closeness and flesh, you know, sort of touching each other there. So that's great. Okay, so that done, and the front done as well. So that's all good. So what we'll do is, so we're coming up for around 20 minutes now, I think. So what we'll do, we'll jump this back over into Maya. So let's just go to Subtool. I'm just going to turn off the glove so we don't export that one out anyway, even though this is highlighted, but just to make sure. And then down to Geometry, we're going to go to Subdivision Level 2, which will be nicely updated anyway from this version. And we're going to export that out. So I'm just going to double check our export, make sure group is off, and then export another version. So I'm going to jump back in and going to call this body obj number 9. Save that out, that's all done, and then we're going to jump back into Maya and we're going to import that in, and let's go up to our scenes folder. There's number 9, import that in, so you can see the difference ever so slightly with areas that we've been tweaking. Okay, so the grey areas are the older areas, okay, and the white mesh is the new stuff. So you can see where we've pulled that bicep across, bulked out the forearms, dealt with a bit of the butt at the back there, and also the front. So you can see the areas that we've dealt with. Okay, so with that done, all we're going to do is just move that over to one side. Okay, we're going to shift select the mesh, and all we're going to do is a simple blend shape. So we're going to go to deform, just go to blend shape, reset the settings. Okay, that's all great, and hit apply. That's all good, and then hopefully without any problems we should be able to select this mesh and go to the blend shape, and you can see the differences that we've made to our mesh. Okay, so it's as easy as that. Okay, so that's all done. And then once you've done that, once you're happy with what you have, then it's just a case of simply deleting the history and just get rid of that blend shape because we don't need it. This is our base mesh, this is the one we want to work from. So anything else that comes in is essentially a sort of a foreign object, if you will. So you can see we've got a few issues with the belt. It's not too bad, it's not as bad as I thought. So I think we did export a version. Let's just double check, and let's just go back up to scenes, and let's go up again, and I think it was in there, volume 2. Yeah, there's the belt, so that's okay, we'll just overwrite that anyway. So that's all good, and then back over into ZBrush, grab a subtool. So if we do append, do another version of this, and then import, and go back up, and there's the belt. Okay, there's the belt come in. No, it's a different one. That's the old one, so we don't want that. So we'll just delete that, we don't need that. So what we'll do is we'll append, and we'll go and grab the poly mesh, make sure we're on the correct layer, go to import, and all we need to do now is just grab the belt and import. There's the right one, that's the correct one that we need, so that's all good. So that's on its layer now, and all we need to do is just pull that around just a little bit just to get it to fit, and we should be good. So we're just going to grab the move tool, and again make sure you're on X symmetry, and we're just going to pull this around like so, just to get that to fit on there. Just a little bit of a tweak on the back side there, and let's just come around to the front. And I think what we need to do is that's all good, and just going to make a bigger brush like so, just to make it a bit more slinky, and we'll just bring that down so it's almost like a waist type of belt. I don't know what they're called in the fashion world, but it'd just be one of those belts that almost just sort of hang very, very low. It kind of looks kind of cool, I think. So that's all good, great, so that's fine. So we'll leave that bit there, and now what we need to do is have a look at our glove. So I'm just going to go to the glove reference, so as you can see here, and let's just go and zoom in and have a look. So I think one of the first things that really does come to notice is the size of the fingers. These are very, very skinny. It's almost like rubber gloves you'd use for washing up your cutlery and stuff. So as you can see, these are really kind of fat. So we're going to deal with that right now. So let's get on with that. Let's crack on. So I'm just going to do these as best as I can. So what we're going to do, we're going to use this for blocking out at the moment. So I'm just going to zoom in and start to bulk this stuff out a bit more, like so. And what we'll do, I think would be the best bet, is to actually mask off each finger as we go. And if I just go down to masking, so we can grow the mask, sharpen it, grow mask, sharpen it. Because as you grow a mask, what happens, it tends to sort of blur out. So just by sharpening it, it doesn't. So that's all good. So now what we can do is go back and carry on where we left off, which is cool. And I'm just going to do the front here. So as you can see, so it's quite thick. And we'll just move these around. Okay, we can put wireframe on just so we can see everything's sitting as we need it. Okay, like so. And we can just bulk all this stuff out as well. Okay, so that's all looking pretty good. So this is what I was talking about, you know, just giving it more form and everything else now. So this is going to probably be the first part of this for the glove, because we're coming up for around half an hour, I believe. So we will be having to do this in another section. I'm just going to subdivide that, and I'm just going to draw a mask on it. So it's just a lot easier sometimes to subdivide it as well, to get a mask drawn on. Sometimes the low res stuff can be a little bit deceiving, but it's all good. Oops. So just draw that in there so we can get on with the next one. I should have used the lasso tool really to draw that, but just for the sake of the video I didn't. Just so it's just easier for me to just draw it straight in. So again, fatten the fingers up, all good. Let's just straighten that out. Just pressing shift to constrain that to the axis. There we go, that's all good. Okay, so it's a little bit flat on the end there. I'm not too worried about that because we're going to do a lot of sculpting and stuff on there, so that's fine. And again, just sort of bulking this out as well. But again, like I just said, not overly concerned, even though it's a bit flat. We're just concerned about the actual sort of thickness of the fingers, so that's all good. And then we'll do the same with this one, and just bulk it all out. Okay. hands like a docker, as one of my friends says. So it's all good. Right, just go in there and sort that out. What's going on in there? Let's just go and grab those points. There we go, that's better. And for some reason I've got a point there. Let's just quickly smooth that out. Okay, that's better. Okay, cool. And got a little bit of funk in some of these areas. That's the thing with these, but that's okay. What we can do, if need be, we can mask each finger and create a polygroup from masking, which I may end up doing anyway, which is fine. But for now, I just want to get this sort of roughly blocked out as a bigger sort of version. There we go. So it's starting to look like something a bit more sort of tangible now. And then we'll do the same. On this side. So just blocking that out as well. Okay, so just going to pull this around. Okay, that's all good. So again, still looks a little bit flat, still looks a little bit like a hand. I think essentially that's what we did anyway, but that's all good. We're going to sculpt it all up, so that's all fine. So that's fine by me. And then obviously we've got the thumb to do, so I'm just going to bulk this guy out as well. Make that look like a hands like a vice. Okay, so I'm just going to start to shuffle that around as well. So that's going to be a bit more okay, bit of thickness on there. So I think what we need to do now is start to actually sculpt the volume on now. So I'm just looking at that. I think we do need to have some form of polygroups. So look. So yeah, I forgot because we've only got the we did the top and the bottom. We didn't do the fingers separately. Okay, that's not too bad. What we could do, we could actually do that from masking as well. So I'll just show you what we can do. So we can go from masking, so we can do another one like so. Let's just turn that off. Okay, like so. So you go from masking. So that's now got all of that. Then we can do the same with this one. So we can go around and keep doing that like so. And then let's just grow the mask. Sharpen the mask. And what you can do as well, if you come down a level, you can actually grow it. Oh, just banging the microphone there. So you can actually grow it very quickly on the lower resolution it's a lot easier, as you can see there. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward. Then go to polygroups. I think it's from it might be group masked. Yeah, there we go. So that's that one. So then you add that to the other polygroup. So now we can work on each finger separately. So we just repeat that process across each finger. So that's pretty cool. Okay. So I'll carry on. I'll do that off camera as well. So I'm going to keep repeating the same process for that as well, and then we can do the same with these spikes as well. So for the moment, let's turn off polyframe and we'll just get on with a bit of sculpting for now, and then once we hit our mark, then we can stop and then we can come back and just carry on. So let's just start to subdivide that up and then just start to bulk out these areas. Like so. So that's all pretty good. And then we'll start to add, let's just increase the intensity. So we'll just start to add that sort of padding across there as well, albeit rough at the moment, but we want to get those sort of big bruiser tight knuckles and stuff in there. So I'm just going to bulk these fingers out a bit more. So just take a time to just come back and have a look at that. So it's already starting to improve already just by adding the volume there, and we'll just start to sculpt all this stuff in as well. Get rid of that flatness. Okay. There we go. Albeit rough at the moment, it's all just blocking out now. So excuse the silence while I sort of concentrate on what I'm doing, but I'm sure you can make out exactly that. But for the moment this is all still just blocking this out in the sculpt, and again what we will do is update everything once we get back over into Maya. We'll update the base mesh, and then again we'll do what we did exactly with the body as well, so that's all good. And then we'll just add just some pieces here and come around the bottom. So that's all good. And then we'll start to do the back end of the glove as well. Whoops. Just undo that. Just be a bit more careful there. Just be a bit slower. That's better. There we go. Also do the inside. So I just want to thicken these up a bit more. And keep a kind of a crease there at the base there, because we can do something quite neat with that, I think, once we get higher division in there, so that's all good. There we go, let's make it more sense. And just bring that across there. And that there. Okay, so you can now see the sort of shape sort of appearing as a glove as opposed to a, well, as opposed to a rubber glove. So that's all coming together nicely, and let's just start to bulk out this thumb as well. And I'm sure we can do something with the base of that once we get there. So just having a look at that, that's pretty good. So it's starting to look like an armoured glove now. Even at this stage it's looking pretty neat, I think. So just going to bulk that out there and bulk that out there. Okay, just bring that into touch just there, and then just bulk this out on the palm. Start to bring that around. And the same on the underside, just here as well, which is all good. And there we go. So I'm just going to bulk that out. And we're okay. So what I think we can do is call it a day there. And then what I will do is create those extra poly groups for the fingers, like we did before. Just add those to the masking group, and we should be good to go for the rest. And we'll also do the gauntlet stuff there as well. And then we can crack on with the rest of the glove in the next episode. So I think that'll do us for now. I think we're in a good position. Got some nice blocking out going on there. We can see exactly where it's going. I think another thing as well, we could actually sort of scale this up completely. This area here, I think we could make that bigger fists or something. But what we'll do, we'll update the mesh over in Maya, then bring that back again, because I think it'll be easy for us to edit the scale of it in Maya as opposed to doing it in ZBrush. But I'll have a look in between, and we'll go there, and so we keep the video sort of flowing nicely for you. So we can. It's always good to just check these things out before we produce them, just to make sure we're on the right track. So there's 101 ways to skin a cat in Maya, but because we're doing stuff as well in ZBrush, I don't want to get it all too confusing. Sort of keep certain aspects of the modelling in one package, and sort of like aspects like this sort of sculpting and stuff over here in ZBrush. So that's all good. So it just keeps it clean, it keeps kind of an order, and everybody's happy, particularly myself, which is good. So we'll call that a day, and we'll see you in the next chapter, where we'll just carry on with the glove as we've left off now. So see you then. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter we started on the glove, just sort of started bulking it out, stuff like that. What I've done, and as promised since then, I've gone into Maya and just sort of bulked it out ever so slightly and just returned the mesh back into ZBrush. What I've done as well, using the masking tools, is create some poly groups for selection, just in case we want to hide any pieces. It's not the most accurate of poly groups, but it will do for our purposes for this moment in time. If we want to make any more, all we've got to do is just make a mask, go to our poly groups and do group from mask, and it'll add those pieces, or it'll add that masking to the sort of selection groups for the poly groups. So we're just going to turn that off, and what I think I need to show you is I've been having another look around on the web just for a little bit more reference, and I've come across this sort of view of the glove now, so it's a little bit clearer for the tops and for the wrist and stuff. So we're going to use this as reference, and we'll just pop that back on the other screen. And what I'm going to do is actually divide, let's do no, is divide up the glove itself another 2 levels, because what I want to do is now use the clay build-up brush to sort of get an idea of what I'm sort of looking for. I may also use the masking on the masking brush just to get an idea as well of what I can sort of look for. So you could use this just to sketch out, you know, what you want to go for. So I'm just looking at the reference that we have here. So it's got all this sort of cool looking sort of leather stitching inside it, and you know, it just shows you where all the pieces are joined, and obviously sort of all around the middle of the fingers and stuff like that. So there's all these things. So, and what we could do, we could probably sculpt in some areas just sort of like around here as well, where the gauntlet spikes would be inserted or attached. So that should sort of give you sort of a rough idea. Let's just bring that back over of what we're sort of looking for, really. And again, we can probably put another sort of crease through there. I'm doing this really rough just to show you the sort of thing that we're after. And then obviously the other creases will go through the center of the fingers as well, so it's all good. Okay, so something like that. The more divisions you have, the smoother the masking will look as well. But I think what we'll do, we'll just clear that just by control and dragging outside the mesh, and using the clay build-up brush. I'm just going to start to sort of block that stuff in ever so quickly. Just using the reference, just eyeballing that reference. And we'll just go across there and just come round. So we'll get most of this blocked out for this particular piece, and then see how far we get, and come back in and sort of add the extra sort of tertiary sort of details to this as well. So I'm just going to block this out, just having a look at the sort of the form there, and what we'll do is just start to add this extra volume as well, because I think we're going to need that a little bit later on when we come to do sort of the creasing of the material. So as you can see, just very roughly blocking this out. Okay, that's not bad. Now what we can do is start to come in around the gauntlet spikes. So this is why I was sort of sketching it out as well, just to get an idea of what, you know, what we're going for. And you could always use your poly frame as well, just to show you where and how everything is sitting. Okay, so just bring that around there, so it looks like that's attached to the glove, so that's good. So what we'll do, we'll just start to sketch in the extra bits now on the top here. And then we've got a set of those sort of padded ribbon just coming across there. And again, I'm just blocking it out, I'm not too fussed about how it sort of sits at the moment, because we can erase it quite easily with ZBrush. It's not a problem at all. And just start to sort of bulk out the fingers as well. Okay. And about there. Okay. So something like that. And then what we'll do, we'll just return to the thumb as well. So let's just bulk out the front of the fingers a bit more. Okay, that's good. Okay, so just take the sides of the brush down, and what we're going to do is sculpt in what will be like a patch area about there, and we're just going to square that off there, and then what we'll do is just bring that across there as the reference is suggesting. Okay, then we'll just start to put in the crease just across there, and we'll add one that goes right back into here, because what we can do is just bulk that area out. As well. Excuse the noise of my creaky keyboard. Okay. And what we'll do, we'll just hide that, and we'll just start to do the fingers one at a time now. Just run that round through there. Like so. And we'll just bring that back across as well, so we're not going off screen. So just going to bulk that up a little bit, and that one there, so you can see where it's all sort of going. With this, so I'm just going to bulk up the tip of the lower finger there. Still think it's a little bit too sort of, I don't know, a bit flimsy, I would say. Let's just bulk it out. Let's just go for broke, I think, there. Same with this one. I think we'll do that with the rest of the fingers as well, actually. Can do all of that, so that looks a lot better. Okay, and then let's just click that back into place, and yeah. Okay, let's just try and bring that one back, that one, and that one. Okay, let's hide. Got the wrong one there. That's better. Okay. Got there in the end. So we're just going to bulk this guy out just down here. And just give that a little bit more volume there. as well. Okay. And then run another crease around the center. There we go. Let's just hide that. And just bulk that out either side just a little bit more. Okay, like so, and then we'll just bulk up that just a bit more, and then we'll just do the same with these, and then the other one as well. So in fact, what we could do is if I use the UV actually for itself, I could probably get rid of the poly groups. Let's have a look. Okay, so we could do auto groups with UV, and hopefully that will give us the half that we will require, because that's just basing the entire selection off of the actual UVs that are laid out. So what we can do is just completely hide the top half and just work on the bottom half to get the creases where we want them. So we just work that in there like that. Probably be a better idea to do it that way, like so. There we go. So it's worked out better doing it that way. I'm not too concerned about the inside here, it's so close, so we're not going to worry about that. So we'll just carry on. Let's turn off the poly frame. And just sculpt that crease back in all the way around. There we go. And then all we need to do is just bulk out these fingers a bit more. Let's just push these in a bit. So sorry for the silence. If there's a silence while I'm working, it's just because, you know, I'm doing the same thing over and over, so I don't want to excuse me, keep repeating myself with everything. I'm sure you can see clearly enough as to what I'm doing. Okay. So that's not too bad. So what we'll do, we'll bring that back, and then take the brush size down, and then just run that crease now around the center of the thumb. just there, I think, because we've got this ribbing type stuff going on as well. There we go. So this is almost kind of blocked out to what we're looking for. So let's just do the gauntlet spikes as well. And then what we can do, we can up-res it and then do it all again. A bit in a kind of a finer detail. Sharpen areas out, erase areas that may not work for us. But let's have a look. Okay, so it's not too bad. And what we need to do as well is attach that thumb somehow. I think what we'll do is we'll bring that back into there, like so. Again, all blocking out, not worried about the overall thing at this particular moment. And then let's just start bulking this bit out a bit more on the thumb. And in here as well. And start to add to the sort of palm area as well. So I'm just looking at my own hand at the moment just to see which is which. Now what we can do, we can add a sort of a pad. So I'm just basing everything off of the off of my own palm, but we'll turn it into like a pad, if you will, on the actual glove. So we could actually bulk this out a fair bit as well, like so. And then what we can do is add an extra pad sort of here as well. Like so. And just a little bit more. I didn't want to get too sort of like too much armor like with this, because I wanted to keep the suit quite simple in terms of none of the body armor that we seem to get these days with a lot of these superhero films. So I wanted to try and keep it sort of as simple as possible, none of that sort of shielding or bits of, like I say, Kevlar weaved armor. So I just want to make it as sort of bulky and, you know, stitched together, if you will, instead of sort of that machine kind of look that they seem to do as well for the games and stuff. You know, they've got these big giant gloves and everything with lots of metal everywhere. I just want to keep it as simple as possible, but still make it look, you know, half decent. But obviously, you know, if you're following this tutorial, you may want to just sort of experiment, you know, go down your own road with it. This is obviously just a guide to hopefully point you in a reasonably trustworthy direction. Okay, so there we go. I don't want it to look too much like an astronaut's glove. Okay, so let's just bolt that and just have a look. So there we go. So that's kind of blocked out, I would say. So we're just sort of coming up, I think, for nearly 25 minutes on this. So that's not bad. Still a fair way to go with this actual sculpt itself, but let's just add some more here. But I think it's looking good. Still got the boots to go as well, so we're going to keep those looking pretty neat as well. So let's just bulk this out around here, and maybe another one or two just in there as well. Let's just knock that back. See, I'm using the Alt key there to reverse the direction. So because we're on Z add, that will just make it all come up. So if I just undo that, but if you hold the Alt key down, it will press it inwards. So it's a very quick way to sort of add and subtract volumes and stuff like that while you're working in this particular way. Let's just take that size of that brush down. That's too much. Okay, there we go. So that's now taken a lot more shape. Okay. And what we'll do, if we just add some sort of dents in there as well. Okay, like so, that's all good. And then across the fingers themselves. And then one in there. And I just want to bulk that out a little bit more there. Just a little bit flat. And we'll just start to add sort of like an extra sort of lip to that, where that join is. Okay. Just bulk it out a bit more. And what we'll do this time, we'll hide the bottom part, and then on the top part we'll add this lip around the side of the fingers. There we go. Like so. Just add that piece there, and we'll just add this lip all the way around. As you can see, it's very rough, but you know, once we subdivide it and stuff, we'll be able to tidy things up. Hopefully make them look a bit more convincing. Okay, there we go, that's fine, that's good for me. So there's our glove at this rough sort of point. Let's just bulk that out a bit more. Let's just zoom out. And this is all just done with one brush, the clay build-up. I just find it a very pleasant brush to use to get stuff sort of blocked out very quickly. I'm not too concerned about any of the lines. I think at the end of the day what it's going to do is add to the model anyway. Let's just bulk that. I think it will, like I say, add some more sort of dimension to the glove anyway, even though I've got a reference here in front of me, so we want to make it look, you know, look pretty good. So there we go. Okay, That's that. So we're just coming up for nearly half an hour, so I think what we'll do is we'll just quickly put in that crease there, and then there, at the top one, like so. So I think we will leave it there for now, actually, and then just bulk that out just a little bit more, and we'll come back, add another division to the model, and then start to sort of sharpen areas up, and start to get that start to get the glove to make it look like the real deal, and so on. Okay, so let's just zoom back out. There we go. So let's get in there. It's a far cry from what we had earlier. So what we'll do, we'll leave that there, and in the next chapter we'll come back, sharpen everything up, and sort of head in the direction of excuse me, getting a bit tongue-tied there, finishing this off. So I shall see you in the next chapter. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter we started to add more detail and up-res the glove itself, so we can start adding all that sort of line work to it. So what we're going to do is just carry on. We're going to up-res it again, and hopefully try and get it sort of more towards a finished object. So as always, got some reference for us on the other screen, so I'm just going to leave that to one side, and so I can view that as we go. So what I think we need to do is subdivide this, and I believe that should take us to about 1 million polygons. So let's just have a look. So yeah, so polys are just over 1 million, 4,544, so that's not too bad at all. So I'm going to jump back down to my clay build-up brush, and we're going to zoom in. We're just going to concentrate on this area for now. Okay, so just scale that brush right back. Okay, so I've got my reference open. I'm not going to copy it exactly, but just to get a rough sort of guide on what we want. I'm just going to start to increase the sort of detail in these areas as well now. And we'll just end that one just there where that sort of crease is, and we'll bring that one round as well. So you could do this with masking and stuff, but I'm just going to do this all freehand, because it's just the way I prefer to do stuff like this. I mean, you could freehand in the mask if you wanted, and then inflate that from the deformation tool palette, which can just be found here. So you can inflate balloon or inflate it, etc. So we're just going to jump back to our geometry. So I'm not going to use that at the moment. I don't feel necessary to do that. But do feel free to play around with the tools and the brushes and stuff to see what works for you. But I do like to myself take a sort of a sketched approach, and then sort of tidy it up afterwards, kind of like you would do with a drawing or something like that. Just keep flipping around there. So I'm just going to add this one like so. And bring that round. There we go. And we'll do another one. There we go. And that should do that. Okay. So we could probably up-res that a little bit. We'll do that very shortly. Let's get this other bits and pieces in there first. So just bring that one just in there, like so, and then we're going to take that brush size down, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this in now, just into here, a little bit more. So I'm just holding down the Alt key. There we go. And just do the same here as well. There we go. And again, what we can do, we can hide all this stuff using the polygroups, and just sort of add to it that way, just so we're not sort of sculpting on areas that we can't see or can't sort of you know, do properly. So I'm just going to do that area there. That's okay, that's all good. Now if we come back round to the sort of like the knuckle area, so I'm just going to bring that brush size up a bit more and give us a bit more sort of ribbon sort of look, just like this bit here on the front. And again, because we're getting this kind of faceting because of the resolution of the mesh, we'll up-res that very shortly as well. I don't want to go too over the top with this sort of armoured look because of the nature of the caricature itself. For those of you who've downloaded the Batman head tutorial, you'll see it's a caricature and it's very, very simple. There's none of that kind of armoury kind of look to it. It's more like the old sort of cartoons, if you will, or the more like the Adam West sort of type series as well on those. So we're not going to do overkill just for the sake of the tutorial, but I mean, you get the idea anyway what we're trying to do, hopefully. So I'm just going to sculpt these fingers in, but I just want to add sort of some detail just to give some sort of interest to various parts of the character. So I thought this would be ideal for the gloves. So again, we'll do another 3 across here. Like so. And another one there. And this one here, then we've just got the thumb to do after as well. So again, I'm just staying on the clay build-up brush. It is one of my favourite brushes to use. I just find it sort of gives me what I'm looking for, sort of as the work in progress sort of goes along, and it just helps define stuff very, very quickly as well. Just sort of helps it sort of embed in my mind as to what I'm going for. Then I just know exactly what I need to do after. Obviously everybody else is going to have their own thoughts on how they do stuff, but this one just happens to be one of my eccentricities with the way I work. It hasn't let me down yet, so yeah, if you want to try it, go for it. And there we go, so that's all good. So what I'm going to do now is going to add a few more sort of cut out patchy areas you know. So this looks like it's all been seamed together nicely, and so on. We'll use the damn standard brush as well a bit later on. But again, just keeping it kind of loose and just sort of going with the flow. And as you can see, these sort of surface wrinkles, you know, the surface looks a little bit noisy, but once we start to smooth it out, you'll see that, you know, it'll actually add, if you will, to the character of the glove. So we don't necessarily need to worry too much about, you know, being too tidy with stuff, because, you know, any surface like sort of like a leathery glove or something isn't going to be perfect by any means. So it's just one of those things worth bearing in mind. Okay, so let's have a mosey around here to the gauntlet spikes. And again, I'm just going to build this area up just on here, because we'll smooth that out anyway. But I just want a bit more sort of definition around that kind of area. And another good thing to do to check how your detail is going, because obviously everything's a bit different in terms of materials and stuff like that. I mean, for the moment we're using the basic material just to visualize this. But depending on what your final output is going to be, depending on the software that you're going to use, sometimes it's just worth looking at the shaders here in ZBrush. I mean, they're not going to be 100% spot on to something, say, an Arnold shader in Maya. It's going to be a little bit different, but if you know you're going for a subsurface kind of look, or a sort of a black leathery look, you know, like this, you know, you might sort of be able to see and decipher where you may need more details and stuff like that. So it's always just useful just to sort of have a look. So, and obviously with subsurface scattering, the detail does get softened, as opposed to, say, where are we? Let's find that blend shader. That blend always eludes me down here. Where's that gone? I probably missed it somewhere. Basic. I've lost the blend. There it is on the right. There we go. So the blend has got all this specularity and stuff on it. And again, you can go up to your material menus, open up the modifiers, then play around with the specular, you know, stuff like that. They usually set their diffuses at some very strange values. I mean, diffuse is usually 0.8 as a rule over in Maya, and that's usually like the world, you know, sort of standard of any given surface is the it's usually 0.8 in diffuse. So the shaders are correct over in Maya to some extent, so it's always worth bearing in mind. Okay, so we've changed that material. I'm just going to change it back to the basic, but, you know, as I said, you know, have a play around with what you have rather, and go from there. So I'm just going to start to add a bit more detail here. Okay, nothing too fancy for the time being. So again, I'm always still sketching it in some respects, but once we get to a certain point, as you'll see, we'll start sort of subdividing it up a bit more and smoothing things out and pinching stuff and all that kind of thing. So there's the damn standard brush, which is always a good one, because you can start to cut in details like that, you know, be a bit finer. Let's have a look. So you could probably start to do stuff like that as well, which is great. So, but for the moment, I'm just going to stay on my clay build up. I'm going to smooth stuff out now and start cutting other stuff in as we go. So let's crack on. So I'm just going to divide that up a bit more. So we're now on subdivision level 7. So we should have around, what have we got? 4 million. So I'm going to start to smooth some areas out now. In fact, let's just drop it down one. So again, this is giving us the bulk of what we need, and then what we need to do is go in and sharpen it all up afterwards. And I'll show you what I mean actually while we're down on the palm of the glove here. So I'm just smoothing that out. I'm not too concerned about the surface noise because I think it adds to it all the time. But the main thing is, as long as the glove does start to look correct in certain ways, then I'm happy with that, and the surface noise can stay. We did something very similar on the Batman head in the previous tutorial. We sort of added a surface noise to the actual character face, and it does just help to make it look a bit better instead of being super sort of CG smooth and everything. So let's start pinching this stuff together here, so you can see these creases start to come together like so. There we go. So that's the kind of idea that I was after. Like so. So it keeps it clean, but at the same time keeps it looking non-CG to an extent. I'll just smooth all this out. Not too much. And then what we can do, start running this over the top, like so. And just smooth this out a little bit more. Let's just do that one. There we go. Sorry for the silence, but you know what I'm doing, so I don't feel the need to really ramble on about what I'm doing. Okay, so let's just pinch this up a bit more. I'm glad it doesn't actually look like that ribbon, because it keeps this a bit more simple in this area actually after that. So just going to, oops, I'm just going to do all this, sharpen that up. As well, and we'll sharpen all this up, and then what we'll do, we'll run the damn standard brush through that area again, because I want to keep the ribbon on that part. I don't want to lose that as such. And we'll just run this all the way around, keeping it all pinched and looking good, I hope. And the good thing is it's all organic-y looking anyway, so the surface isn't going to be perfect. Well, that's my excuse anyway. But there we go, that's looking better. So start to smooth out these areas a little bit and pinch those up. And just pinch these up now. A bit of smoothing. And again, like I said, we'll run the damn standard brush on it afterwards. There we go, that's better. So it just gives us a bit more sort of oomph, if you like, to the surface, just a bit more detail, a bit more interest. And again, we'll just pinch these up. Let's just undo that. Okay, just do that there. Okay, so just smooth these guys out a little bit more on the tips, just to just so it doesn't look too rough. Okay, that's all good. I'll just start to pinch this up a bit more. And of course, let's just do around here. So I'll do the base of the fingers, smooth those all out. So you can see just by even the using that clay build-up as a sketch, it enables you to get a sort of a sort of uniform look to the surface of the material, which I find is a nice touch, which is why I like to do that sort of sketchy kind of look to it. I don't want those perfect surfaces, you know, because this could all be worn out, you know, from use, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, you have to sort of think about things like that as well, you know, just because you know, we all want our models to look great, but they only look better if they've got some sort of non-CG look to them. So what we're going to do now is going to make this brush a bit bigger, and there we go. So I'm going to start to smooth out this bigger area, because it is kind of, well, it should be a bit smoother than the rest of it, but at the same time, let's just drop down a res on this just to smooth this out. And just do that there, in there. Okay, so let's go up another res. So that's too high. Okay, so let's do that. So let's pinch this area. And we'll just jump in here as well. So I'm just going to pinch all this, smooth it out, pinch it all up. And smooth that, and pinch that back. And again, we can go around the damn standard and just add back some of that sort of crispy detail that we want. And what I'm going to do actually, I'm just going to smooth these out completely. Okay, like so. Whiz that round. Zoom out, let's have a look. Okay, and start to pinch this one as well, and just increase that scale. But at the same time, just add a small bit of smoothing as well. So what we'll do with that, we'll cut that back in. There we go. That's better. So after a lot of smoothing and stuff, and you can see it's got more of a natural feel to the glove now. So that's all getting there. So now let's just have a look, just make sure we've got everything we need. So I think we can go in now and start to do some more sort of high-resi sort of tertiary details, and I think that's looking pretty good. And that's after about, what are we at? About 20-25 minutes, I suppose, of time on that. So I mean, you can take as much time as possible, but as I like to say, we do try and keep it within a time limit for you to, so we don't hopefully lose your interest. Okay, so let's jump onto the dam standard now and just have a look at this guy and see what we can do. And what a good idea would be is to put on the lazy mouse, which it is, and just drag that brush all the way across like so. So we get a nice clean edge like so. And then we'll do the same with the rest of it. So just running this around. It's ever such a good brush to use for this kind of detail. And if you feel the need, again, just go back in and just pinch all that together just to get a nice effect on that mesh. So it's looking really good. And just jump onto dam standard again, just going to increase the depth of that on this one. There we go. So it reads quite nicely. And what we'll do is we'll just smooth this out on this guy. And we'll do the same. As long as we've got the form there, that's all good. And then we'll do something with this sort of raised sort of crease very shortly as well. I think what we could do is raise it just a little bit more and then run the dam standard just down the side of that, just to make it look a bit more interesting. And that said, let's bring that into there. Okay. And then, oops. Get that pinch just to sharpen that up. There we go, like so. Then again, we'll just add it to this area too. So that's all looking good. And then we can start to add it in all of these places as well. Like so. So I'm just trying to keep a kind of a steady hand, but not overly steady Oops, let's just undo that. And then I'll just leave that there for a minute. So you can see how that's working. And I'm just going to run one all the way back to there. That's pretty cool. And then we'll run this around this area, all the way along and round, all the way round to the other crease. There we go. And just indent that a bit more. Same with that one. Okay. So that's all starting to take shape now. So I'm just going to add one in here. And then take that one round from here all the way to that one. Let's undo that. There we go, and then that one. So it's all starting to come together now. I'll just run this one all the way along and just round to the front. And what we'll do that one after, and the same with those. Let's see how we're doing for time. Yep, so we'll probably have to start on finish it off in the next one, but let's just keep going until our time is up on this. There we go, so that's all good. And we'll just pop that into there, and then run this one all the way around. And into there. There we go. And then what we can do is sculpt that up a bit more afterwards. So let's get the rest of this done first. And we'll run this through the knuckles of the fingers. Like so. And the same here as well. We'll just add something just light, just on the joint there. Nothing too heavy. And the same on the underside. Okay, that's good. Okay, right. Just add a slight crease to that bit. Add to there. And then let's deal with this big thing. Just on here. Right, we'll just run that round. Like so, and the same with this one. Whoops. Okay. So you can smooth those small areas out, but I think for the most part that's got that. So let's just smooth that out and then just redraw that crease a little bit slower this time. There we go, that's better. And same with that there. And then we'll just add these last edges on here, and we'll just add that through there as well. And just place that there, and that one in there. And there we go. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll come back and tidy that up just a little bit more, and we'll add some sort of random creasing as well, but for the most part that's pretty much sort of solved a lot of the forms and everything for that glove. And that's on a level 6 actually, so if we go to level 7 it's not too bad at all. So it enables us to be able to do a little bit more sculpting I think around these gauntlet parts, and then what we can do, we can crack on with the boots, and yeah, we should be good to go. So we'll leave that there for now. We'll come back and finish up because we're sort of out of time really for this particular chapter. So we'll come back in, a bit more tidying up, bit more sort of housekeeping on this, and then we'll move on to the next bit. So until then, take it easy. See you then. Okay, so just carrying on from where we left off. So we're just going to tidy up a little bit of this, add a little bit of creasing, stuff like that, just add a tiny bit of detail. I've already imported in the boots as a subtool from the low res version, so let's have a look at those. Those are in here somewhere. There we go. So the low res boots are in here already, so we'll be starting on those afterwards. So let's just jump back to our glove. So that's all good. Just going to hit F, there we go, just to frame that up. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to have a quick look at this gauntlet area just on the side here. I think what we need to do is just bolt that out just a little bit more, just to make it look like the material is actually holding on to the spikes themselves. So I'm going to use my clay build-up brush, and we're just going to work a little bit of that geometry sculpt out just a little bit more, like so. And if we just jump down to geometry and just drop down the subdivision level to 6, and that should be fine for what we need for now. So I'm just going to work this in, smooth it off, and then cut back in again like we did with the dam standard in the previous chapter. There we go. So let's just pull that forward a bit more. And we'll do the same with the other one. There we go. And that should do it with that. And then what we need to do is just smooth that off. So I'm just holding down the shift key. Don't want to smooth it off too much. Just these bits here. And just in there, just a little bit more. And let's just do these areas here. That's better. Just going to smooth that area out just a tiny bit more there. There we go. So that's all good. And I'm just going to bulk that just a bit more. Just lost a little bit on that. So just bring it up and into there. Like so. That's all good. There we go. And then what we'll do, just a quick zoom out just to make sure it's all okay, what we want. And we'll just quickly just give that a little bit more smooth in that area. And we'll take the resolution back up to 7. And we do need to just get rid of those sort of sketch marks off the clay build-up brush. There we go. So that's all good. And then what we want to do now is grab our dam standard brush and just start to slowly ease those areas in. Oops, a bit wobbly there with my hands. So let's just undo that. So let's just come from this end. That's better. And then what we'll do is pinch that up very shortly. Let's just get this other one done. Into there. And then round onto there. Whoops. It's not very good. Okay, so bring that back and round in there. There we go, that's better. And then all we need to do is just grab the pinch brush, scale it up just a tiny bit more, and then just do that. Should give us a nice sort of crisper looking edge as well. There we go. So it's much nicer, and we'll do the same with this side. Just bring that in and do that as well. And just pinch that up, and that's good. So it's all good to go there. So I'm happy with that as it is. It's got an organic feel about it as well, which is great. Just going to smooth that area out there. Just get rid of a few little bits of funky stuff. Just same with this one. There we go. That's all good. So what we're going to do now is just add a few little sort of dents and creases just on that area on the back here. I just want to pick that up actually as well, this piece here that I did go on about in the last chapter. So this is just more like a sort of a crease join between the leather, and there we go. That should just do that, just coming across there like so. Just build that up just a little bit, just using the clay build up tool brush for that. And just going to smooth that ever so slightly on the top, just to get rid of any sort of strokes, and that's a lot better for me already, so that's great. So with the clay build up brush, once again I'm just going to drop a couple of levels just to rough a few little bits out, and I'm just going to use the Z-add, just going to drop the Z-add off and use Z-sub. I'm just going to drop in some very rough creases for the moment, and I'm referring to the reference as well that we've got here. Just going to push a few little pieces in, not over the top like I said, but just enough to give us that kind of look that we're after. And just do another couple just up there, and just run that one just ever so slightly there as well, and we'll do just offset that one a bit more. And then we've got a couple down here towards the wrist, so I'm just going to dent those in that area as well, and just on the outer wrist as well, just to give us a nice crease. Hopefully once it's all cleaned up, it should be good. And let's just skip that one just across there just a bit more. There we go. And just round that one out a bit more as well. And then that one just joins in on the top of that. There we go. So again, it's just rough, just a very rough block out. And we've got one that comes in just here as well, and a bit of one there. Just trying to randomize the sort of feel of it as well, just roughing it up. And then we've got one that comes in across there, and just roughing those edges out like so. And we'll just add some light stuff just under here as well, and same under there. And that's good. Okay, so now what we need to do is just jump back up to level 7, and we're just going to smooth it out. In fact, let's just drop down one more, level 6, smooth that out, and then we'll build up to the next level. So you can see it's quite subtle, but it works. And that's the thing with creases. We used to do them a lot on a previous job. Used to do them by hand in Photoshop over 3D, sort of just like a paint over really in 3D. But we used to do all the creasing and everything for the characters' clothes, and you do learn quite a lot actually. And so when I see sort of CG cloth, I do question the way it's moving around and stuff, because having stood in front of mirrors looking at directions of creases and everything like that, you do tend to sort of take it all on board at one point or other, and can be quite an interesting subject actually. Anyway, a bit of nerdiness there for you. So yeah, just sort of keep an eye on how creases are working and stuff like that, in accordance with the direction as well that they're going. Let's just get rid of that. So okay, so I'll just undo that again. I seem to have a very unsteady hand at the moment. There we go, that's better. And then just scoop that under there, smooth that off, and then we'll pinch that. There we go, just to tidy that up. There we go. Just tidy that up on there as well. So those creases there look pretty good. So it goes back to clay build up. And what we'll do is just start to smooth all this stuff off as well. And we'll need to up-res it very shortly to its highest division. Let's just drop down another one. And just smooth that out as well on there. Do have a good look at the way creases do sit, even when they're static, or an object is static with fabric on it. It's always interesting to just study which way the directions are going, and how thick they are in accordance to the material as well that you use, or that's being worn. So just smooth that out, that's better. Let's just zoom that out. See, that's a lot better. So I'm just going to add back a little bit of crease in there, just on the top, and then I'm just going to block that over just a little bit more, and then add some in there as well. So once we smooth it all out, hopefully we should have something that looks half decent. There we go. And that's it. And what we'll do, we'll pinch a few bits. Like so. And then what we'll do, just smooth it all out, just to keep it all subtle. We just zoom out, have a look. And we'll just do a bit of clay build up. Just going to bulk that out just a tiny bit there, and just bring that across there. And then we'll just smooth that all back out. There we go. Much better. Okay, so what we're going to do is just do these bits here, just sort of push them into the sort of design of the glove as well. There we go. So just smooth that out and let's just go up a level. There we go. There we go. And we'll just bring that around like so. And then what we'll do, I'm going to just bulk this out just a tiny bit on the sides. There we go. And just skim that back in as well. And hopefully it's all taking shape. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And just dent that in just a bit more. Okay, so that's pretty good. And just flatten that out a bit more. And then just get that down standard and just move that in. There we go, that's better. Okay, so that's kind of added to that sort of depth to that now. Just going to bulk that out just a tiny bit more on here and bring that one round as well. So as you can see, that does just sort of blend ever so slightly just back a bit onto that bit of ribbon, and then that's it. That's more like it. There we go. And then just pop that background like that, like so, and then just replace that small area. There we go, and that's done. Okay, so we'll leave the glove there for now. We'll get the boot done, and then we'll start blocking the boot out, and then what we can do, we can come back and then just start adding details, just like we did with the hand. So we're just going to jump back over to our subtool palette, switch on the eyeball for the layer rather, not the actual boot itself. So let's hit F, frame that up, that's all good. Okay, and we're going to subdivide this a few times now, and all I'm going to do is exactly what we did with the glove, and let's just start to just block out areas, and we can fine-tune that again in the next chapter. So let's crack on. So I'm just going to look at my reference over here, because I did download some more for us to have a look at. There we go. So we've got this kind of look on the boot. These are from the original Batman with Michael Keaton, and these are the ones from the Dark Knight as well. So I may do a sort of a hybrid of the two, just to make them look pretty cool. So we'll sort of experiment with that while we're going. So let's crack on. So I'm just going to have a quick look at one pair of them, and we'll start to add stuff. So I'm going to do this, I think. So let's just come around. Like so. In fact, I'm going to subdivide the boot a bit more, and then increase the brush size. And again, this is just going to be very rough until the next version. Okay, so I'm just looking at that boot, the way it just sort of comes around the back here. It's going to make nice for some sort of armoured plating. Although we don't want too much, like I keep emphasising, because the simplicity of the suit, but you know, just to add these little bits to the boots, it's themselves. There we go, so that's better. Just blocking this area out, and we can do exactly what we did with the gauntlet and the glove. Okay, alright, so that's that back end sort of done. Okay, let's have a look. Let's just, and then let's have a look up there. Let's see if we can bring some of this stuff into play. Like so, that's not too bad. There we go again with this subdivision. So we've got quite a high poly count now. What are we at? Oh, 49,000. That's actually not bad at all. So in order to get this pattern done, we may need to up-res again, but at the moment I don't think we'll need to, because we're starting to see the shapes and the things sort of appear now. So it's just a case of blocking this stuff, just like I keep saying with the glove, like we did with that, and that was all good in the end. And then what we want to do is actually bring that across there, and let's just bulk out the sole a bit as well. And bring that round. Okay, so I'm going to bring that right round, like so. And there we go. So I'm just going to bring that up and forward a bit more. That's better. And then we can start to add the stripy sort of sketch to the front of this. Let's just have a look here. Okay, so I think what we need to do is grab the move brush, oops, and then just start to move areas of this around. You could probably do it in Maya as well on the low res one and just bring that back in, because we're not really changing the topology as such, we're just changing the shape overall. So yeah, we just pop those in the back there. Okay. And then what we can do, give some sort of flappy areas. You know, where you probably hide the zip, you know, that kind of thing, sort of in there. And then what we can do on the back is have some lines like this go across the back, maybe a couple more in between, like so. Maybe repeat it on the front. Just think it's quite a nice pattern, that. So maybe we could do that here, just while we're blocking out. So, and then for the in-between, just going to keep adding these sort of stripes to it. There we go. So I'm just going to start to scale that brush down and then just start to just sort of work this a bit nicer. And we'll just bring that around and over. There we go. Just bring that in as well. And just bring that one round. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just bulk that top bit out on the top of the shoe there, just so we get a nicer sort of transition. Sorry, it's going to be tongue-tied again. Just so we get that transition, just sort of falls off just sort of nicely at the front of that. So there we go. Okay, so that is pretty much our blocked out boot. Just going to increase the front sort of protection, toe protector sort of area. Just going to increase the height of that, and then we can start to just sort of weave that back in, and there we go. So what we'll do, we'll call it a day there. That's pretty much the pattern sort of blocked out. So what we'll go in and do is similar to what we did with the glove, and let's just go in, pick areas, sharpen them up, add more creases and detail, and we can go from there. So I think we'll call it a day there, and we'll come back and finish that off. So I shall speak to you very shortly. Okay, so welcome back. In the previous chapter we made a start on the boot. I think there's still a fair bit to do with this. I'm not happy with the way that I've done this part here, and also we do need to sort of work on the sole area as well. So what we'll do, and also I'm not overly happy with the way I've done this sort of ribbing either on the front. I know this is still sort of like in a rough sort of phase, but what I'd rather do is actually get rid of that ribbing and just sort of have like a plating type effect at the front and have this a lot thinner and everything. So we're going to go ahead and just do that now. So I'm just going to zoom in and I'm just going to smooth some of this off. So this is a great thing with ZBrush, you can just jump backwards and forwards, almost like concept art, and just change your ideas and stuff as you go. But for me on this part, I do want to just get these boots to sort of match with what we've done with the rest of the body and the gloves and stuff like that. So I'm going to keep it not simple, but more sort of less fuss and all that kind of thing. So I'm just going to flatten this out a little bit more, just smoothing out this sort of bulky area. And I'm just going to do the rest of the boot as well while we're there. So what I might do is just draw a few ideas over the top. I've still got the reference open on my other screen, so I'm going to sort of aim towards getting something very similar to that, which is a bit smoother on the front, but there's kind of a nice mesh sort of effect sort of down this side. I do believe that's from the Dark Knight Rises, I believe, or the Dark Knight itself. Yeah, I was just going to sort of aim for that kind of look, which I feel would suit our character a bit more. Okay, so It's not too bad. And just going to smooth this out as well on the sole. I need to shape up the sole as well a bit more. Just get some sharpness as well on those edges, but also I want to sort of curl the front up as well of the actual boot, because you know, when you look at shoes, they do have a kind of a round effect. They're not dead flat. So even though we've modelled this dead flat at the moment, when you do actually go and look at proper reference, you'll find that those small differences can actually make a difference. So it's just going to strain that. I'm just going to do that at the back. You know, there's always a kind of a roll sort of look, if you will. Okay, like so. And what we're going to do is start to get the front looking just a little bit better as well. And let's just pull the sole down a bit more. And I'll just pull that out at the back just to accommodate that. I think that as a rough version, that's quite good so far. What we can do is drop the geometry right down, just smooth a few bits and pieces off. Whoops, a bit much. And I'll just pull that just a bit more. So you can see we need to just adjust these areas. What we can do is probably grab the base mesh and throw that back into Maya just to do some tweaks anyway, just so we get that nice even out sole. Okay, so I'm just going to bring that back up. So I'm just going to pull that back over there a little bit. And just square it off just a bit more. Obviously I don't want to make it look like just a sort of a generic boot that doesn't fit on either foot. That's a thing that I always do tend to notice with footwear. When people model footwear online, when they do these models, they never allow for the heel arch or the arch of the foot inside here. They always just seem to model everything just sort of straight and straight, whereas if you do actually look at a sole, there is a slight indent there. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So just a little bit more time spent on this, I think. I think will be more advantageous. And let's just tweaking this. Okay. And what we want to do as well is, I think what we can do is just have a look at the mesh. Is actually just start to tweak this area in a bit as well, just so we get a slight look on the heel. Okay, so I'm just going to do a big move on that. There we go, and just increase that brush size just a little bit and just pull that back. so that's better. And then we'll just do this side as well. So just hit F just to bring that into play, and just draw that down. I think once we get everything subdivided up again, we'll see, I suppose what you could say, see what the damage is with that. So I'm just going to pull the shape out a little bit more, just on the back here. So the boot's got a bit more form to it instead of being more like an old sock. That's better. And we'll just move stuff around here. Interesting thing, I mean, I know it's probably a strange thing to say, but you never really see the boots that Batman wears. All you know is that they're black to match the rest of the outfit, whereas you get a good look at the gauntlets and stuff like that for the most part in any of the movies, but you never really see the boots. So it's quite interesting as to why. I mean, obviously the boots don't do as much as the gloves when they're fighting, but in some respects, unless he's kicking someone. But you just don't see them as far as the costume goes as much. So it's all it's quite interesting. Okay, so what we're going to do is just going to straighten that area up there as well. There we go. And I'm just going to bring that round. I think that is pretty good. Let's just grab our standard brush, and I'm just going to do a little bit of sculpting just to bring this area out here. Okay, I think the form of that is much better now than what we had previously. So as I said, it's the great thing with ZBrush, you can just sort of delve back in and sort of just adjust everything as much as you need to. So that's okay, and then I think the front is just a little bit too sort of pudgy, so I'm just going to try and sleek that out just a little bit. That's a bit better. And then we'll just do these bits as well. There we go, I think that suffice. And all I'm going to do now is just do the top of the foot there, and we'll just brush that in. And I'll just move this around a little bit more. Okay, so I'll just zoom out, and then we'll start to turn off the polyframe. So that's looking better. So I'm just going to go up another level. So I think that's much better. It's a better looking shoe now. And let's just go up to the next level, see where we're at. So I think what we'll do, we'll start at that level there. We'll delete the higher resolution. So that will enable us to go back in and start to make things look a lot better, and I'm hoping that's what's happening already. Okay, so I'm just going to jump in and go and grab our clay brush. So let's see what we can do with this. fact, I think what we could do is if we just quickly pop that in, like so. Just let's have a quick look at that. Just zoom out and then just start to run sort of just a little bit of a visual bit of sculpt in there, just so I can see where I need to go. So that's not too bad. Okay, so I'm going to divide that and then we'll start to really put some of that stuff back in. So again, I'm just going to get rid of that sort of plating effect that we had previously. And just run this all the way down the front here. Okay, like so. Just bring that out a bit more. Probably will divide this up even more, just so we can get that, start to get that surface detail on there as well. Okay, so it's not too bad, just to rough that out. Okay, so that's that bit done. So let's just move around to the side. And what I will do is I'm going to make a kind of a lip. If we can, we probably need some more resolution, but if we make a placeholder, just sort of like an area where the zip would be housed, and then if we just come round to the back, we'll just start to add in just a few sort of markers as well. And just about here. And just bring that over, just make the brush a bit bigger. And just bring that down. And run that round, so we leave a nice little gap in there as well. Okay, so that works, that's fine. We'll just finish that in there, that's okay. And then what we'll do, run a nice sort of toe area. We'll get it started at least. And then just run this around. And then run that around there. And we'll just pull this just down over the top of that, just to hide that. So you can see how that's going to work. Might need a little bit of loving on that just to start to differentiate that as well. So the front part starts there and then ends on here. So that's better looking already. Okay, so all I'm going to do now is going to do something similar to the back as we did with the front. And if we can just get that a little bit of loving just over the front, over the back bit there. I'll just bring that up just a little bit more. Smooth that off. Just get rid of these lumpy bits just to help us out just a little bit. Okay, that's good. That's much better. And just bring that brush up just to smooth that ever so slightly. And we're golden. Okay. So all I've used is the clay brush, really, just to get this back to where I wanted it, as opposed to the previous version. And as you can see, it's not taking us that long at all to do that, which is great. It's one of the great things about ZBrush. Very quick, gets you to where you want to be in quite a quick way. We love it. Okay, so let's just bring some more definition on the front here. Okay, that's pretty good. And what we'll do, once we've added some more resolution to this, we'll define these sort of areas and stuff, just so they look a bit more convincing, because at the time being they don't. Okay, so I'm just going to add a little bit more to the front here. Okay. There we go. And let's just curve that around there, just to make that look a bit different. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll leave that bit there like that, and we'll divide that up again, as you can see. So now we can now sort of visualize a bit better as to how we want to go. I think what we'll do, we'll start to sort of mask out areas and stuff like that. So let's crack on with that. So let's start to have a look at this. Right, so I think what we can do is let's just have a quick look. Let's go and grab the clay build up and just start to as you recall, I did something similar in the last chapter, but I'm going to be a bit more, I suppose, careful really, just building this sort of stuff up now, just so we can get a difference between the two. Let's just change the shader. Let's just go back to basic 2, and I'm just going to, just so it gives me a bit of specular, just so I can see what's going on. That's a bit better. So what I could have done was drawn it out as a mask as well and just extruded that, but I'd just rather see what I'm getting as I sculpt. It's just a bit more pleasurable to do it this way as well. So So let's flatten it out, smooth this area. Okay. And what we can do is, I do like to use the pinch a little bit just to define edges. That and Damn Standard, as pretty most of the ZBrush artists tend to use, is Damn Standard. That always sort of seems to come out at some point during a sculpt, which is quite interesting, really. But it clearly does the job. So let's just bring okay, so that's looking much better. And what we'll do, we'll just try and flatten it out just a tiny bit more, just around here. We will be using the lovely Damn Standard brush as well, but for the moment I just want to try and do this as best possible without the need for it. So I'm just going to start to put in the sort of Nike trainer sort of look to this. So I'm just going to start to build that up a bit more. Just bring that in there, and the same here. So just going to keep this all in one. Just go over that. That's looking good. And we will separate out the sole as well, because otherwise it will look a bit stupid. But just by adding the detail, nothing geometry wise, we won't be separating the geometry out. It's just purely based on this look that we're doing. So I'd rather keep it, just as a sculpt, keep it simple, as opposed to having lots and lots of different meshes for just a simple object like this boot. We could do all these flaps and stuff as a model, but it just becomes a little bit clogged up. Unless you were doing a really high-res model for a film, then you may be required to do all that sort of stuff. But for the most part, a lot of places just model these things in one go. So just gone over a little bit there, a bit too much. There we go. So that's all coming into play now. That's good. And we'll just add a bit more to the top. There we go. Okay, so that's over a little bit just there, but we've got to build up the front of the boot anyway, so that's all fine. So I'm just going to smooth this out. Just a bit more. There we go. And then what we'll do, grab our pinch brush, start to pinch all that together. On the front as well, and we'll just give that a little bit of a tickle just to smooth that out, even though we'll be building that up a bit later on anyway. So I'm just gonna pinch all this stuff together. So I'm just going to add just a little bit more there. And what I'll do is just smooth that back just a little bit, and then we'll just pinch that up. And like I said, of course, we'll bulk out that sole anyway. And just bring that a bit more. There we go. Okay, so let's smooth off this area. And just pinch that up. And like I say, we're using the dam standard just to get just a little bit more detail out of those areas between. There we go. Okay, there we go. And then just smooth that out a little bit more. And then just pinch all of that just around there. Okay. And what we'll do is just smooth this and pinch that in there. Like I said, we will come back with the dam standard and just emphasize these edges and stuff just a little bit more. Okay, so it's all starting to sort of pop now. Still needs a little bit of a clean up here and there. It's a little bit lumpy, but for the most part I think that's working. And just smooth that out. So I'm just going to get some clay build up just a bit more. And we'll do this front bit, and then what we'll do, we'll finish this chapter there, and then we'll come right back and just carry on and hopefully finish that off in the next chapter. So I'll just get this next bit of detail sorted. There we go. Okay. Okay. Just have a look at that. So I'll just bring that right around the top. like so. And we'll just smooth that. Smooth that there. What we'll do, we'll just pinch all of this all the way up. And just round there. Just zoom back a little bit, just have a look at this. So there's a few little areas we can adjust. I might just put a kind of a lip on the top of that, but we'll do that in the next bit. And just finish that off just there, just smooth that out. So as you can see, that's much better than what we had before. I think a bit more sensible as well, and it does look like something well, that I feel that a superhero would wear. So what we'll do, just pinch that in there. We'll call it a day here, and what we'll do, we'll come straight back into the next chapter and finish this sucker off, and hopefully we can move on to the next bit. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. The last chapter we did the front of the boot, and we're just going to carry on and try and get this one finished completely in this particular episode. So we're going to just crack on. So I'm just going to go back down to the clay build-up, and we're just going to do the back of the boot now. I'm just going to try and put in a kind of sort of leather or a leathery sort of support for the back of the calf and the heel, and we'll just bulk that out. And just start to even it out as well. So what we'll do, just like I explained before in the previous chapter, we'll get all this done and start adding some other details using the damn standard brush as well. Let's just have a look at that. Might need a little bit of a tweak just on the top there. I wanted to add this kind of a lip as well. So what we might need to do is just tweak that base mesh just to give us a bit more distance between the two areas. Like, let's just drop down to, yeah, because I think that's just a little bit too close for my liking. So what we can do, we won't do it now, we'll get the sculpt done, and then what we can do is go back into Maya and just adjust that mesh and just replace it back in here as well. So, but what we will do is use the base mesh from this particular sculpt, because otherwise if we do it on the one that's currently over in Maya, what will happen is it will just come back and just update all of this and it will all be wrong. So when you're updating your meshes, always use the last version from your ZBrush, otherwise yeah, you're going to run into a few problems and things like starting again. So I'm just going to smooth all of this out just around here. And we'll just do all that around there as well. So it just needs to add sort of like an extra edge loop or two and a little bit more depth to that sort of lip in the top of the boot there. So nothing too drastic, but all the same, it will just stop us having a shoddy mesh as well, and one that's not very workable And also, when you come to render these things, you might run into render issues, like you might get black areas where things have intersected, or stuff like that. So just worth noting. And what we'll do, just grab that pinch brush and just pinch that all the way up. And just pinch it in and around this area too. There we go. Okay, so what we need to do now is just have a look at some of these areas and just pinch that. Pinch that out. I'm just going to come down a little bit in size on the brush, just smooth that area out there. And what we do need to do as well is just create that kind of zip lip just on the side here. So if I just get the clay build up again, and I'll just sort of add a little bit of just as a suggestion. I'm not going to go in and model every tooth of a zip. You can if you want, but for this exercise that's not what we're doing. So that's the end of that. Okay, there we go. So what we're going to do is just have a quick look at that. So these are the things I was talking about. So we need to just adjust all of this stuff over in Maya. I'll leave that for the time being. In fact, let's just drop down into and grab the move tool. Just grab our poly and just grab that vert, or that part of the poly anyway, and we'll just adjust it from here for now, and you can see exactly what's going on there. And there. And there. Let's just go around, just be a bit generous with that, just so we don't get any problems for the moment. But what we will do is we will adjust that in Maya, of course. I could just bring that there. So hopefully, if we go back up in subdivision, so it's not too bad. Oops. So it's a bit tidier. Okay. And then what I'll do is just have a look at that. Just soften these a little bit. Just bring that round. Like so. Now just increase that edge just a little bit more there. And I think we do need to just sort that out just a tiny bit there. Let's just turn that polyframe off. So, always the clay build-up. So I just want to go over that just a tiny bit more. Like so. There we go. Okay, and we'll just smooth that out just a little bit. There we go, that's cool. Okay, so I think that will suffice for now with this. Let's just see how many polys we've got. So only 49,000, so I think what we can do, we can afford to go up another one. So that will then take us up to 196,000, so that's not a bad mesh at all. So what it's going to enable us to do now is a little bit more sort of detail. In fact, before we do any more detail, I think what we need to do is do a bit more to the sole. So I'm going to try and do something with this. Let's just bring that right out. Like so. And just bring that to the front. And we'll just drop that down into there as well. And then we'll start to just give it a little bit of edge just on the back here. Oh, it's probably a little bit too thick there. Let's just have a look. Oh, it's not too bad actually. And we'll just bring that out. Okay. And what we'll do, we'll flatten that out very shortly. We'll just give this a bit more oomph. Okay, so just going to drop the brush size a bit more, and we're going to add this extra piece around here. I know we've already pinched all that edge there, but I think this needs this extra bit just around here, to be honest. I'll just bring that all the way around. Okay, that's pretty good. And then what I might do is just add a little bit of deco, just sort of in here. Okay, like so. And then what we can do is go up a level, and now I'll start to sort of flatten stuff off. And what we can do as well, we can pinch those edges. Just want to get this as flat as I can. I don't want to be using too many trim brushes. I just don't want to upset it at the moment. Okay, that's pretty good. And then just bring this one around here. And just do this on the back. And just flattening this off just around here as well. And just around here. And let's get rid of that. Just drop down one, just smooth that out. And just smooth that out as well. Okay, back up a res, and what we're going to do is pinch that now. Do with a little bit more work, I think, in there. So what we'll do is just grab the clay build up and just push that back, and hopefully that should do the trick in there. There we go. So it's not too bad. So I'm just going to adjust this. we'll run some smooth over it very shortly. Okay, let's just see how that's looking. So it's not too bad. I think I'll go up another level. And we'll just chisel away in there just to flatten it out as best possible. Okay, so let's just have a look at that. See if we can use one of the trim brushes now actually. Okay, so trim dynamic, let's have a look, see what we get. And I think what I'll do, I'll settle for a square alpha if I can grab one. There we go. Just to zoom out slightly. Just have a look at this, just make that brush a little bit bigger. And just around here, so you can see the trim dynamic is giving us the effect we want, just keeping that rubber a bit sort of more molded. We'll smooth it out anyway afterwards a little bit more. Didn't want to use the trim stuff too much, but for this it's working quite well. And just try and bring that round a bit more. There we go. And then round. Okay. And just try and get rid of that. But we can always smooth that out anyway, that's fine. And obviously I'm trying to get through this on the tutorial as well, so you guys will be able to take your time a heck of a lot more than me. Needless to say, it's not an excuse for me to make a mess of this. Okay, and then we'll just smooth that off and around there. And just bring that in there. And just smooth this a bit more round into there. That's all good. And what we can do is just try and trim that back a bit in there. And then there we go. And then we'll soften all of this. And just so we can trim that a bit as well. In fact, where's the clay build-up? We'll just grab these bits and just make those solid completely there. We'll just block out this side again as well, so that makes that a little bit better. Okay, so we'll just flatten that off again with the trim dynamic. There we go. So just smooth that a little bit as well. There we go. Okay, so that's better. Okay, so what I'll do now, that will suffice for that part. I think all around there. Okay, so what we'll do is I'm just going to sharpen this stuff off now. Let's grab the dam standard. So I'll just hit, there it is there, and we're just going to start to sort of sculpt some lines and stuff in, like so. And hopefully this will make the boot pop a little bit better. Obviously there's still a little bit of tidying up to do. Let's just have a look at the back of that. Yeah, still need to do a little bit on the back there. We'll come back and do that very shortly. Let's just get some other bits put in first. And just get rid of that. And we'll just push this one all the way around to there. Whoops. Just undo that. one as well. Okay. That one's done. And just do the top part here as well. And just draw this one round. And just bring that one back in a bit. Let's just do that. And then on this side as well, let's just see if we can get that all the way to there. That's pretty good. A little bit of a nick just in there. And we'll just bring that brush back into there. That's better. Let's just see how we're looking. So it's not looking too bad. A little bit of cleanup obviously needed here and there, but nothing overly drastic and taxing. So that's all good. So that's okay. And the back there, and what we'll do a kind of a seam straight up the middle there, and let's just undo that. That's better. And then I've got this one round here to do. Let's just undo that. So I'm just going to quickly try and get that into a good shape. Undo that. It's a bit of an unsteady hand. So that's better. Drag that around. Okay. So all we need to do now is just around the top here for the moment. And then what I think we need to do is just ever so slightly is add a crease in there. So what we'll do, we'll call it a day there. What I'm going to do off camera is just go around and tidy up like I was trying to do for the most part of the this chapter. So what I'm going to do is go around and just sharpen up a few edges, stuff like that with masking and everything else. Then we'll come back, and then what I think we can do is add just a few little odds and sods to the boot, but for the most part that's done. I just want to sort of sharpen up areas just like we did with the glove, really. So that's all pretty much there. Like I say, it just needs a little bit of a tidy up, but I don't want to waste too much time in doing that, just to show you how to tidy things up. So it's just going to be basically sort of smoothing out and just pinching areas and stuff like that. So I'm going to do that between now and the next chapter, so I shall see you very, very shortly. Okay, so welcome back. As promised, I've gone round and tidied a few things up on the boot, mainly the sort of the edging and stuff like that, and I've also pinched the sort of the seams and stuff between the sort of leather parts and stuff. So what else I've done, and I'm going to show you, is I've added this kind of mesh kind of look to the boot as well, just to sort of give it a final sort of look on that. I know we didn't do anything like that on the glove, because the glove is sort of more of a hard-hitting type of thing, whereas this is a bit more sort of well, looking at it, it's a bit more sort of flexible type thing in terms of running around and stuff like that. So footwear is of the comfort sort in this case. So anyway, without steering too far off the track, I'm going to show you how to do this. So basically what I've done is I've created a layer, and I've gone in and just added this stuff to it. But in order to make this all fit nicely, what I've done is just use masking. So I'm just going to turn masking back on, so you can see the areas that I've masked out. And all I've done is just hold the control key down and just draw like that. Just undo that, and if you want to remove the mask, it's Control and Alt, and that will remove the mask for you. So I've just left that as it is in this area here. The other thing I'm going to show you as well is when you sometimes in ZBrush, when you do project a texture or a surface onto, sorry, I beg your pardon, when you project a texture or a displacement on a particular polygon surface, sometimes what happens is it goes through to the other side, but as you can see in this case it doesn't, and that's purely because I've opened up the brush palette here in the menu set and gone down to auto masking, opened that up and turned on backface mask. Now this only works on a per brush basis, so at the minute when you turn it on, it will work for the brush that you're actually working on, but if you change brushes it won't, so you'll have to go back and modify that and turn it on again. So just that as a word of warning. So anyway, I brought in my own alpha to create that kind of webby texture, and I'm using the drag rectangle. Also in the alpha palette as well, I've just put a radial fade, or RF as it's called for short, to 3, just so it kind of blends in a bit nicer. So all I'm going to do is just drag that now like so, and drag that a little bit more just so that it all blends in, and that's pretty much done, and that's all there is to it with that. So that said, what I'm going to do is just slightly soften this area use the damn standard again just to put in that kind of zip. Oops, that's a bit too thick. And let's turn those off for now. Okay, and still a bit thick, and I'll just drop that down. So I'm just going to add this indentation to that, like so. And there we go. And we'll clear the mask, and we'll just add that to the top up there. And that's our, whoops, that's not our Windows palette, and that's the boot pretty much taken care of. So what I've done as well with this new boot, and what we're going to do as well, is we just go to the layers palette and bake all. So that should now leave that as is, and the mesh has gone a bit strange. Let's have a look. Let's just duplicate this, just have a look, and that's gone all a bit weird. Okay, I think that's ZBrush playing up there. So anyway, that aside, let's yeah, that's ZBrush playing up, I'm afraid. So what we'll do, we'll pause there and we'll come right back. Okay, so welcome back. So I found out what the issue was with the boot going black there. So basically what it was, when I let's go back down to the layers. So when I baked all the layers, what happened was, for some reason, it must be an error in ZBrush, but it applied a poly paint colorize node, or whatever you want to call it, the command for colorize it, applied the black paint to it, which was actually the default color up here. So for some reason it applied that without me even asking it to do that. So I found that very, very strange, but needless to say, that's sorted and we're all good. So we do have our subdivision levels of 7 still intact, and also our boot is all intact, thankfully, because of all the work we've done to it. So that said, what we're going to do now is we're going to drop that down to subdivision level 1, and we're just going to export that out. Okay, that's all good. And I'm going to do boot 2, just overwrite that. I've kept a boot high in there just for a backup, just in case. But so there's a boot 2, and all we can do now is just jump back over to Maya, and this is actually boot 2 itself, so we're just going to delete that and import boot 2. There we go. And what we need to do is give it some UVs. So because of all the rebuilding and stuff that I've done with that, it's dropped the rough UVs. So what we'll need to do is just go into the UV editor and create an automatic set, and that's all good. So all we need to do now is select those edges and begin to sew everything together, really. So that's all good. So I'm just going to move these around, and what have we got here? Let's have a look. So I'm going to try and sort of keep these as a half decent shell, and in fact what we can do, yeah, let's do it that way. That's probably going to be the best way to do that. And again, and just relax that. Now let's just grab the edges there, move those into place, and we'll do the same thing. That's more like it. And just going to move a few things around. Okay, like so. And I think what we can do, just jump in there and cut UV edge, and then we'll just replace this one in here like so, and just find those two there, and we'll just attach those together. Do the same. That's all good, and we want to find that one there, so let's cut that one. Merge that. Let's find that one. And what's that one there? Is that one? Yep, that's pretty good. And we'll do the same there. And we'll just find these guys here and do the same. And go to the shell. Whoops. And we'll relax that a bit more. Okay. And we'll just have a look for those. There they are. And that's all done as well. Okay, so what we're going to try and find is that one. Whoops. So we go to edge, and that's that one there. And we'll just see where these go. So all of those along the top. Join those up. And relax that. Oops. And we'll just merge those together there. Same again. There we go. So that didn't take long at all. We're just going to pop that into that shell there, hit F8, and we'll just delete some history off that because you don't want that line about. And just zoom out and just see where all our UVs are for this. Okay, so that, I believe, is going to be part of the belt, which it is, and we'll just pop those over there. For the moment. And the boots, just the one for now. We'll leave that one in that one, I think. And that's all good. And what we can do now is just close that off. Okay. And we'll export this as boot 3. Because this one has now got UVs on. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, just hit F. Oops. Go to import boot 3, and then now, hopefully, that's just updated our boot. There we go. That's all good. And then what we can do is just going to drop down a couple of divisions just to speed this up. If we can do morph UV, and there's the UV there, so that's all good. Okay, and our boot is now ready to go as well. So that will conclude everything for the boot. That includes the UVs as well on that, and so we'll end that chapter now, and which was short and sweet. And we'll move on to the next part, which should be bringing everything sort of together. And then what we're going to do is bring the head in from the previous volume where we created the Batman head. And then what we'll do is, once that's in position, we'll start to work on the cape. So we'll go from there. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter we went round and did the boots and a little bit of tweaking to the body, and also the gloves we put into position. So all I've done now is bring over the body, the glove and the new boot as promised, and I've done all the techniques that we've done in the previous chapters to this, using either a blend shape or the transfer attributes to get the meshes to match up. Also, the head from the Batman head tutorial that we did has now been brought in. There's a slight sort of difference in a few areas going on, but I'm not too concerned about that for now, because what we're going to do is once we've done this chapter, we're going to head over to Marvelous Designer, and David, who is the head of SimplyMaya, is going to show us how to create the cape using Marvelous Designer 6, I believe. So that's all going to be done in a separate chapter following on from this one with him. So once he's done his bit, we'll import in the mesh that he's created for us, and then we'll be going on to a little bit of topology, retopologizing, I beg your pardon, on that, because although the meshes can be quadded from Marvelous Designer, we still want to keep the mesh as clean as possible, because when you do the conversion and do an export, it doesn't exactly edge loop the mesh how you want it, so you still have to sort of tweak it if need be. The great thing is you can keep 2 sets of UVs on it as well onto the retopologized version, because Marvelous does quite a good job of UVing the clothing or the cloth itself when it comes straight over into Maya. So it has its own UV set, which is quite nice as well, so you've always got that spare. But once we get that into Maya, we'll be retopologizing that just as we did do with a few of these other bits and pieces. So for this one, all I've done is bring over our glove and our boot, and updated the body as well. And if we go over to the window, we'll go to the UV editor, so you can see we've got our UVs. I'm just going to jump to my layouts and go to UV. There we go, that's much easier to see. And basically I've moved the glove and the boot into position, and all we're going to do is go to Edit, Duplicate Special. I'm not going to worry about an instance, because at the moment these particular objects, I beg your pardon, are okay, and I'm just going to duplicate those opposite like so. And what we're going to do is just zoom in, and we're going to go back to my tools. We're going to freeze the transformation. So if I now display, sorry, not the texture, any of this, these will now go red because obviously the normals are flipped. So I'm just going to grab the UV, and we're going to flip that across like so. Oops, the wrong way. There we go. And we're just going to move that as well across one, so that's all good. Whoops. And we're just going to pop that across there. So that's that boot and that boot. Okay. And we're going to do the same with this glove. So we're going to flip that like so, and we're just going to move that across, and that's all good. And we'll keep that there just for now. Okay, so that's all done. So with that, that's all great. So now what we need to do is select the whole thing. Okay, and we've got a few overlaps, as you would do with this sort of thing. And what I think we need to do, let's just have a look, see which part of the mesh this is. And let's go to shell. So that's the mask. So what I think we'll do, if we grab the whole mask and the face, and we'll move those up. In fact, we'll keep those there because we've already got the UV, the paintwork already done for that. So let's have a look at the body, and we'll move that over. So we're going to shift the UVs around a little bit for this one. And let's just grab that as a mesh first, and just move that to across like so. Okay, and then let's grab the head and the face. So that's all good, that's fine, excellent. And then the belt, so the belt will need to move across. And we'll move that across to here, like so. Let's just turn off that, that's all good. And what we want to do is grab the pouches as well. In fact, let's move the belt into the upper section for now. So let's grab one of those, one of those, one of those. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just move everything down. Like so, and we'll just push those into there. Okay, that's all good. So those were the pouches, and then we'll just grab the belt. Okay, and then we need the boots and the gloves. So we can grab all of those. And just get those into position there, which is great. So I'm just going to shift that across just slightly, and that's all good. So that all that leaves now. Oops, that's where's the body? We've gone along one too many. Okay, so I think that's the belts and the pouches. That's right. So what I'm going to do is put the belt just up where we had it. Move these guys along. Making sure we're not overlapping. That's all good. And we'll keep that there. So now, if we select everything, all our UVs are now in place. So that's all good. And what I will do is just delete some history on those UV flips, and we're good to go. So what we can do now is, if I just come back over, we're just going to pop these on. Like I said, it's going to be a very short chapter on this one. So I'm just going to start to push things in and just move those around. So that's not bad. Just get that off of there ever so slightly. There we go. And in fact, what I think we could do is actually bring the the belt forward, so it actually sits properly on that. So let's push that back as well, just a little bit, so that then fits onto there. So what we can do, we can always adjust this a little bit more over in ZBrush, which will be a bit easier, I think. And then we want this guy, so let's get him onto here. And what we're going to do, we're going to duplicate this one. So we've got two singles at the front, and we'll put the two doubles on the side. So that means we will need to do a couple of sets of UVs extra. And let's just push this down like so. Okay, let's just grab that, put that onto object. There we go, that's better. It's a lot easier. Okay, like so. And I'm going to make another one. I'm going to pop that over here. Just move that across. Don't want to make them exactly the same. Just going to keep them, you know, just a little bit random. Okay, like so. And we'll do the same with this one. Okay, I'm just going to pop that into place there at the moment. Just going to move that down like so. Okay, and then before I do anything else, I'm going to duplicate that and just move it across, because what I'd like to do is actually give that a little bit of shape with a bend deformer. In fact, we don't even need that one, so let's just do that on this one for now. So we're going to go to the animation set, going to go to deform, and let's see if we can use a non-linear bend on this one. And just jump over to the channel box, just going to check the curvature, see which way it's going to go. Okay, so that's that way. So let's do 0, and then we'll rotate the bend handle at 90 and see what we get there. There we go, that's better. So I just wanted to get a little bit of shape on that, like so. And then what we'll do, we'll just grab this, delete the history, get rid of the deformer, and then just pop it onto the side like so. Let's just keep this a bit smoother as well. And just push that back. And just a tiny bit more. There we go. So that's all done. And then what we'll do Control D and just move that across. We'll rotate that round. Whoops. We'll just pop that into place. There we go. So that's all done. So just going to grab that, just going to hit 3 on the keyboard. So there you go, those look better. That's looking great. Okay, very cool. Okay, so what we need to do is grab those two, go back to our layout for UVs, and I'm going to hit F 11. And I'm just going to grab those as well and just push these up. In fact, let's do that. Let's move those along, just so we keep this metal in with the rest of it. And then I'm going to deselect those. Oops. Okay, like so. And just make sure we've got everything. And we're just going to move those up and over there. And that's all good. We could put all the pouches onto one UV tile or one UDIM, but I really don't feel the need to, because we're not doing anything like a game or something like that. It's just supposed to be like a high-res model, so we're going to keep it as we would if I were doing this for a movie or something like that. So that's all good. So that's all done. So yeah, we're all ready to go, and hopefully once David has done the Marvelous Designer cape, we'll bring that in and introduce that to the scene, make a few tweaks to get things to fit around the back of the mask, obviously, on the cowl on the back here, on the shoulders, because I have a feeling it's probably not going to fit. So that said, we'll wait for him to do that in the next chapter, and then we'll come right back and bring that in and Rita apologise. So pretty short and sweet chapter, so I hope you enjoyed that one. Pretty easy, so we'll see you in the next one, so cheers for now.